Chapter 1166. It's this kid who bullied you? In a courtyard beside Taiji Palace, Li Zixuan hadn't even raised his head when he heard Li Yuan speak. His tone was full of indifference and casualness. Presumably, in the eyes of this former emperor, crushing Li Zixuan to death was as simple as crushing an ant. Father Emperor. It's him. At that time, I only wanted to go up Yunshan to see the fireworks and tell you about it after returning to the palace. But who knew that the Marquis of Yong, and relied on his imperial brother's favor to seriously injure 4 of my imperial bodyguards in public. Father Emperor, you have to uphold justice for me. Li Yuancheng immediately changed to an aggrieved expression. He didn't have the slightest bit of manliness on his body. Instead, he was like a coquettish little girl acting coquettishly in front of Li Yuan. Finished speaking, he used the corner of his eye to glare viciously at Li Zixuan. That look seemed to be saying, "Let you be proud at that time? Now, I'll make you kneel and beg for mercy." Seeing this, Li Zixuan instantly felt his hands itch unbearably. If it was another occasion, he would definitely beat the shit out of this little bitch. Wasn't he just relying on the fact that he was the 2nd generation of the imperial family? After a few years, when Li Yuan dies, let's see how you can still be arrogant. Humph. Kid, you actually dare to bully my son. You really have guts. Men. Drag him out and chop him up to feed the dogs. Without any interrogation process, he directly sentenced Li Zixuan to death. Hearing this simple sentence, Li Zixuan's heart instantly surged with hostility. This old thing wants to chop me up and feed me to the dogs? Isn't this too unreasonable? Regardless of whether he committed a crime or not, even if he beat up Li Yuancheng's subordinates for no reason, it's impossible for him to be beheaded. Li Yuan's unreasonable sentence, the civil and military officials of the imperial court wouldn't agree. Li Heir wouldn't agree. The Tang dynasty law wouldn't agree. As the person involved, Li Zixuan would even more disagree. He originally thought that Li Yuan would give him a chance to explain. Who knew that the other party didn't even look at him from beginning to end and directly wanted to chop off his head? Simply going too far. Here. At this moment, 2 strong women appeared. Yes, they were really like iron towers. They were even stronger than most men. They were just like some sumo wrestlers in Japan in his previous life. 2 strong women walked over from the side and grabbed onto Li Zixuan's arms. They wanted to drag Li Zixuan out and behead him. But the first time it did not move. The second time it still did not move. The third time, the fourth time, the 5th time. The 2 women were so tired that their foreheads were covered with a layer of sweat, but Li Zixuan was still standing there motionless. What a joke! How could an ordinary person defeat a martial arts master of the Grand Master realm with brute force? You dare to defy the imperial decree? Li Yuan also noticed the movement on this side. He pushed aside several beautiful concubines beside him, stood up and said furiously. Li Zixuan raised his head and looked straight at Li Yuan. He said neither servile nor overbearing. Dare I ask, retired emperor, this subject only injured a few servants of Prince Lu. According to my Tang dynasty's laws, at most I will compensate some money. Why does retired emperor want to chop off this subject's head? Li Yuan did not get angry. Instead he laughed and said, Why? Because I am the monarch and you are the subject. If the monarch wants the subject to die, the subject has no choice but to die. You even studied the sage books in vain. Li Zixuan retorted, killing a subject for no reason, this is what a fatuous monarch does. 12 years ago, Yang Guang caused chaos in the world. Retired emperor led 30,000 troops to rise from Taiyuan. He went to Chang'an and eradicated a group of bandits. The world is one, the will of the heavens is secondary, the people's hearts are united. It can be said that his meritorious service is unparalleled and splendid for 1,000 years. This subject believes that with retired emperor's wisdom, he will definitely not indiscriminately kill a meritorious subject. Speaking also needs to be skillful. In any era there are classes. Facing the ruling class of feudal society, if one does not talk about strategy and blindly acts recklessly, no matter how high one's martial arts is, there will only be one road to death in the palace. Listening to Li Zixuan talk about the events of the past, Li Yuan's old face that was somewhat pale due to excessive indulgence in debauchery became rosy at this moment. He closed his eyes and stood with his hands behind his back. In his mind, he could not help but recall the years of the Sui dynasty, That period of extraordinary time when he and the 18 rebellious princes fought for the throne. In the end, he took a deep breath, looked at Li Zishuan and said with a smile that was not a smile, "You brat, you really know how to talk. No wonder Erlang would think highly of you." His tone was already not as intense as before. Li Zishuan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The most dangerous moment had finally passed. Li Yuanchong, who was at the side, had an anxious expression. He quickly interrupted and said, "Father Emperor, don't be deceived by this fellow's flowery words. He doesn't have you in his eyes at all. Back then, Aken said that I wanted to go to Cloud Mountain to see what fireworks looked like for Father Emperor. However, not only did he not let me go, he even injured Aken. Stirring up trouble. This brat already knows how to stir up trouble at such a young age. What would happen when he grows up?" A cold light flashed in Li Zishuan's eyes. Without waiting for Li Yuanchong to finish speaking, he stepped forward and said, "Retired Emperor, Aken has something to discuss with you alone. Please dismiss your attendants." Audacious! Marquis Yong En, you want everyone to withdraw. Could it be that you want to assassinate my Father Emperor? Father Emperor, don't be afraid. Aken will protect you. A trace of anxiety flashed in Li Zishuan's eyes. He immediately jumped in front of Li Yuan and pointed at Li Zishuan and said loudly, "Damn, I didn't expect this little bastard to be so good at acting." Li Zishuan cursed in his heart. Soon after, he moved his feet slightly and instantly arrived in front of Li Yuanchong. Just as Li Yuanchong was about to cry out in fright, Li Zishuan had already returned to his original position. All of this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. It was so fast that it made people feel like it was a dream. It was as if Li Zishuan had been standing in the same spot from beginning to end and had not moved at all. The guards in the courtyard were all shocked. They quickly pulled out their mo swords from their waists and ran over to surround Li Zishuan. Facing the heavy encirclement, Li Zishuan's expression did not change. He looked at Li Yuanchong and Li Yuan and said, "Aken did not mean to offend. Aken only wanted to say that if Aken really had ill intentions towards retired Emperor, I would have already made my move. What's more, Your Highness Prince of Lu, didn't you say that you wanted to protect retired Emperor? Why are your pants wet? Where did your guts go? Or are you just putting on an act to show off how filial you are in front of retired Emperor?" As far as the eye could see, there was a puddle of water where Li Yuanchong was standing. This brat was actually scared to the point of wetting his pants. At this moment, his face was flushed red. Moreover, he was about to cry from anger because of Li Zishuan. Poison! Li Zishuan's tongue was really too poisonous. Li Yuan frowned. To be honest, at that moment, he was indeed astonished by Li Zishuan's martial arts. He did not expect that Li Zishuan's martial arts at such a young age would be stronger than some old generals. However, what made him most angry was Li Yuanchong's performance. It was said that a tiger father would not beget a dog son. He, Li Yuan, had several sons who were all heroes. However, this son in front of him was a complete coward. Too shameful. "Yuanchong, you withdraw first," Li Yuan reprimanded with a black face. Chapter 1167. Father Emperor. Li Zishuan hastily wanted to argue a few more words, but Li Zishuan just happened to stab him in the back. He took a step forward, cupped his hands and said loudly, "Retired Emperor, what this subject is going to say next is related to His Highness King Lu's life and death. I hope that retired Emperor will dismiss your attendants." Once these words came out, everyone in the courtyard changed color. Li Zishuan was so scared that his little face turned white. Li Yuan stared fixedly at Li Zishuan's eyes. After a long while, he waved his hand and said, "All of you withdraw." The guards looked at each other. In the end, they still put away their weapons and withdrew from the courtyard. At this moment, Li Zishuan was no longer as arrogant as before. He also withdrew with the guards. Inside the courtyard, only Li Zishuan and Li Yuan were left. "Kid, you have guts. If you were born a dozen years earlier, there would definitely be a place for you in this vast land. Erlang might not even be able to compare to you." Li Yuan looked at Li Zishuan and said with a complicated expression. It was not that he was trying to flatter Li Zishuan, but in that confrontation just now, Li Zishuan had resolved a life-or-death situation in the blink of an eye. The courage and strategy he had displayed had made him look at him in a new light. A person who only has bravery is not scary. What's scary is bravery and strategy. This kind of person, placed in troubled times, definitely has the qualifications to become a formidable person. Li Zishuan was greatly shocked. He thought to himself, "Old thing, do you lack morals? Are you trying to kill me by saying these kinds of words? This rotten old man is very bad." Li Zishuan gave Li Yuan such a label in his heart. Retired emperor's words are wrong. With this subject's lazy temperament, if I was born a dozen years earlier, I definitely would not be able to live until now. Only in this kind of peaceful and prosperous world can this subject's talent and knowledge have a place to display it. Li Zishuan criticized for a while in his heart. Then he hurriedly stepped forward and said, regardless of whether or not there were eyes and ears in the surroundings, and regardless of whether or not Li Yuan's words were deliberately probing, in terms of basic political standpoint, he must stand in the right position. Li Yuan shook his head and did not argue with Li Zishuan on this matter. He said in a low voice, "Kid, just now, you said that you had something to discuss with Zhan, and it was related to Yuan Chang's life and death. Now that Zhan has dismissed the servants, hurry up and speak. If I find out that you lied to me, I'll even get people to drag you down and chop you up to feed the dogs." Li Zishuan smiled calmly and said, "Retired emperor, have you heard of the story of Wu Jiangzongzi?" When Li Yuan heard that, his expression changed abruptly. Li Zishuan's words poked at that scar in his heart that had not healed all along. Li Zishuan ignored him and continued, "During the spring and autumn period, the second son of Zhang Wu Gong, Gongshu Duan, was born. His mother Wu Jiang had a difficult birth when giving birth to her eldest son, so she hated her eldest son, Ji Yunsheng. She repeatedly asked Zhang Wu Gong to make Gongshu Duan the crown prince, but Zhang Wu Gong did not agree. After Zhang Wu Gong died, his eldest son, Ji Yunsheng, ascended the throne as Zhang Zhuanggong. 2 years later, Wu Jiang requested to give the capital to Gongshu Duan. After receiving permission, Gongshu Duan was able to live in the capital and wantonly expand his private power. Not long after, Gongshu Duan ordered the western and northern border regions of Zhang to listen to his commands. Zhang Dafu's son, Lu, expressed to Zhang Zhuanggong that as a country's official, he could not listen to orders from both sides. If Zhang Zhuanggong intended to abdicate the throne to Gongshu Duan, then he should serve him. Otherwise, he should get rid of him and not let the people have other ideas. Zhang Zhuanggong, due to his mother's spoiling of his younger brother, still did not interfere. Gongshu Duan was even more unbridled. He took 2 lands as his fief and the area under his control expanded to Lin Yen. In the 5th month of the 49th year of King Ping of Zhou, Gongshu Duan reorganized the city walls, accumulated food, repaired equipment and weapons, and replenished the infantry chariots, preparing to attack the capital of Zhang. He also contacted Wu Jiang in the capital as a spy and had her open the city gates at that time. When Zhang Zhuanggong heard the date of Gongshu Duan's attack, he ordered Zhang Dafu's son, Lu, to lead 200 chariots to attack the capital city. Gongshu Duan was defeated and fled to Yen. Zhang Zhuanggong led his troops to pursue and win. After that, Gongshu Duan fled to live in Gongyi. Zhuanggong sent out his troops to pursue and kill him. In the end, Gongshu Duan was driven to a dead end and was forced to commit suicide. Silence. After Li Zishuan's voice fell, the courtyard suddenly sunk into a strange silence. Li Yuan stared fixedly at him. His eyes also stared unblinkingly at Li Yuan. His purpose in telling this story was to tell Li Yuan that his excessive spoiling of Li Yuanchang was only pushing him step by step toward the edge of the abyss of death. When he, Li Yuan, passed away one day and could no longer protect Li Yuanchang, if Li Yuanchang was still so jumpy and liked to stir up trouble everywhere, then he, Li Yuanchang, would be the next Gongshu Duan. This was not an exaggeration to scare people. The Li Yuanchang of history, because of Li Yuan's excessive spoiling when he was alive, caused him to forget himself and lose his reverence. As a result, in the 17th year of Zhengguan, together with Du He, Zhao Jia, Li Anyun, and the others, he suggested Crown Prince Li Chengqian to rebel. Hexen Chengji reported the Crown Prince's rebellion, and Li Yuanchang, Du He, Ho Junji, and the others were all beheaded for the crime of rebellion. Imperial Grandfather. Imperial Grandfather. Have mercy, ah! At this moment, a clear and melodious female voice, like the chirping of an oriole, broke the silence. Changle, who was wearing a thick fur coat, was running quickly towards them. Behind her were Li Tai, Li Ku, and Li Chengqian. Aya! When Changle was running in front of the two, She accidentally tripped over a protruding stone tile on the ground, and her entire body was about to crash into the limestone floor in front of her. "Princess, be careful." In a flash, Li Zixuan shot forward and arrived in front of Chang'e. He firmly grabbed the latter's shoulder with one hand, preventing her from falling. "Brother Xiaoxian, you're fine? That's great." Chang'e took a few quick breaths, turned her head to look at Li Zixuan, and said happily. Li Zixuan frowned, because he could sense that Chang'e's breathing was extremely chaotic. When he thought about how this little girl had run all the way here from Chang'e Palace in the middle of winter, his expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Chang'e, don't speak. Quickly calm your breathing and focus your mind." It would have been better if he hadn't said anything, but now that he said it, Chang'e's face instantly turned ghastly pale. She bent over and clutched her chest, and then she coughed violently. She then said with a pained expression, "Cough, cough, cough. Brother Xiaoxian. Chang'e. Chang'e's chest is so stuffy, huff, huff, huff." As she spoke, her breathing became shorter and shorter, more and more hurried. "Chang'e. Chang'e. What's wrong?" At this time, Li Yuan also quickly rushed over. He looked at the pale Chang'e and said with an anxious expression. Li Chengqian and Li Tai had only just caught up, and the two of them anxiously said, "Chang'e's qi is acting up. Someone quickly call the imperial physician." At this time, how could Li Zixuan still care about the propriety between men and women? What's more, Chang'e was only a little girl. He never had that kind of thought. At the critical moment, he carried Chang'e up from the ground in a princess carry. He said anxiously to Li Yuan, "Retired Emperor, where is a warm side room? Chang'e can't breathe in cold air right now, or else her life will be in danger." Li Yuan had always doted on Chang'e. When he heard Li Zixuan's words, his face that was always calm also panicked a little. He pointed at the palace in the north, and as he ran, he shouted at Li Zixuan, "Quick! Quickly follow Zhen. Zhen's bedroom has heating." Chapter 1168. The biggest taboo for asthma patients in winter was to stay outside for a long time and inhale large amounts of cold air. Chang'e ran all the way from Chang'e Palace to Taiji Palace just now. Her speed was even faster than Li Tai and Li Chengqian. Under such intense exercise, her trachea and lungs would naturally be filled with a large amount of cold air. In addition, the little girl's qi disease had been hidden for a year. Now that it met with such an opportunity, it immediately erupted like a flood and ferocious beast. Illness comes like a landslide. This was Chang'e's current situation. Just a moment ago, she was still a lively and cute little girl. Now, she could only sit on the bed and cough violently. Even breathing was difficult. "Imperial physician. Where's the imperial physician? Quickly call the imperial physician." At this moment, Li Yuan's face no longer had the previous indifference and relaxation. He anxiously paced around the room and shouted to the servants in the room. "It's useless even if the imperial physician comes." Li Zixuan, who was sitting by the bed and placing his hand on Chang'e's white wrist, hurriedly said, "Retired Emperor, Chang'e's qi disease this time is very fierce. I'll first use true qi to help her recuperate. Quickly send someone out of the city to Yunshan to invite Sun Daozhong." Today was the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. Sun Simiao did not go out to do volunteer medical treatment. At this time, Li Yuan had already put down his airs, because although he was imprisoned in the depths of the palace, he had also heard that Li Zixuan had once seized blood to extend his life, saved Qin Qiong, and quelled the cholera with his own strength. Now, he was completely responding to whatever Li Zixuan said. Whatever he wanted, he would give. Because Chang'e was not only Li Er and Chongsuan's favorite, she was also Li Yuan's favorite. "What are you still standing there for? Quickly go. Quickly ride a horse to Yunshan. Invite Sun Daozhong over for Zhen. If anything happens to Chang'e today, none of you can think about living." All the eunuchs, palace maids, and servants' expressions changed. The old woman who previously brought Li Zixuan into the palace hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Yes." Then she turned around and walked out of the room. "Imperial grandfather. Let Kur go. Kur has martial arts and is good at horsemanship. Going back and forth can save a lot of time." Li Ke stood up and volunteered. Li Yuan's eyes lit up and he said, "Good. Kur, quickly ride on my carefree horse and quickly go to Cloud Mountain to invite Taoist Sun." The carefree horse was Li Yuan's mount. It was gifted to Li Er for a period of time, but Li Er returned it after ascending the throne. Li Ke solemnly cupped his fists and said, "Yes, father." After saying that, Li Ke rushed out of the house in a flash. On the bed, Chang'e leaned on one of Li Zishuan's hands. She closed her eyes and coughed less violently than before. However, she was still short of breath, as if the air in the room was not enough for her to breathe. Li Zishuan supported Chang'e's back with one hand and massaged a part of her back with the other hand. Of course, he was not massaging through the thick snow fur coat. When they entered the room, Chang'e's coat had been taken off by the maidservants. She was still wearing a white silk undergarment. It was not out of line. "Brat! How is Chang'e now?" Under the critical situation, Li Yuan could not care about those messy things. Moreover, Chang'e was still young. Everyone still treated her as a child. Retired emperor. With the princess's current situation, only Taoist Sun can use the golden needle to guide qi into her body to help her calm down the chaotic yin qi in her body. This subject can only massage the Fengmen acupoint to calm the princess's cough and stall for time for the princess. Everything can only be done when Taoist Sun arrives. Large beads of sweat rolled down Li Zishuan's forehead. A few beads of sweat rolled into his eyes. He only blinked his eyes and did not stop the movements of his hands at all. Just now he said it was easy, but only he, the person involved, knew how hard it was to do it. Fengmen, also known as hothouse, backhouse, hothouse acupoint, belonged to the bladder meridian of the foot. It was the intersection point between the foot's Taiyang meridian and the Du meridian. Feng, the qi and blood of the body were mainly wind. Fengmen, it referred to the door of entry and exit. The Fengmen acupoint referred to the flow of qi and blood of the arm. Massaging the Fengmen acupoint was very effective in treating asthma. What Li Zishuan was doing now was not only massage, but also transferring qi. He was using the true qi in his body to help Chang'e straighten out the chaotic yin qi in her body. If he transferred qi too quickly, it would definitely hurt Chang'e's meridians. If he transferred qi too slowly, it would greatly affect the effect. Moreover, it was even harder to control the strength now that it was separated by clothes. Even with Li Zishuan's martial cultivation at the Grandmaster realm, he could faintly feel a trace of strain at this moment. He could not let Chang'e die. When he thought of the little girl running all the way here just to save him from Li Yuan's hands, he felt a stab of pain in his heart. At this moment, he somewhat regretted that he did not learn Sun Simiao's set of golden needle technique previously. Because at this moment, if he used the golden needle to guide qi into her body, he could not say that he could completely cure Chang'e's qi, but he was absolutely confident that he could pull Chang'e back from the gates of hell. "What are you all in a daze for? Quickly go wipe the sweat of this brat. For the Marquis of Yong'an." When Li Yuan saw that Li Zishuan was working so hard, he could not help but have a trace of favorable impression of this junior in his heart. Thus, he berated his group of concubines. These concubines were merely playthings that he had gathered during his imprisonment. He did not care at all. Li Zishuan's eyebrows twitched, and he hurriedly said, Don't. This subject appreciates retired emperor's good intentions. This subject cannot be distracted right now. I would like to trouble retired emperor to let irrelevant people withdraw." What a joke. No matter what, they were Li Yuan's women. He was not willing to have anything to do with these women at all. Li Yuan said to everyone in the room, half believing and half doubting, "All of you withdraw." Yes. The chamberlains, palace maids, servant women, and the group of concubines all withdrew. "Chang'e. How is Chang'e?" Not long after, a series of hurried footsteps and Li Er's anxious shout came from outside the room. Following that, Li Er walked in with long strides, followed by Empress Zhang's son. "Greetings to Imperial Father. Greetings to Imperial Mother." Li Tai and Li Chengqian saluted one after another. Li Er waved his hand. When he saw Chang'e with her eyes tightly closed on the bed, as well as Li Zishuan behind Chang'e who was sweating profusely, his heart ached. He looked at Li Yuan and said, "Imperial Father, how is Chang'e now?" "Her life is not in danger for the time being," Li Yuan replied and then said unhappily, "Humph. How are you a father? You clearly know that Chang'e has a qi disease, but you did not send people to take good care of her. You actually let her run around in this cold weather. Do you still have this daughter in your heart?" Li Er was stunned and almost cursed. He thought in his heart, if you did not bring Li Zishuan here, would Chang'e run over in a hurry? This son did not think it through. Imperial father, please calm down. After a long time, Li Er finally lowered his head and admitted his mistake. Chapter 1169. When a person found it difficult to breathe, their consciousness would soon become blurry. Chang'e was in such a state now. She felt that the air around her had solidified. It was difficult for her to take in a breath of fresh air. Her consciousness gradually became blurry, but the only thing that made her feel comfortable was the warm hands on her back. She could vaguely feel that the hands were sending waves of invisible energy to her, helping her to absorb the air in the room. A glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in the crisis of certain death. She didn't want to die. She vaguely remembered that she was carried in by that man. His chest was so warm, and his breath intoxicated her. She hadn't had enough, so she didn't want to die like this. She wanted to live. She wanted to live. Don't sleep. I don't want to die. If I die, I won't be able to see him again. I don't want to die. A strong desire to live suddenly erupted in this delicate body. Along with the waves of invisible energy, Chang'e breathed desperately trying to absorb the vitality between heaven and earth. Her weak pulse and heartbeat were suddenly fed back to Li Zishuan's hands with great strength. Chang'e, don't give up. As long as you don't give up, no one in this world can take you away from me. Not even the king of hell can. While she was in a daze, Chang'e heard a familiar voice by her ear. That voice sounded so gentle, yet so confident and resolute. Yes. Using all her strength, Chang'e responded to Li Zishuan's encouragement with a soft, Your Majesty, Chang'e is awake. I just heard her voice. Zhang Sun, who was guarding at the side, held Li Er's hands excitedly. It had been nearly an hour since Chang'e's accident. For a moment, they saw Li Zishuan's face become very ugly. Without asking, they knew that Chang'e's situation had worsened. However, Li Zishuan did not give up. He continued to massage Chang'e's Fengmen acupoint repeatedly and continuously transferred qi to her. At this moment, Li Zishuan's face was extremely pale, but there was a trace of joy between his brows. Obviously, Chang'e had been saved from the most dangerous situation. Where is Ku'er? Has Ku'er returned to the city? Li Er patted Jiangsu's shoulder, but the worry between his brows did not fade away. He knew that Chang'e was only temporarily out of danger. If she wanted to be completely cured, Sun Simiao had to come over. Your Majesty, it would take at least 6/4 of an hour to travel from Chang'an to Yun Mountain, even on a fast horse. His Highness King of Han shouldn't have reached Chang'an yet. Zhao Song stepped forward and cupped his fists. 60 minutes. Li Er's face sank, his expression filled with anxiety. He looked at Zhao Song and whispered, In your opinion, how much longer can the Marquis of Yong'an hold on? This? Zhao Song looked troubled. He looked at Li Zishuan, gritted his teeth and said, Your Majesty, actually, with the Marquis of Yong'an middle-stage strength, it is reasonable to say that he can't hold on after such a great loss. This old servant thinks that he should be holding on with his mind at this moment. Hearing this, Li Er's expression changed slightly. When the Turkic army came to Chang'an, he was not anxious. At this moment, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead from anxiety. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of Li Yuancheng, who was standing in the corner and pretending to be an invisible person without saying a word. A trace of killing intent suddenly appeared in his eyes. The root of all today's problems was this brat. Li Er had just finished the morning court today when he learned that Li Zishuan had been invited from Yunshan to the palace by the people sent by Li Yuan. He thought for a moment and understood that it must be Li Yuancheng behind this. After all, he was also present at the conflict at the foot of Yunshan on New Year's Eve. After guessing the cause and effect of this matter, Li Er did not take it to heart. Because in his opinion, Li Yuan would at most admonish Li Zishuan, and he was too lazy to come over and do something unnecessary. If things went wrong, he might even be ridiculed by Li Yuan. But who knew that in the end, it would cause such a big mess? His most beloved pearl in his palm almost lost her life because of this. And all this was because Li Yuancheng was stirring up trouble. Feeling Li Er's gaze, which was as though he wanted to eat him alive, Li Yuancheng's forehead started to sweat profusely. His little face turned pale in an instant and at the same time, his legs started to tremble non-stop. Suddenly, a foul stench came from within the house. It was Li Yuanchang who had wet his pants again. Cough, cough. Li Yuan glanced at Li Er, then looked at Li Yuanchang with a complicated gaze. He scolded in a low voice. Get out. Letting him out was both an exile and protection. Yes, father. As if he had been granted amnesty, Li Yuanchang did not even have the courage to look at Li Er and went out dejectedly. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The King of Han and Dr. Sun have entered the city. At this moment, a chamberlain ran in from outside the room and bowed to Li Er with a face full of joy. They're here. They're finally here. Hurry. Order people to open all the gates of the palace and give special permission for the King of Han and Dr. Sun to ride horses in the palace today. All guards are not allowed to stop the two of them. Violators will be beheaded. Li Er was shocked and said with unusual joy. Yes, sir. The chamberlain hurriedly went out to pass on the decree. Bam. Marquis Yong'an? Marquis Yong'an. Guards. Hurry. Help Marquis Yong'an to rest. Hurry and call the imperial physician. At the same time, Jianghu's anxious shout came from behind Li Er. Li Er turned around and saw that Li Zishuan had fainted on the bed, and Chang'e had fallen onto Li Zishuan due to inertia. It turned out that when he heard the chamberlain outside the door saying that Li Zishuan and Sun Simiao had entered the city, Li Zishuan finally heaved a huge sigh of relief. However, what followed was a deep sense of exhaustion. He had never been as tired as he was now, and finally, he could not help but faint. Hurry! Help Marquis Yong, and to the side hall to rest. Li Er instructed Zhao Song. Yes, Your Majesty. On the other side, Zhang Sun helped Chang'e up from Li Zishuan's body. Zhao Song walked over and carried Li Zishuan on his back, then walked toward a side room. Grandfather. Dr. Sun is here. Father. You're here too. After so much waiting, Li Ku had finally returned with reinforcements. When he saw Li Er at the door, he hurriedly bowed and said. Li Er nodded and greeted Sun Simiao, who was behind Li Ku, with a solemn expression. Priest Sun, Chang'e's condition has suddenly worsened. Please save her no matter what. I've already heard the King of Han explain the cause and effect on the way here. Your Majesty, please allow me to take the princess's pulse first. Sun Simiao's beard and hair were all messed up from being carried by Li Ku all the way here. At this moment, he did not bother to tidy up his appearance and went forward to take Chang'e's pulse. Chapter 1170. Dr. Sun, how is Chang'e? In Li Yuan's bedroom, after Sun Simiao finished the acupuncture, his expression was somewhat dispirited. Li Er did not have the time to pay attention to Sun Simiao's expression at this moment. He hurriedly walked forward and asked. Sun Simiao smiled and went to the side to wash his hands unhurriedly before saying, This humble Taoist congratulates Your Majesty. Li Er frowned and said, May I ask, what is there to congratulate me about? Sun Simiao stroked his beard and said with a smile, Your Majesty, although the princess's qi disease came fiercely today, fortunately, the Marquis of Yong'an delivered qi in time to nurse the princess's internal breathing. In addition, the princess's desire to live is very tenacious. Currently, there is no major problem. Compared to last year, the princess's physique has greatly improved. When this humble Taoist was performing acupuncture just now, I actually felt a trace of extremely weak Taoist true qi in her body. If this humble Taoist had not practiced medicine for decades and was extremely sensitive to qi, I'm afraid I would not have been able to detect the existence of this trace of true qi. What? Li Er's eyes widened in shock and said incredulously, There is Taoist true qi in Chang'e's body? Could it be the Marquis of Yong'an's true qi? Sun Simiao smiled and shook his head saying, Absolutely not. The Marquis of Yong'an's true qi is pure and majestic, but the true qi that this humble Taoist felt just now was soft and weak. This should be the true qi that the princess cultivated herself. In other words, the princess might have unintentionally stepped into the martial artist's realm of drawing qi into the body. Drawing qi into the body. When these words came out, the entire room was shocked. Everyone, including Li Yuan, all widened their eyes and were inexplicably shocked. The Tangs revered martial arts. There were so many martial artists in the world, but compared to the huge population, the proportion of martial artists was still very low. Martial artists who could cultivate true qi were even fewer. An originally soft and weak little girl suddenly became a martial artist with true qi. No matter how one listened to it, it felt inconceivable. How is this possible? Xianxia has never practiced martial arts in this year. How can she cultivate true qi in her body? Waves of shock surged in Li Er's heart. He still found it hard to accept this reality. No. Your Majesty. Xianxia has practiced it. She practiced Taiji Fist for half a year. Empress Zhong's son suddenly thought of something and quickly added. Taiji Fist. Sun Simiao's eyes lit up and his face suddenly became excited. If that's the case, then it makes sense. Last year, I saw Taiji Fist in the academy. This fist technique contains the Taoist theory of yin and yang. It can be both yin and yang. It can nourish one's qi and build one's body. Its effect is no less than the 5 animal frolics. Your Highness's Taoist heart is bright. It is not surprising that you can understand the essence of the Taiji Fist and cultivate a trace of Taoist true qi. There's such a thing. After listening to Sun Simiao's analysis, Li Er felt a little incredulous. Dr. Sun, doesn't that mean that if the Empress persists in practicing Taiji Fist every day, she will also be able to cultivate Taoist true qi and strengthen her ability to resist qi disease? The illness of Empress Zhong's son and Xianxia had always been a thorn in Li Er's heart. He was always worried that the 2 most important people in his life would suddenly leave him one day. At this moment, hearing Sun Simiao say that Xianxia had cultivated genuine qi because of Taiji Fist, Li Er suddenly had the idea of letting Empress Zhong's son follow suit. Sun Simiao shook his head. Of course not. Taiji Fist is exquisite, but in my opinion, those who can rely on Taiji Fist to cultivate genuine qi are absolutely 1 in a million. Your Highness is a very special case. Haha. Under various coincidences, Your Highness's qi disease has taken a huge turn for the better. With a little treatment in the future, it is very likely that she will completely recover. Right, just now I also found that Your Highness's heart and lungs are much more energetic than before. I wonder if Your Majesty and Her Highness have given Your Highness any supplements to strengthen your heart and lungs in the past year? If it were not for this, Your Highness would be in great danger today. When Li Er heard that Xianxia might completely recover, he was naturally happy. However, after listening to the second half of Sun Simiao's words, he frowned and fell into deep thought. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, There has been no change in Xianxia's diet. I have also never heard of anything in this world that can help Xianxia treat her qi disease and strengthen her heart and lungs. Your Majesty. Divine Dr. Sun definitely wouldn't say something that wasn't true. There must be some details that we've forgotten. Wait for me to call Xianxia's personal maid over. She knows Xianxia's usual diet the best. We will know after asking her. Empress Zhong's son thought for a long time but couldn't think of anything. However, she believed that Sun Simiao wouldn't talk nonsense, so she suggested. Come. Quickly call Li over. Empress Zhong's son shouted and ordered. Yes. After a while, Xianxia's personal maid was brought in by an inner attendant. Without waiting for her to greet him, Li Er asked directly, I'm here to ask you, is there anything unusual about Xianxia's diet in the past few months? It had been more than 2 hours since Xianxia fell into a coma. Those who were well informed in the palace knew that something had happened to Xianxia. At this moment, hearing Li Er's question, Li Er was almost scared to death because she subconsciously thought that Li Er was suspecting that Xianxia's accident was related to her daily diet. Her face suddenly turned pale. Your Majesty. This servant has personally tasted Princess's daily diet. It is absolutely. Haha. Li Er, don't be nervous. His Majesty doesn't mean to blame you. Moreover, Xianxia is doing very well now. His Majesty, and I just want to ask if Xianxia has eaten anything unusual but very beneficial to her body recently. Empress Zhong's son saw Li Er's nervous face and knew that this girl was thinking wrongly. She smiled and comforted her. Li Er heaved a sigh of relief. She blinked her eyes and thought seriously. Suddenly she said, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. This servant remembers. If there is anything unusual that Her Highness the Princess has eaten in the past 6 months, it is only fried locusts. Last autumn, ever since Marquis Yong advised Her Highness to eat more fried locusts, Her Highness the Princess has to eat 1 serving every day. Locusts. Li Er's expression shook. He clapped his hands and said, I also remember. Last year, Marquis Yong said that eating locusts is beneficial to treating qi disease. Dr. Sun, I wonder if there is such a saying? Sun Simiao frowned. He closed his eyes and pondered for a while with a serious expression. Suddenly he said with a joyful face, "Locusts have a warm nature and can open orifices. It is indeed a good medicine to treat qi disease. Why didn't I think of it in the past? Marquis Yang, and is really a medical prodigy. If he is willing to study medicine wholeheartedly, his medical skills will definitely not be inferior to mine in the future. Dr. Sun, go take a look at Marquis Yang, and I reckon that he is already exhausted to the point of collapse." Li Er looked towards the side hall and sighed faintly. He thought to himself, "Looks like I have wronged Li Zishuan in the past." However, it was impossible for him to apologize. He was the emperor, so how could he apologize to others? At most, he would give Li Zishuan more compensation in other aspects in the future. Chapter 1171. Sun Simiao was right. It was indeed 1 in a million to be able to sense qi with Taiji fist alone. Chang'e was able to create miracles mainly because she didn't want to die. Moreover, she worshipped Li Zishuan unconditionally. Since Li Zishuan said that Taiji fist was beneficial to resisting qi disease, she naturally had to practice it seriously every day. She never had any doubts in her heart. All she needed to think about was practicing hard every day. She couldn't relax for even a day. Perhaps it was because of this pure worship and persistent pursuit that she could become the lucky 1 in a million, and also give her the opportunity to completely get rid of qi disease. Even in the 21st century, with the advanced medical conditions, she was considered a miracle in the medical field. Why hasn't my husband come back yet? Did something happen in the palace? I heard that my husband injured King of Lu's guard. This time, the retired emperor suddenly summoned my husband. Is he deliberately making things difficult for my husband to vent his anger for King of Lu? In the Yunshan residence, it was almost noon. Han Yushi still hadn't seen Li Zishuan return. She became more and more worried. Thinking of the conflict between Li Zishuan and Li Yuanchang, Han Yushi's heart gradually sank. Yushi, what did Xian go to Chang'an for? Why hasn't he come back yet? Mrs. Li felt that Han Yushi's expression was a little abnormal, so she asked, "Mother, my husband just went to Chang'an to explain some things to the members of the Chamber of Commerce. He should be back in the afternoon. Let's eat first. It won't be good if it gets cold," Han Yushi said hurriedly. This was also what Li Zishuan told her before he left. The purpose was to not let the family worry. "Oh, in that case, let's eat first," Mrs. Li replied suspiciously. Yi Guozhong's eyes flashed. He said thoughtfully, "Xiaoxian is now grounded. How could he leave Yunshan? Yushi, tell me honestly, did something happen to Xiaoxian? Tell us and we can help him together." Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Yi Guozhong instantly noticed the loophole in Han Yushi's words. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone in the family turned to look at Han Yushi. Han Yushi immediately felt as if she was sitting on pins and needles. She hesitated for a moment before telling the truth. "Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, hubby today." As Han Yushi spoke, the expressions of Yi Guozhong, Li Jingma, and the others gradually turned solemn. In the end, Yi Guozhong said, "There's no need to overthink it. It's definitely the retired emperor who was instigated by His Highness King Lu to summon little Xian into the palace for revenge." Mrs. Li suddenly panicked and hurriedly asked, "Father, in that case, what should he do? We have to think of a way to save Xian." Yi Guozhong heaved a sigh and shook his head. "The palace is heavily guarded. How can ordinary citizens like us enter the palace to save little Xian?" Seeing Mrs. Li's gloomy face, Yi Guozhong couldn't bear to say, "Yuzhu, you and Jingma don't have to worry too much. Although the retired emperor can decide the life and death of anyone, now that His Majesty is in power and little Xian is deeply favored by His Majesty, it's impossible for His Majesty to not know about him entering the palace. When the time comes, he will definitely not sit idly by." Hearing this, everyone was slightly relieved. Suddenly, Lan said, "Father, mother, Lan saw Brother Xiaoke riding down the mountain with Grandpa Sun in the morning. Is someone sick? Brother and Dr. Sun went to see a doctor?" "What? Priest Sun was also invited into the palace?" Yi Guozhong frowned. If that was the case, the situation would be even more complicated. Li Zishuan had a dream. It was a very long dream. In the dream, he returned to the modern era. But with him, He returned to the modern era with his martial arts, his family, friends, and Li heir. In the dream, he brought a group of ancient people to the modern era to go shopping, sit in the car, watch television, play games, and have a lot of fun. This dream seemed to have no end. Time passed quickly in the dream. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, until a few decades later. At that time, the group of Tang Dynasty people that he brought to the modern era all told him that they wanted to go back to the Tang Dynasty. Because although the Tang Dynasty was more backward than the modern era, it was still their Tang Dynasty. Their Tang Dynasty. In the end, everyone went back, and he was the only one left in the modern world. Loneliness, helplessness, coldness, loneliness, all kinds of negative emotions lingered in his heart. Even though he was dreaming, his expression was still full of sadness. I want to go back too. That is also my Tang Dynasty. Li Zishuan in the dream suddenly said firmly. Little Xian. Little Xian. Li Zishuan, who was sleeping, suddenly heard a familiar call. Gradually, he opened his eyes with great effort and saw a white-bearded old Taoist sitting by the bed, looking at him with a smile. Who else could it be other than Sun Simiao? Little Xian. You're finally awake? Sun Simiao smiled gently. Li Zishuan suddenly realized that everything seemed to have returned to the beginning. Last spring, when he first came to this world, the first person he saw when he opened his eyes was also Sun Simiao. And at that time, Sun Simiao was also treating him. Everything was so similar. Taoist Sun, thank you so much. You've saved my life again. Li Zishuan struggled to pull his hands out and saluted Sun Simiao. His voice was very weak. Sun Simiao made a rare joke and said, Okay. You don't have to be so polite with me. Take care of yourself first. Otherwise, who will help me build the Tang Dynasty Joint Medical Center? Li Zishuan smiled and said, All right. Taoist priest, is Chang'e out of danger? Of course, he had confidence in Sun Simiao's golden needle technique. This was just a casual question. Sun Simiao smiled and said, She's out of danger? Little Xian, I'll tell you a piece of good news. This time, I'm very confident that the princess's qi will be completely cured. How is this possible? Li Zishuan found it hard to believe. After all, even in modern times, it was impossible to completely cure asthma. Haha, I never lie. Little Xian, take care of yourself for a while. I'll go back to Yunshan after prescribing a medicine for the princess. Sun Simiao said casually. Not long after, old man Sun left, but Li Yuan came. He walked straight to the side of Li Zishuan's bed and laughed loudly. Yo! You're awake. Haha. Not bad. Good job. Luckily, you're here today. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I'll lose Chang'e forever. Even if Erlang doesn't reward you, I'll reward you. Say it, what do you want? As long as I have it, I'll reward you. Chapter 1172. Taiji Palace. Li Yuan's bedroom. Looking at the smiling Li Yuan in front of him, Li Zishuan secretly curled his lips. He thought to himself, just now you, this rotten old man, should have wanted to chop off this young master's head. Now, your face changes really quickly. Retired Emperor, this subject is on good terms with Qing Ke and the Crown Prince. Saving the princess is a matter of course. I don't ask for any reward. Li Zishuan felt that his body had already recovered some strength. Thus, he got off the bed and cupped his hands towards Li Yuan. In order to avoid some criticism, he could only involve Li Tai and Li Chengqian. Li Yuan's eyes glared, and he said unhappily, What? You think Zhen can't give you a reward? Humph. Although Zhen can't leave the palace now, Zhen still has all kinds of treasures and wealth. If you want beauties, Zhen can also give you hundreds. If you want to be promoted, Zhen will speak to Erlang. I don't think he will disobey Zhen. Hey, this old geezer is really narcissistic. Li Zishuan didn't want to be entangled with Li Yuan on this matter. He quickly said, Retired Emperor, this subject definitely didn't mean that. This subject is now deeply indebted to the Emperor. Wealth, official titles, and beauties are not lacking. Therefore, this subject really doesn't need a reward. He was very clear in his heart that whether it was official titles or wealth, he had already reached a peak. Advancing further would definitely be a disaster and not a blessing. Moreover, He didn't save Chang'e for a reward. He just felt sorry for this little girl who had been suffering from illness all this time. Heh! It's rare for you to be modest today. However, what should be rewarded should still be rewarded. At this moment, Li Er walked in with Empress Zhang's son, Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and Li Ku. Li Er's face was flushed red as if he had won a battle. He came in front of Li Zishuan and said, "Today, not only did you save Chang'e, but because of you, there is hope that Chang'e's illness can be completely cured. This can be considered to have solved one of Zhen's worries. You should be rewarded. And you must be heavily rewarded." He did have a reason to be happy. Chang'e's recovery gave him hope because Empress Jianghu's situation was exactly the same as Chang'e's. Now, with Chang'e's example, there was hope for Empress Jianghu's illness to be cured. Actually, Li Zishuan just wanted to go home as soon as possible. He was about to reject him when Li Er waved his hand and said, "I know you don't lack anything now, but I still want to reward you. How about this, now that you have 8 villages under you, we might as well bestow all of Lantian County to you." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone, including Li Zishuan, was stunned. There was no other reason. This reward was simply too shocking. How big was Lantian County? This wasn't easy to measure at the moment, but the most direct measurement was population. Lantian County was considered a large county, and there were at least 50 to 60,000 people in the county. If converted into households, there were at least 10,000 households. Although Li Zishuan's current title was only that of a marquis, he could live in 10,000 households. This was a treatment that even ordinary princes couldn't enjoy. Furthermore, Lantian County was close to Chang'an, and its geographical location was rather important. Yet, Li Er gave it to Li Zishuan as his fief. This kind of generosity was not small. It could be said that just based on this reward, Li Er treated Li Zishuan better than his own son. As such, Li Zishuan could be said to have become the second largest landlord in Great Tang. Cough cough. The first was of course Li Er. In terms of land, no one could compare to him. After all, he had a vast territory. Your Majesty, please retract your order. This subject dares not accept such a heavy reward. Li Zishuan's heart trembled. After a moment, he hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "The bigger the bowl, the bigger the rice." Li Zishuan knew very well that the current him definitely couldn't enjoy such a large fief. Even if he agreed to Li Er's reward today, in the future, the court would definitely not agree to it. This reward was too big, to the point that no one could accept it. Humph. Our words carry enormous weight. Since it's given to you, you should accept it. As for the rest, if they have any objections, tell them to look for us. Others might think that this reward was too heavy, but Li Er didn't think it was heavy at all. After all, Li Zishuan had saved the 2 most important people in his life. A few years ago, when Chang'e and Chang's son were suffering from illness, he even thought that as long as someone could completely cure their illness, he would be willing to give half of the country. Now, this was just Lantian County. Even if the court officials had objections, he would still insist on such a reward. Everyone had their own selfish motives, and Li Er was no exception. For the sake of his loved ones, he would definitely not regret being selfish for once. Your Majesty, Li Zishuan wanted to say more, but Li Er waved his hand and said, "Enough, there's no need to say any more. Giving you Lantian County, other than because you cured Chang'e's illness, another reason is that us heard that you're very good at governing a place. Right now, Plum Village, Han Family Manor, and the rest of your fiefs have all become rich lands that everyone in the vicinity of Chang'e is envious of. We have bestowed the entire Lantian County to you in hopes that you can continue to work hard and help us manage this county well. You've exhausted yourself today. Us won't keep you any longer. Go back and rest early." Then, this official will take his leave. At this point, Li Zishuan knew that no matter how he tried to persuade Li Er wouldn't change his mind. In fact, he also secretly hoped that his fief could be bigger, but he couldn't tell the exact reason. Perhaps this was the special plot that Chinese people had towards land. He just hoped that in the later court meetings, when the civil and military officials quarreled with Li Er over this matter, they wouldn't drag him into it. After cupping his hands towards Li Er, Empress Zhang's son, and Li Yuan, Li Zishuan walked out of the room. Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and Li Ku followed closely behind. "Little Xian, it's all thanks to you today. I owe you for this. He's yours. If you need anything, As long as it's within my power, I definitely won't hesitate. Li Chengqian said with a face full of joy. Li Zishuan frowned and couldn't help but say, Chengqian, I already told retired emperor earlier that saving Chang'e was because of friendship. Moreover, you're the heir to the throne. I hope that you won't make this kind of promise to anyone under any circumstances. It's not good for you. Li Chengqian was a bit too excited just now. He also knew that Li Zishuan's words made sense. Hearing this, he said embarrassedly, Little Xian, you're right. Then I'll prepare a table of good wine some other day to thank you for saving Chang'e today. How about it? Li Zishuan laughed loudly and said, Haha, drinking wine is fine. Just don't make me pay the bill when the time comes. Li Chengqian laughed in spite of himself and said, Little Xian, you're joking. Even if it was a year ago, I could still afford to treat you to a drink. Li Zishuan smiled but didn't say anything. Then he looked towards Li Tai and Li Ku. His gaze was slightly heavy as he asked, How did Chang'e know that I was here? Was it you who reported the news? She ran all the way from Chang'e Palace to here. Why didn't you stop her? Don't you know that she has an illness and can't stand the cold wind? Chapter 1173. On the arched bridge in front of Taiji Palace. Li Tai and Li Ku, the two grand princes, were trembling in fear in front of Li Zishuan, a marquis. If this scene was seen by others, their jaws would drop to the ground. Mountain Elder, it was Chang'e who told Xiao Ku and me before that if little royal uncle were to find trouble with you, we should call her over to plead with royal grandfather. The situation was urgent at that time, and we didn't expect Chang'e's chi to suddenly act up. Li Tai's face was full of self-blame. He rubbed his hands and said guiltily. Li Zishuan snorted coldly. Humph. Then do you know that your carelessness almost killed Chang'e? As the elder brother, you caused the death of your sister. I wonder if you'll be able to live in peace for the rest of your lives. Li Tai and Li Ku's faces turned pale when they heard this. Li Chengqian quickly mediated. All right, Xiaoxian, since it has already happened, there's no point in saying anything more. Fortunately, Chang'e now has a blessing in disguise. She has a chance to completely cure her chi. Priest Sun said before that there can be no construction without destruction. No one expected her chi to flare up this time, but the end result is still good. Seeing that Li Chengqian took the initiative to speak up for Li Tai and Li Ku, Li Zishuan was secretly relieved. These brothers were finally acting like brothers, and no longer schemed against each other all the time. Haha. When Dr. Sun said that Chang'e used Taiji Fist to cultivate true chi, I was shocked. Xiaoxian, I didn't expect the Taiji Fist you taught to the students of the academy to be so magical. If the common people or the people of Jianghu knew about this, they would definitely go to the academy to learn it. Li Chengqian said with a smile. What? Chang'e used Taiji Fist to cultivate chi? Li Zishuan's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. When he taught Chang'e Taiji Fist to the students, he only wanted them to strengthen their bodies. He didn't expect that someone could cultivate chi. After all, for ordinary people, the profound meaning of Taiji Fist was too profound. If they did not understand the fist intent and only understood the fist form, it was impossible for them to reach a higher level. Therefore, Li Zishuan was surprised that Chang'e could use Taiji Fist to cultivate true chi. Just think about it. A delicate and weak little girl suddenly became a martial artist with true chi. No matter how one listened to it, it felt unreal. Perhaps this was the only way to describe Chang'e's talent in martial arts. Yes. I'm ashamed to say that I came into contact with Taiji Fist earlier than Chang'e, but I neglected to practice it. My progress is not even 1,000th of Chang'e's. Li Chengqian nodded with a face full of regret. With Chang'e as a living example, the Li family no longer dared to underestimate Taiji Fist. They believed that after today, there would be a craze for Taiji Fist in the palace. Li Tai scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Ahem. I'm going to start practicing Tai Chi next semester. Maybe in a few years, I can become a martial arts expert like Yamacho, hee. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered with this little fatty. Was it so easy to become a martial arts expert? Let's not talk about it now. We'll talk another day. Li Zishuan waved his hand and prepared to go home. He had stayed in the palace for so long that his family must be worried sick. Yamacho, Qingke and I are going back to Yunshan too. Why don't we take a carriage back to Yunshan together? Li Ke's eyes flashed with worry as he hurriedly said. He was mainly worried that Li Zixuan would get into trouble while riding a horse in his current condition. That was why he suggested it in a roundabout way. Yes. All right then. Li Zixuan thought about it and accepted Li Ke's kindness. Riding a horse in such cold weather was indeed not a pleasant thing, especially in the north. The wind was like knives on the face. No matter how good one's martial arts were, it would not feel good. Husband, you're finally back. As evening approached, he finally returned to the residence. Han Yushi was waiting at the door. Seeing Li Zixuan return, she hurriedly got up and greeted him. Did the retired emperor make things difficult for you? Madame Li asked Li Zixuan as she stood up. Mother. It's nothing. It's mainly because something happened in the palace, so I was delayed for a while. Li Zixuan replied with a relaxed expression. Madame Li smiled as if relieved of a burden. Half an hour ago, Daoist Sun returned from Chang'an. Mother heard from Daoist Sun that Princess Chang'e had a relapse. You were in the palace helping to treat her. How is Her Highness now? She's fine. According to Divine Dr. Sun, it's very likely that she'll recover in the future. Li Zixuan avoided the topic. Naturally, he could not tell his family that he had fainted because he had transferred qi to Chang'e in the palace. That's great. Her Highness is cute and kind. To be safe and healthy is truly a blessing to my great Tang. Madame Li sighed with joy. She had seen Chang'e when she came to the Li household. Moreover, she liked this little girl from the bottom of her heart. Now that she heard that the little girl's illness that had troubled her for several years could be cured, she naturally felt happy. Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, please continue chatting. I'm a bit tired. I'll go in and rest for a while. Li Zixuan's body couldn't help but sway. He hurriedly regained his footing and said a few words to the elders in the room before heading to his bedroom. This time, his body had truly been hollowed out. At the very least, he would need to recuperate for several days before he could fully recover. Mother. Then I'll go see husband. Han Yushi looked worriedly at Li Zixuan's back. She turned her head and said a few words before following after him. 2 days later, the civil and military officials who had taken 7 days of New Year's Eve finally returned to work in the imperial court. The first day of work after the New Year's Eve was unusually busy. Every department in the 3 provinces and 6 ministries had to report the backlog of problems to Li Er one by one. The morning court session lasted until noon, and it still hadn't ended. At this time, many officials' stomachs were already growling from hunger. Unexpectedly, Li Er released a shocking piece of news at this time. 2 days ago, Chang'e's illness suddenly flared up. The Duke of Yong stabilized Chang'e's condition with his own efforts and used an ingenious prescription. There is hope that Chang'e's illness can be completely cured. All these years, Chang'e's illness has always been a sore point for me. Now that the Duke of Yong has completely cured it, I am very happy. Therefore, I have decided to bestow the entire Lantian County to the Duke of Yong as his fief. What do you think? Boom! Bestow the entire Lantian County to Li Zixuan? The moment he said that, the officials were in an uproar. Your Majesty! I don't think so. Although the Duke of Yong has made great contributions, it's too much to bestow the entire Lantian County to him. Please retract your order, Your Majesty. Wei Zheng frowned. He felt that Li Er was completely acting on impulse. Thus, he took a step forward and spoke righteously. Chapter 1174. Why is the reward too excessive? Chang'e is the apple of our eye. We have said before that if anyone can cure Chang'e's illness, we will give them half of the country. Right now, it is only a small Lantian county. Wei Zhuqing, are you looking down on us or Chang'e by saying that the reward is too excessive? Within the Taiji Palace, Li Er saw that Wei Zhang was the first to jump out to oppose and frowned. He paused and snorted with displeasure. But how could Wei Zheng retreat because of Li Er's displeasure? This fellow was the most typical thorn in the imperial court during the Zhengguan era. Opposing Li Er had already become a common occurrence for him. Your Majesty, this old subject is not looking down on anyone, but if all the citizens of Lantian County are in fief to Marquis Yong, how is that different from Western Zhou's enfeoffment system? Could it be that Your Majesty wants to restore the Zhou system? Enfeoffment system. Hearing this sensitive word, the faces of all the officials in the palace turned serious. In the history of ancient China, ever since the Qin dynasty unified the 6 states, the biggest problem that the founding emperors of each dynasty faced was which system to adopt to manage the country and ensure that the country would always remain in the hands of their own people. Regarding this, the Qin first emperor thought of a way to abolish the enfeoffment system and change it to a county system. As for the county magistrates, they were personally appointed by the emperor to govern the region. However, the Qin dynasty only existed for 15 years before disappearing. Later on, many founding emperors used the Qin dynasty's disappearance as a lesson and implemented the enfeoffment system. During the implementation of the enfeoffment system, because the emperor's relatives were watching over the country, they had a very close relationship. Thus, the citizens lived very well and there were very few disturbances. However, this could only be done when the founding emperor was on the throne. Once the founding emperor died, there would be another catastrophe. Many vassals would start to fight for the throne and start to rebel. For example, the Western Han's rebellion of the state of Qi, and the Western Jin's rebellion of the 8 princes. However, during the Tang dynasty, although there were painful lessons from the Han and Jin dynasties, Li Er still wanted to use the enfeoffment system to reward his son and the officials who helped him obtain the throne. According to historical records, in the 7th month of the first year of Zhengguan, Li Er sought out Xiao Yu to discuss the enfeoffment system. Xiao Yu was a person who greatly respected the Zhou rites and could be said to be the most enthusiastic proponent of the enfeoffment system. At that time, he said, "Based on my observation of the previous dynasty, I believe that the enfeoffment system will last for a long time." The Qin dynasty had 6 states, but the 2nd generation died. The Han dynasty had the world, and the commanderies participated in the construction, but it took more than 400 years. The Wei and Jin dynasties were abolished, and could not last forever. Li Er was overjoyed that he had finally found a like-minded person. He was about to issue a decree to reward the officials who had rendered meritorious service. But at the crucial moment, Li Er's idea was vehemently opposed by the officials led by Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Wei Zhang, Li Baiyao, and Yan Shirgu. In their view, the enfeoffment system was the root of the country's troubles. Once this loophole was opened, the Tang Empire would inevitably be plunged into a chaotic state of war. Thus, at that time, the imperial court was divided into the anti-enfeoffment system and the enfeoffment system. But after Li Er's consideration, he finally decided not to enfeoffment system. The anti-enfeoffment system faction obtained a temporary victory. Now that the old matter was brought up again, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others could not sit still. Bastard! How could Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, not know what was at stake? His expression changed as he slammed the table and stood up. He pointed at Wei Zhang and said angrily, "Wei Xuanqing, don't confuse the public. I am only giving Lantian County to the Marquis of Yong'an as a fief. What does this have to do with the enfeoffment system?" Seeing Li Er so angry, the officials in the imperial court immediately dispelled the idea of joining in the fun. Now that Li Er had ascended the throne for a long time, he had accumulated more and more power. Many officials were still afraid of him getting angry. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui looked at each other. Finally, the two of them looked at Zhang Sun Wuji at the same time. But the latter actually closed his eyes and crossed his arms, standing on the spot as if he was asleep. What a joke! Chang'e was Zhang Sun Wuji's niece. Now that Li Zishuan had saved Chang'e, no matter what, Zhang Sun Wuji, as her uncle, had to accept this favor. On this matter, even if he did not support it, he could not oppose it. Besides, in his heart, he also felt that Wei Zhang was making a big fuss over a minor issue. It was just a county in Lantian County. Although it was a little out of bounds compared to Li Zishuan's title, forcefully connecting it to the feudal system was a little too far-fetched. After reading Zhang Sun Wuji's attitude, Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui looked at each other and shook their heads. In the end, they did not go out to stand up for Wei Zhang. The pitiful Wei Zhang suddenly became a lonely warrior, facing Li Er's anger with his own strength. But the reason why a troublemaker was called a troublemaker was because he was not afraid of difficulties and faced them head-on. Wei Zhang was never afraid of difficulties. He took a step forward and said aggressively, "Your Majesty." As the saying goes, a small clue reveals the whole picture. Although a county cannot be compared to the enfeoffment system of the Western Zhou dynasty, once this example is made, I fear that our Tang Empire will repeat the mistakes of the Han and Jin dynasties. Speaking of which, this fellow was really stubborn and dared to say anything. If it was in the Ming and Qing dynasties, just based on his words, the emperor would chop off his head and even exterminate his entire family. However, even though Zhenguan's words were more liberal, when Li Er heard this disgraceful sentence, he could not help but spit fire from his eyes. He pointed at Wei Zhang and said in exasperation, "Good, good, good, good for you, Wei Xuanqing. Do you really think that the tolerance I gave you is indulgence? How presumptuous! Men, drag Wei Zhang out and flog him 100 times." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall was shocked. Ever since the Qin and Han dynasties, especially during the Sui and Tang dynasties, the monarchs had always treated their ministers with respect. It was extremely rare for them to use torture on their ministers. It was only after the Ming dynasty that it gradually became more common to use caning on ministers. What I say is for the sake of the country. I am worthy of the heavens and the earth. Today, if your majesty wants to be like King Zhou of Shang, I am willing to do it. Wei Zheng's temper also rose at this time. He straightened his neck and looked directly at Li Er, tit for tat. Presumptuous. Men, drag him out and flog him 200 times. Hurry. When Li Er heard this, he was so angry that he almost flipped the table. He roared out of the hall. Suddenly, 2 silver-armored generals came in and walked in the direction of Wei Zhang. At this moment, Feng Xianling could no longer sit still. If these 200 flogs were to be flogged, wouldn't Wei Zhang die directly? He quickly stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, please calm down. Your Majesty, please calm down." Wei Xuanqing is straightforward and outspoken. Although his words were a bit extreme, I hope that your Majesty can forgive him on account of his dedication to the country. Chapter 1175. Forgive? How do you want me to forgive? It is because I have forgiven him time and time again that he is so unbridled now. Li Er's angry voice roared in every corner of the Taiji Palace. Only now did people see Li Er's determination to reward Li Zishuan. Your Majesty, Minister Wei's words are indeed inappropriate, but it is not enough to warrant punishment. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Zhang Sun Wuji also stood out. These were 2 separate matters. He indeed did not support Wei Zheng's words, but seeing that Li Er was about to punish the minister, he still had to step forward to stop it. This example could not be set. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Since Zhang Sun Wuji had stood out to plead for leniency, the other ministers could not remain indifferent. Instantly, a large group of people bowed. When Li Er saw this, he was so angry that he did not know what to say. At this moment, Wei Zhang recklessly said, "This old minister's life and death are not important, but as your Majesty's minister, this minister should think for your Majesty's country. Giving Lantian County to the Marquis of Yong'an is against the law, and this minister believes that the Marquis of Yong'an will not agree. The people of Lantian County will also not agree." Li Er was so angry that he laughed. "Good. Since Wei Xuanqing is so confident, then do you dare to make a bet with me?" Wei Zhang said without hesitation. "Why wouldn't I dare? But how does your Majesty want to bet?" Li Er said with his hands behind his back. "Humph. Let's bet on my decision. Whether Li Zishuan agrees or not. Whether the people of Lantian County agree or not. With 2 days as the limit, I hope that after 2 days, you Wei Xuanqing can still be so unyielding." Humph. Court dismissed. Without giving Wei Zhang a chance to refuse, Li Er flicked his sleeves and announced the dismissal of the court session. "Hey! Wei Xuanqing, Wei Xuanqing. Don't you have nothing better to do? Your Majesty wants to give little Xian some land. What does that have to do with you? Jumping out in such a hurry to object. Isn't this just finding trouble for yourself?" The officials had been hungry all morning and wanted to go home to eat. When Li Er announced the end of the court session, the officials went back to their homes. Chang Yaojin walked to Wei Zheng's side and patted his arm. As one of Li Zishuan's elders, he naturally stood on Li Zishuan's side in this matter. However, Li Zishuan's temper was too big in the morning assembly, so he didn't want to add fuel to the fire. He could only mock Wei Zhang after the assembly ended. "Humph. Lu Guogong, this old man is wholeheartedly devoted to the public. I only care about the matter, not the person. No matter who is involved in this matter today, this old man will come out and stop His Majesty from acting willfully." Wei Zhang rolled his eyes and snorted at Chang Yaojin. "Hey! What a stubborn old man. Just you wait. Old Cheng, Don't even need to look to know that you're going to lose this bet with His Majesty. Don't cry when the time comes. Haha. Chang Yaojin waved his hand, not willing to waste any more time with a one-track-minded person like Wei Zhang. He left Taiji Palace and returned home. Damn it! This Wei Xuanqing has repeatedly contradicted me. It's really hateful. It seems that I have been too lenient with him in the past. After the assembly, Li Er came to the Sweet Dew Hall. Recalling everything that had happened in the morning assembly, he became angrier and angrier. In the end, he pushed away the memorials on the table and roared angrily. Your Majesty, please calm down. Don't be angry. At this time, Empress Zhang's son happened to walk in from outside the hall. Her complexion seemed to be much better than 2 days ago. Guanyin maid? Come and sit. When Li Er saw that it was Empress Zhang's son, he quickly restrained the anger on his face. After Zhang's son sat beside him, he asked with concern, How is Chang'e recovering? Empress Zhang's son smiled and said, Your Majesty, Chang'e has completely recovered after 2 days of recuperation by Dr. Sunday. This morning, this concubine followed Chang'e and practiced Taiji fist twice. Li Er immediately forgot some of the unpleasantness in the assembly and said with a smile, Good. Guanyin maid, you have to practice Taiji fist every day in the future. If I have time, I will practice with you. I heard from the Marquis of Yong, and that even if ordinary people can't sense qi when practicing Taiji fist, if they practice more, it will only be good for the body. When the locusts flood this summer, the palace's food must have locusts every day. In the long run, Guanyin maid, your qi will definitely slowly improve. Li Chengqian's prediction was right. After the incident with Chang'e, there was indeed a craze for Taiji fist in the palace. Not only Empress Zhang's son, but some of the concubines, princes, and princesses in the harem also followed to practice Taiji fist. Now, Li Er could be considered to have performed a real-life version of delicious. Last year, when the academy used locusts to make the delicacy, soaring to heaven, Li Er wanted to find trouble with Li Zishuan after learning the truth. Unexpectedly, he was now looking forward to eating locusts in the palace again. Yes, delicious. The changes in the world could be said to be wonderful. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. This concubine understands. If there was a chance to live longer, she believed that no one would be willing to die early. Why wouldn't Empress Zhang's son want to live a healthy life with Li Er? Therefore, when she practiced Taiji fist, she was more serious than anyone else. At this time, she looked at the scattered memorials on the ground and bent down to pick them up while smiling softly. On the way here, this concubine heard that Wei Xuanqing contradicted Your Majesty in the morning court. I think Your Majesty should be worried about this matter just now? Humph! That stubborn old man. When Wei Zhang was mentioned, Li Er immediately became angry. He briefly recounted what had happened in the morning to Empress Zhang's son. At the end, he couldn't help but add, Guanyin maid, do you think this Wei Zhang is arrogant because he is pampered? He completely took our previous tolerance for him as indulgence. He actually compared me to King Zhou of Shang and compared himself to Shanggan? Humph! If I were King Zhou of Shang, Wei Zhang would have died who knows how many times. In fact, the reason why Li Er was so angry today, other than Wei Zhang's attitude being a bit reckless, was that he had already promised to bestow Lantian County to Li Zishuan yesterday. Moreover, his father Li Yuan was still present at that time. In this way, if he really couldn't fulfill his promise because of Wei Zhang, not only would he lose his prestige, he would also become a joke in Li Yuan's eyes. This was absolutely not allowed to happen. Li Er had a very deep obsession in his heart, and that was to be an emperor for all eternity. No matter how bad it was, he had to be better than Li Yuan. He wanted to prove to his father that no one was more suitable to sit on the throne than him. Haha! Your Majesty, please calm down. That last bet of yours has caused Wei Xuanqing to suffer miserably this time. I don't know if someone will throw stones at Wei Xuanqing's house in the next 2 days. Empress Zhang's son softly comforted, then thought of something and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Chapter 1176. It was almost evening, in the Yunshan residence. Li Zishuan looked at the golden silk in his hand and helplessly revealed a trace of a bitter smile. He could only hear himself muttering to himself, Wei Zhang, this time it's not me who wants to make things difficult for you. It's His Majesty and the people. After that, He picked up the pen and paper on the table and scribbled a few lines of words. Then, he put it in an envelope and left the study. He called Pang Feiji and said, "Feiji, quickly send this letter to the workshop and give it to Ma Zhou." It was already the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, and the workshop had already resumed production. Correspondingly, the editorial department of Datong Daily had already started work 2 days ago. Therefore, some of the people in Chong and who had been away for work all year round had taken advantage of these 2 days to enjoy the freshly baked Datong Daily, which was still emitting the fragrance of ink. "Yes, Marquis." Pang Feiji bowed and accepted the order. "Mr. Ma, Marquis asked me to give this to you." In the new workshop, in the editorial department of Datong Daily. After Song Xiaoxi's report, Pang Feiji met Ma Zhou and handed over the letter from Li Zixuan. At this moment, Ma Zhou was writing the application materials for the evaluation of professors. After the Lantern Festival this year, the teachers of the academy would start school early. The first thing in the new semester would be the evaluation of teachers' titles. A few days ago, Li Zixuan had asked Ma Zhou to start preparing. At this time, he took the letter and opened it. He was stunned. If not for the fact that the handwriting on the letter was exactly the same as Li Zixuan's, he would have suspected that Pang Feiji was faking Li Zixuan's handwriting. "Please tell Marquis that there is no problem on my side." After putting away the letter, Ma Zhou's expression was strange. He then said to Pang Feiji in a muffled voice, "Okay. Then I'll take my leave." Pang Feiji was confused. However, he knew that some things could be asked and some things could not be asked. Therefore, he just nodded and left. Sigh. I really don't understand what Marquis is trying to do. After Pang Feiji left, Ma Zhou smiled and sighed. The next day, the headline of Datong Daily made Chong En, which had been bustling for a few days after the Spring Festival, boil again. This subject, Li Zixuan, has heard that Your Majesty wishes to bestow upon this subject the land of Lantian County. This subject is in fear and trepidation. As a marquis, to receive a county as a fief is indeed against the rules. This subject will also be criticized by my colleagues. However, as Your Majesty's subject, I am willing to share Your Majesty's worries and make the following promise. If within 3 years, this subject is unable to ensure that the people of Lantian district can afford to wear clothes, eat meat, and read books, this subject is willing to hand over all my fiefs. I welcome all the people and officials of the Great Tang to supervise this subject. Li Zixuan, 8th day of the 1st month of the 2nd year of Zhenguan. This short announcement was similar to a modern-day inauguration speech. However, this was the first time that the ancient people had seen such a form of announcement. They could not help but find it refreshing. However, what was more interesting was the content of the announcement. It seemed that Li Zixuan was going to bestow all of Lantian district to Li Zixuan. This was big news. Did I hear wrongly? His Majesty wants to bestow Lantian district to the Marquis of Yong'an? After reading the newspaper, the people exclaimed, especially those who lived in Lantian district or had relatives living in Lantian district. They were so excited that they almost jumped up. This is great. His Majesty is wise. From now on, I am also a farmer in Marquis's fief. Haha. In the future, my child might be able to attend school and even get into Yanhuang College. Haha. This is really good news. I have to go back and tell my child's mother. We have to celebrate at noon. Hey, old Zhong, you guys are really lucky this time. I used to say that you guys were too far away from Marquis's territory and couldn't become Marquis fief. Now, you guys have finally gotten what you wanted. Haha. I have to go to your house to drink some wine later. That's not a problem. Old Yang, whenever you go, there will be wine to drink. As Marquis's farmer, we can't be stingy. Uncle Zhong, there seems to be something wrong with this headline. Yu Dehang, the scholar that was saved by Li Zixuan as the vanguard of the Chui Down movement, happened to be in the city to buy books today. He heard that Chitsu Culture was doing some discount promotion recently. Buying books would be much cheaper than usual. On the way, he heard people talking about the headline in the newspaper. He simply bought a copy of the newspaper and then read the contents of the newspaper to his fellow villagers. When the villagers heard the contents of the newspaper, they could not help but be happy. However, he could not help but frown. What's wrong? Little Jing? Isn't this a good thing? What's wrong? You family manners Li Zhang, who was also the Uncle Zhong that Yu Dehang mentioned, was puzzled. That's right. Elementary scholar you're well read. Can you help us analyze what's wrong? The people of the same village all looked at Yu Dehang and talked at once. It could be seen that this scholar was very respected in their village. Uncle Zhong, think about it. If the emperor really gave Lontian County to the Marquis of Yong, and why hasn't the emperor issued an imperial edict for such a huge matter? Furthermore, the Marquis of Yong, and didn't have to put these words in the newspaper. I think there must be a deeper meaning behind this. Elementary scholar Yu frowned and said in a low voice. Uncle Zhong heard this and fell into deep thought. After a while, he nodded and said, Little Jing, what you said makes sense. There's something wrong with this. But no matter what, our village is about to be merged into Marquis fief. This is a joyous matter. Yu Dehang shook her head and said, Uncle Zhong, I'm afraid things aren't that simple. You see, Marquis said in the newspaper that as a Marquis, he received a county as his fief. This is against the rules and will cause criticism from his colleagues. Therefore, I'm guessing that there are court officials who are objecting to the emperor giving Lontian County to the Marquis of Yong'an as his fief. What? Someone objected? Who dares to object? Isn't this asking for our lives? We finally have the chance to become Marquis' villager. If we lose it because of them, then when will the people of our Yu family manor be able to eat meat and wear clothes? Uncle Zhong's eyes widened when he heard this and his voice involuntarily increased by an octave, attracting the attention of the passers-by. Uncle Zhong is right. Elementary scholar Yu, who exactly is objecting? This is a joyous matter for our village. We can't let anyone ruin it. The villagers were all filled with righteous indignation. Faced with the happiness that was about to fall into their bowl, no one wanted to watch it slip by. Yu Dehang thought for a while and said, Who exactly wants to stop the emperor from giving Lontian County to the Marquis of Yong'an? Let's split up and find out. Chapter 1177. It wasn't just the people of the Yu family manor. There were nearly 100 villages in Lontian County, and there were more or less villagers who came to Chang'an City today. Even those who didn't enter the city could obtain the news from the newspaper through various channels. When they heard that the entire Lontian County would become Li Zishuan's fiefdom, the commoners were undoubtedly elated. However, as the news spread, more and more people discovered the hidden meaning behind this announcement. Go, go, go! Old 7th Lu. Quickly go to Chang'an City. I heard that there are people who don't want Lontian County to become Marquis Yong'an's fiefdom. Let's quickly go to Chang'an City to take a look. What? Didn't Zhao Wazi say that His Majesty had already decreed that Lontian County would become Marquis Yong'an's fiefdom? Why did he change his mind now? Sigh. That's because you didn't read the newspaper carefully. Our village's Sir Wu said that Marquis Yong'an's words aren't as simple as they seem. Go, go, go. Quickly go. All right. Old Wang, wait. If someone really dares to mess up this matter, I, Old 7th Lu, will be the first to not let him off. Similar conversations occurred in various villages in Lontian County. The commoners who didn't go to the market were now heading towards Chang'an City. A flood was about to sweep over. It's left Deputy Wei. Scholar Yu, I heard from a servant and assistant minister, whose house that left Deputy Wei was the only one who strongly opposed His Majesty giving Lontian County to Marquis Yong'an. At 8:45 in the morning, the Yu family manor's dozen or so villagers gathered at the entrance of the East Market. One of the villagers said to Yu Dehang with a face full of resentment. As expected. Yu Dehang muttered to himself. Then he looked at Zhong Lijing and said, Uncle Zhong, what should we do now? To be honest, if it wasn't for this matter, left Deputy Wei would have always been my role model. However, if all the other villages in Lontian County were to be merged into Marquis' fiefdom, it would be beneficial to everyone. In terms of national law, left Deputy Wei's objection is indeed understandable. However, he neglected the feelings of us ordinary villagers. Zhong Lijing's gaze darkened. He looked at the surrounding villagers, who were all agitated and eager to fight, and slowly opened his mouth to speak. Wei Zhuchang is indeed a good official who cares about the people, but he can't just focus on the law and ignore the interests of the people of Lontian County. Let's go to Wei Zhuchang's house and ask him for an explanation. Good. To demand an explanation. Let's go and demand an explanation. As soon as Zhong Lijing finished speaking, he immediately received unanimous approval from the villagers. In the past, their Yu family manor wasn't Li Zishuan's fief, but they still managed to get by. However, humans were creatures. Once they were given hope and then disappointed, most people wouldn't be able to accept it. The villagers of the Yu family manor were now in such a situation. They saw that they had the hope of leading their families to a good life, but it was all ruined by Wei Zhang alone. How could they tolerate this? In addition, after learning that Wei Zhang was the instigator behind this, the people of the other villages all rushed to Wei Zhang's house in Yongxing Lane. There were more and more people, and they gradually formed a mighty torrent. They came from different villages, but at this moment, they all had the same goal, and that was to make Wei Zhang yield and stop interfering with Li Zishuan's reward. Madam! Madam! Not good. There are many people gathered outside the residence. The old gatekeeper of the Wei estate was the first to discover the abnormality and quickly reported it to the maidservants in the residence. The maidservants then ran to the rear courtyard to inform the mistress of the house, Madame Pei. When Madame Pei heard this, she said in surprise, "There are many people gathered outside the residence. Master has always been an honest official, so why would these people come to our house to cause trouble? Could it be that they were instigated by some vile people?" Madame Pei was born in a prestigious family, but she was willing to marry into the Wei family, which was in decline. What she valued was Wei Zheng's upright, honest, and outspoken nature. Although her life after marriage was very poor, with such a noble and clean husband, her spiritual life had always been quite fulfilling. Therefore, when she heard that there were people gathered outside the Wei estate today, she felt a burst of doubt. She might not dare to say anything else, but she felt that Wei Zheng's official and moral character were impeccable. "Madam, those people didn't cause trouble and didn't say anything else. They only said that they want to see Master and ask him to let them go." The maidservant bowed and replied. This group of people gathered in front of the Wei estate was much more rational and restrained compared to the group of people who gathered around the Chui estate last year. It was mainly because Wei Zheng's official reputation had always been very good, and most of the people felt that he was a good official. Although Wei Zhang might have made a mistake in the matter of Lantian County being awarded to Li Zishuan, the people still remembered that Wei Zhang had treated them well in the past and restrained their behavior. "Let them go. Let's go. Lu He, let's go out and take a look." Madame Pei thought about it and still couldn't understand how Wei Zhang had offended this group of people, so she stood up and said, "Madam, don't. You mustn't. There are too many people outside the estate. What if some bad people mixed in and hurt you? What should we do?" "Madam, you should wait for Master to return." When the maidservant heard this, she jumped in fright and hurriedly stopped her. At this time, Wei Zhang should still be in the morning court, so she didn't dare to let Madame Pei go out to investigate the situation. After all, the matter of the Chui estate being destroyed by the angry people more than a month ago was still fresh in the minds of many Chong'an citizens. "It's fine. Since these people didn't cause trouble, they definitely won't harm me." Lu He, quickly move aside. Madame Pei insisted. "I won't move aside. I can't let Madame go out and take risks. If Madame wants to go out, you have to step over my body." The maidservant did not back down. "Left Minister Wei. Left Minister Wei. I beg you to let us go." At this time, a commotion suddenly came from outside. Madame Pei's expression changed as she said, "Master is back. Let's go to the back of the courtyard to take a look." This time, Lu He didn't stop them and followed Madame Pei to the front yard. "Let you go? When have I ever done anything to harm you or restrict your freedom?" In front of the Wei estate, Wei Zhang had just returned from the morning court and saw many citizens gathered in front of the estate from afar. His heart sank and he hurriedly came to the front of the crowd. When he heard the citizens all asking him to let them go, he couldn't help but feel puzzled and asked, "Student Yu Dehang greets Left Minister Wei." Just as Wei Zhang finished speaking, Yu Dehang walked out and cupped her hands towards Wei Zhang. Then she said, "This student comes from the Yu family manor, which is the northernmost manor in Lantian County. Last year, under the management of Marquis, the 8 manors in Lantian County's fief of Marquis Yong, and were all well-fed and well-clothed. Now that we heard that His Majesty wants to bestow the entire Lantian County to the Marquis Yong but Left Minister Wei, you have a different opinion, so we came here to implore Left Minister Wei to change your mind and let His Majesty bestow the entire Lantian County to the Marquis Yong and—" Chapter 1178. Relying on law is not enough to govern, and relying on virtue is not enough to govern. A country has its laws, and a family has its rules. His Majesty's decision to give Lantian County to the Marquis of Yong and is clearly not in accordance with the country's laws. This is a calamity that will bring chaos to the country. As an important official of the empire, how can this old man sit by and do nothing? In front of the Wei residence, Wei Zhang looked at the aggressive commoners in front of him. There was not the slightest trace of fear on his face as he spoke righteously to Yu Dijin. Hearing this, Yu Dehang frowned and said in a low voice, "Left Minister Wei's words are incorrect. What does Lantian County have to do with Western Zhou's enfeoffment system? The Marquis of Yong is benevolent, and the commoners of his fief all love and respect him. Now that they hear that the other villages of Lantian County have the opportunity to become the Marquis of Yong'an's fief, countless commoners are overjoyed and scrambling like ducks. This is what the people want. Left Minister Wei, you keep saying that you are doing this for the sake of the country's laws and dignity, but you have disregarded the people's will and harmed the tens of thousands of commoners of Lantian County." Being spoken to like this by a late student, Wei Zheng's old face was somewhat embarrassed. Brushing his sleeves, he angrily said, "Foolish brat! Since the founding of the Great Tang, there have been many restrictions on the enfeoffment of the nobles. This old man has never heard of anyone being able to obtain the fief of tens of thousands of households as a marquis. With this example, I'm afraid that in the future, there will be many vassals in the Great Tang. The rebellion of Prince Qi of the Western Han and the rebellion of the 8 princes of the Western Jin are not far off. This old man will definitely not agree to this kind of politics that brings chaos to the country." His worries were not without reason. According to history, in the 13th year of Zhengguan, Li Er indeed brought up the old system again. However, at that time he changed the name to feudalism. The so-called feudalism was like the Western Zhou's enfeoffment of vassals, allowing the various princes and meritorious officials to hold a permanent position in a place that could be inherited by their descendants. This matter was clearly a reversal of history. As a result, it was strongly opposed by Fang Xianling, Wei Zhang, Zhang Sun Wuji, Ma Zhou, Li Baiyao, and Yu Jining. Afterwards, under the circumstances where the objections of all the officials were ineffective, it was the already married Princess Changel who personally stepped forward to persuade Li Er to withdraw the order. The enfeoffment system had its advantages, but it also had its drawbacks. During the Enlushan rebellion at the end of the Tang dynasty, it was precisely due to the excessive power of the regional military commanders that caused the Great Tang dynasty to suffer an unprecedented blow. It was difficult for it to return to its former glory. Therefore, it was hard to say whether the enfeoffment system was good or bad. At this moment, facing his former spiritual idol, Yu Dehang inexplicably felt a little disappointed. He angrily said, "Left Prime Minister Wei, are you going to ignore the suffering of tens of thousands of people in Lantian County just to insist on your political views? In this way, even if you realize your political ambitions, what's the point?" This student remembers that the Marquis of Yong once said that everyone in Yanhuang College should have a heart for the heavens and earth and a life for the people. Your actions today are far inferior to the Marquis of Yong. With an ashen face, Wei Zheng said, "Shut up. Since ancient times, only when the country is stable can the people prosper. This old man's political views are to protect the stability of the Great Tang dynasty. This brat only sees the immediate benefits but cannot see the future of the world. He is truly a short-sighted person." At this moment, Yu Dehang no longer cared about being polite. He retorted sarcastically, "Left Prime Minister Wei is truly eloquent. This student does not understand how bestowing Lantian County to the Marquis of Yong would affect the stability of the country. What you are worried about is that the Marquis of Yong will gradually grow in power like the Dukes of Western Zhou. However, Lantian County is close to Chang'an. Rather than doubting the loyalty of the Marquis of Yong'an, why not worry about the lives of the people in the counties surrounding Chang'an? Furthermore, the Marquis of Yong had once said that if the people of Lantian County could not afford to eat meat, wear clothes and study within 3 years, then he would automatically relinquish all of his lands. From this, it can be seen that the Marquis of Yong only wants to let the people live a good life and not for the sake of fighting for power and profit. As for us villagers, we only want to live a good life under the rule of the Marquis of Yong. Firstly, we do not violate the laws of the country. Secondly, we do not harm our personal morals. Why must Left Prime Minister Wei force us? Yes, we only want to follow the Marquis of Yong and live a good life. We only want to live a good life. We beg left Prime Minister Wei to grant us this wish. Yu Dehang's last sentence could be considered to have spoken the hearts of all the villagers. Immediately, the several hundred villagers in front of the Wei residence all began to talk at once. You. Humph. Wei Zheng's insistence for many years was completely worthless by Yu Dehang's words. He wanted to say something, but when faced with the knife-like gazes of the people, he could only brush his sleeves and turn around to enter the house. Because at this moment, a trace of confusion appeared in his heart. Thinking about how he, Wei Zheng, had been cautious and conscientious all his life, wasn't it all to let the people live a good life? But now, he had become the target of the people's condemnation. Could it be that he had really done something wrong? Old master, are you all right? In the front yard of the Wei residence, Madame Pei came over with a gentle expression and asked Wei Zheng with concern. Sigh. I'm fine. Wei Zheng shook his head and sighed tiredly. At this moment, he seemed to have aged several years. Madame Pei wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing this, Wei Zheng smiled bitterly and said, Madame also wants to persuade this old man to give up? Madame Pei hesitated and said, Old master, this concubine understands your ambitions, but there are times when people need to know how to be flexible. The Marquis of Yong, and obtaining a bigger fief will only benefit more people. This is in line with old master's original intention of helping the people. Why do you insist on being stubborn and offending tens of thousands of people just because of something that hasn't happened yet? Wei Zheng opened his mouth with difficulty and said, But madam, the laws of the country cannot be violated, the ratio cannot be changed. Old master, the Marquis of Yong, and taking control of Lantian is still unknown whether it will be a blessing or a curse for the Great Tang. Why don't you wait 2 years and see? Moreover, the Marquis of Yong, and also said that if he doesn't have any political achievements in 3 years, he will voluntarily withdraw from all his fiefs. In other words, in these 3 years, he is only helping the emperor and the imperial court to manage Lantian County. Old master, what are you worried about? Madame Pei said in a gentle voice. When Wei Zheng heard this, he couldn't help but feel enlightened. Because according to this, in these 3 years, Li Zishuan was only helping the imperial court to manage Lantian County. As long as he didn't do a good job, Li Er could take back all his fiefs at any time. This was very different from the hereditary fief system. Madame's words are like pearls. This husband will carefully consider it. Wei Zheng was silent for a long time before he came back to his senses. He waved his hand at Madame Pei and then walked into the room. However, his back seemed a little bent at this moment. Chapter 1179. Shaojing, did Wei's watching agree or not? Zhong Lijing and the other villagers couldn't understand the battle of words between scholars. Seeing Wei Zheng flick his sleeves and leave, Zhong Lijing was a little puzzled. Yu Dehang shook her head and sighed. Ah, Uncle Zhong, tell everyone to disperse. Let's go back and eat first. Zhong Lijing understood the hidden meaning in Yu Dehang's eyes. His expression darkened, and he turned around to look at the main entrance of the Wei estate. He let out a long sigh and then turned around to shout at the villagers of the Yu residence. Let's go. Listen to Scholar Yu and go back first. Lijing? We're going back just like that? Wei's watching hasn't agreed to us yet. A villager said in surprise. Zhong Lijing said in a bad mood. Just go when I tell you to go. Why are you talking nonsense? Although the Yu residence's villagers were unwilling, they still obediently left because of Zhong Lijing's scolding. However, the other villagers weren't as good-tempered as Yu Dehang. Hey, we originally had the chance to become a villager of the Marquis of Yong En, but hateful Wei's watching had to ruin it. Bah, that's right. I heard that Wei's watching was a good official, but now it seems that he's a treacherous official. Hey. Some of the more irritable commoners cursed and spat at the Wei estate's gate or picked up stones on the ground and threw them into the Wei estate's courtyard. Bang! Ouch! Which wicked person is throwing stones into the sky? A cry of pain immediately sounded in the Wei estate's courtyard. The commoners outside hurriedly scattered when they heard the sound. After all, since ancient times, commoners didn't fight with officials. However, they couldn't throw stones openly, but no one could control them if they secretly threw them. Therefore, in the afternoon, the servants and maidservants of the Wei estate suffered because no one knew if a sudden disaster would fly over in the next moment. A stone or feces would fall from the sky and land on their heads. Hee hee. Now it's Wei Xuanqing's turn to have a headache, right? Imperial Palace West Court. Li Zheng Hall. Li Er put down the newspaper in his hand and smiled at Empress Zhang's son. Your Majesty must have seen today's headlines, right? I don't know what the Marquis of Yong'an is thinking, to suddenly publish such a notice on Datong Daily. It looks like he's purposely hinting to the people that someone doesn't want Lantian County to be his fief. Empress Zhang's son had clearly read today's newspaper. When she heard this, she couldn't help but giggle. Li Er smiled but did not speak. Seeing this, Empress Zhangxuan's eyes turned and she suddenly said, His Majesty should have given the Marquis of Yong'an some sort of decree? Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in this world? Li Er's expression froze. He opened his mouth, but neither admitted nor denied it. Hey! This kid didn't put in any effort at all, and he wants to obtain 10,000 households' land. How can there be such a cheap thing in this world? Empress Zhang's son smiled, and then a worried expression appeared on her face, saying, It's just that the Marquis of Yong'an is talking too big this time, right? There were 60 to 70,000 people in Lantian County. To let everyone be able to afford to eat meat, wear clothes, and study was extremely difficult. Not to mention 3 years, even if it was 10 years, no one would be able to do it. Li Er frowned, thinking in his heart that all of this was done by this kid on his own initiative. This emperor did not ask him to make such a promise. Although this was what he thought in his heart, but towards Li Zishuan's ability, Li Er still had a lot of trust. Thus he said, Guanyin maid, rather than worrying about this, why don't you guess if Wei Zhang will admit defeat in tomorrow's morning court? Because this matter to other people was an impossible matter, but to Li Zishuan, it might not be so. And with that kid's character, if he wasn't confident in something, he would definitely not speak rashly. Empress Zhang's son carefully thought about it. It seemed like the awesome that Li Zishuan had boasted back then had all come true. In comparison, letting the people of the fief have enough to eat and wear wasn't an impossible matter. This concubine heard that when it was close to noon, Wei Wuxing's house was surrounded by the citizens of Lantian County. However, with Wei Wuxing's unyielding character, I'm afraid that even if the citizens opposed, he wouldn't easily give up. So I guess that in tomorrow's morning court, Wei Wuxing will definitely not admit defeat. Li Er's eyes flashed and thoughtfully said, Hee hee. Then let's wait and see. The next day, before the morning court, under the steps in front of Taiji Palace, the officials gathered in groups of 3 to 5, whispering to each other as they waited for the morning court to begin. Hey! Wei Xuanqing, I heard that your house was very lively yesterday. How was it? Did you get hurt? Wei Zheng came later today. The officials stood in front of Taiji Palace for half an hour before he arrived. As soon as he arrived, he was mercilessly mocked by Chang Yaojin, this old demon. Wei Zheng angrily glared at Chang Yaojin and replied, Humph! This old man is so ruthless. There's no need for High Duke Lu to worry. After saying that, he walked towards the position of Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui. There was no other way. When a scholar met a soldier, there was no way to reason clearly. In terms of shamelessness, he was far from Chang Yaojin's opponent. Morning court. Fortunately, he didn't come very early today. After standing for a while, a eunuch came over and shouted. The officials lined up and entered Taiji Palace one by one. After the monarch and minister greeted each other, Li Er directly looked at Wei Zhang and said, Minister Wei, the 2 days have passed. Tell me, who won this bet? The officials in the hall all cast their eyes on Wei Zhang, guessing in their hearts how Wei Zhang would answer. However, most people felt that with Wei Zhang's temper, he would definitely not admit defeat. Wei Zhang had already thought about it before leaving this morning. At this moment, he stepped forward, cupped his hands towards Li Er, and bowed. Replying to Your Majesty, this old official lost this bet. As Your Majesty wishes to punish, this old official will not refuse. Everyone, including Li Er, couldn't help but be stunned. The dignified Wei Zhang actually admitted defeat? Was this still the flamethrower Wei who dared to scold Li Er for half a day? Li Er was stunned for a moment. He thought that he would have to waste his breath. He didn't expect Wei Zhang to admit defeat so easily. After a pause, he laughed. Ha ha! Minister Wei is wholeheartedly devoted to the country. What crime is there? Back then, I only said that it was a bet, but I didn't say what the stakes were. Now that Minister Wei has admitted defeat, Does anyone have any objections to the matter of Lantian County being awarded to Li Zishuan? This was called the demeanor of a victor. Between the monarch and his minister, timely tolerance was very necessary. Wei Zhang naturally cupped his hands and said, "This old official has no objections." The reason why he admitted defeat today was not because the people threw stones and feces at his house, but because he was deeply affected by his wife's words yesterday. Since Wei Zhang did not object, what reason did the other officials have to object? Thus they all cupped their hands and said, "This official has no objections." Haha, good. In that case, from today onwards, I will bestow Lantian County to the Duke of Yong'an. Chapter 1180. Your Majesty, today is already the 9th day of the Lunar New Year. I plan to leave tomorrow and bring the Cui family to Jianghu. In the Taiji Palace, after Li Er announced that Lantian County was officially under Li Zishuan's control, Wei Zhang cupped his hands and continued. Li Er was overjoyed. Ah no, his expression turned solemn. He pulled a taut face and said seriously, I'll have to trouble you with the Cui family's matters. In order to prevent any accidents, I will send a team of imperial guards to escort you along the way. When we reach Jianghu, I will have all the officials in Hunan listen to your orders. Wei Zhang would escort Cui Junchuo to Jianghu and thoroughly investigate the corruption of the officials of Hunan province. This was originally decided before the new year. Now that Wei Zhang had taken the initiative to leave for Jianghu before the Lantern Festival, Li Er naturally had no reason to disagree. He even had some faint expectations in his heart, because his ears could finally be quiet for a while. Cough cough. Although he thought so in his heart, Li Er still looked serious on the surface. The image of a harmonious ruler and his subjects was reflected in the minds of all the officials. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Wei Zhang bowed and said. After experiencing this incident, Wei Zhang felt that there were still some areas that he needed to improve on in terms of governance. He could use the excuse of going to Jianghu to reflect on it. Li Er nodded and announced that the morning assembly would continue. At noon, as the morning assembly ended, Zhao Song rushed out of the palace on a fast horse with an imperial edict in his hand, heading straight for the east city gate of Chang'an. Some of the quick-witted citizens saw the direction Zhao Song was heading in and roughly guessed what was going on. Look! Someone from the palace came out to deliver the imperial edict. It's heading towards the east of the city. Could it be that the bestowment of Lantian County has been decided? Haha. If that's the case, that's great. The people of our manor have been looking forward to merging into the Marquis of Yong'an's fief for the past 2 days. Although it was only a guess, the tens of thousands of people in Lantian County hoped that this guess would come true. In a moment, all eyes were focused on Cloud Mountain. There lived a young man who was like an immortal. His chest was deep and he was talented. In the Cloud Mountain area, he could make clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. Sometimes, a single word from him could bring endless wealth to the people. In the eyes of the merchants, he was the god of wealth. In the eyes of the people, he was the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. He was the Marquis of Yong'an. Young master, head steward Zhao was here. The imperial edict is here. In the imperial court, Li Zishuan and Wei Zhang had a battle of wits and courage. It was very lively. On Yunshan Mountain, Li Zishuan had just finished his lunch and was sitting in the small courtyard, watching the flowers bloom and wilt in front of the courtyard, watching the clouds roll and disperse in the sky, quite leisurely. At this moment, Xiaohe hurriedly ran over, shouting as she ran. Oh, I'm coming. Li Zishuan nodded and stood up. It had been 4 days since the incident in the palace. His body had more or less recovered. Not only did his strength not decline, but it had also improved slightly. However, it was only a slight improvement. If he wanted to break through, he would have to wait a few years under normal circumstances. However, Li Zishuan was not in a hurry. After all, he was still young. Moreover, with his talent and understanding, it was still very possible for him to enter the great Grandmaster realm in his lifetime. Haha! Head Steward Zhao, long time no see. Marquis of Yong'an, long time no see. After a while, Li Zishuan walked out of the house and saw Zhao Song in the front courtyard. The two old acquaintances naturally had to exchange a few pleasantries. After going through the ceremony to receive the imperial edict, they finally got to the main topic. Zhao Song opened the imperial edict and read, "The Emperor of the Tang Empire decrees, All great doctors must calm their nerves and resolve their illnesses. They must have no desires, and must first show great compassion to others. Today, there is the Marquis of Yong'an, who has superb medical skills and miraculous hands, who saved my beloved daughter Changle from danger. I am very happy and specially grant him Lantian County. In addition to his previous fief, he will have a total of 13,527 households to live in. I, Li Zishuan, accept the imperial edict and thank you for your kindness. Li Zishuan heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, then stepped forward to receive the imperial edict. Initially, he was not willing to accept such a large fief like Lantian County. However, since Li Erqiang gave it to him, he had no choice but to accept it. After thinking about it, although his fief was bigger and his responsibilities greater, he would have more manpower and resources to use in the future. Only when there were more people working together could more wealth be created in society. Old Man Li, Madam Li, Han Yushi, and the 3 members of the Yi family were all dumbfounded. They had seen the announcement on Datong Daily yesterday, but they had thought that as long as Wei Zhang did not yield, the imperial edict would not be issued. However, it had only been 2 days and the imperial edict had been issued. In other words, from today onwards, the entire Lantian County would belong to the Li family. In the entire Tang Empire, they were the nobles with the most fief under the title of prince. Li Zishuan's fief had already far surpassed those dukes in the imperial court. He. Marquis of Yong'an. Congratulations. Zhao Song congratulated him with a smile. Thank you. Li Zishuan immediately asked Xiao He to bring the money and stuffed it into Zhao Song's hands. Although Zhao Song was not greedy for money, he was still very willing to share in the joy of this kind of money. After everything was done, Zhao Song bade farewell and left. Cloud Mountain immediately became a sea of joy. Little Xian, from today onwards, all the land in Lantian County belongs to our family? Yi Yuzhu asked in disbelief. Li Zishuan smiled and said, That's right, Mother. Now you don't have to think about buying land in other villages, right? Yi Yuzhu had always had a little hobby, and that was to buy land. Whenever she had spare money, she would buy land. Before Li Zishuan returned to Chang'an last year, Yi Yuzhu had bought the entire Han family manor. Child, are you laughing at your mother? Ha! How could I? Mother, you must have misunderstood. Cloud Mountain was full of joy and harmony. The imperial edict has been issued to Cloud Mountain. From today onwards, Lantian County belongs to the Marquis of Yong'an. Ha! That's great. This time, our manor has really become the Marquis's fief. Ha! At the foot of the mountain, as time passed, more and more people knew that Lantian County was going to belong to Li Zishuan. The commoners ran around to spread the news. In broad daylight, every household set off firecrackers. Standing on Cloud Mountain, Li Zishuan could hear the firecrackers coming from all around Cloud Mountain. The commoners were treating today as New Year's Eve. It was even livelier than New Year's Eve. Because from today onwards, the commoners in the other villages in Lantian County could be as well fed as the Han village and Plum village. To the commoners, there was suddenly hope for their lives. Of course, it was even livelier than New Year's Eve. Chapter 1181. The next day. A 10-mile pavilion outside Chang'an City. Since the Qin and Han dynasties, there would be a pavilion every 10 miles outside the main city. Later on, there would be a short pavilion every 5 miles for pedestrians and friends to bid farewell to each other. Today, Wei Zhang led the imperial guards and escorted the Cui family to bid farewell to the officials and generals in the imperial court. Although Troll Wei's mouth was usually hated, most people still admired him for his conduct. His Majesty has arrived. Today's morning court was very short. The purpose was to make time for the officials to bid farewell to Wei Zhang. After the court, Li Er packed up in the palace and rushed over on a horse. Greetings, Your Majesty. The officials bowed. Li Er said, You may dispense with the formalities. Then he went straight to Wei Zhang and said earnestly, My dear Wei Zhang, this journey is long and dangerous. No matter what, you must take care of yourself. The Tang Empire can't do without you. Li Er's feelings for Wei Zhang were very complicated. When Wei Zhang scolded him, he wanted to kill the old man in front of him countless times. After all, as the emperor, he also needed to save face. But every time after that, He would be glad that Wei Zhang could reprimand him at the crucial moment. This person was like a mirror to him, always able to find his shortcomings. So, in general, he both loved and hated Wei Zhang. Although he had sent Wei Zhang to Hunan province partly for personal reasons, it was mostly for official business. He also didn't want anything to happen to Wei Zhang in Hunan. Without Wei Zhang, he would feel that something was missing in his life. Wei Zhang felt that the feelings in Li Er's words didn't seem to be fake. He raised his head and said expressionlessly, "Your Majesty, don't worry. No matter how difficult the road ahead is, this old official will not fail his mission and eliminate the officials in Hunan. It's getting late. This old official will take his leave. Your Majesty, please take care of your body." Then, Wei Zhang cupped his hands at Li Er and all the officials and turned to leave. Retired Emperor wants me to enter the palace again? In the afternoon, Eunuch Chao, who was by Li Yuan's side, came again. Everyone in the Li family felt a strong sense of vigilance rise in their hearts. A few days ago, Li Zishuan was invited by Eunuch Chao to the imperial palace. He only came back when it was almost night time. Moreover, when he came back, his face was exhausted. Clearly, his experience in the imperial palace was not easy. Although Li Zishuan said that there was nothing wrong, Li Jingma and Madame Li could more or less guess what was going on. Therefore, when Eunuch Chao invited Li Zishuan again today, the Li family members were somewhat repulsed. Marquis Yong'an, please don't misunderstand. The retired emperor only wants to invite you into the palace to chat with him. He doesn't have any other intentions. Eunuch Chao immediately understood when he sensed the vigilant aura coming from the Li family. He hurriedly said with a kind smile, "Yes. Then, please wait for a moment. This marquis will pack up and follow you into the palace." Li Zishuan nodded and turned to walk into the inner room. Han Yushi and Madame Li hurriedly followed in without batting an eyelid. Madame Li stepped forward and grabbed Li Zishuan's arm. She asked worriedly, "Xianxia, the retired emperor won't still hold a grudge against you, right?" Li Zishuan smiled slightly and said, "Mother, don't worry. The retired emperor already buried the hatchet with me last time. This time, he probably really just wants to chat with me. You and father shouldn't think too much." After experiencing the incident with Chang'e last time, Li Zishuan believed that Li Yuan would not harm him again. Although this old man was sometimes a bit overbearing, he could still distinguish between good and bad. If that's really the case, then mother can rest assured. Madame Li heard this and let out a long sigh of relief. Then, husband, this concubine will help you change your clothes. Han Yushi happily stepped forward and said, "Okay." Putting on his court attire, Li Zishuan rode with Chao Cixi to Chang'an City. Actually, if Li Yuan had no ill intentions towards him, he would rather like this old man summoning him into the palace from time to time. Because this way, he could ignore the confinement order and legitimately descend Cloud Mountain. Hee. Marquis Yong'an, you're here? No need to be so courteous. Sit. Passing through Taiji Palace and arriving at Li Yuan's courtyard, unlike the cold words last time, Li Zishuan received Li Yuan's warm reception this time. And Li Yuanchong, that little thing, was actually also there. The father and son sat around a table. There was even a wooden card on the table. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and bowed, then sat across from them. "We heard about this kind of bandit fighting game from Qing Ke. Since we have nothing to do today, we wanted to find Marquis Yong and to play a few rounds." Li Yuan saw Li Zishuan put his gaze on the wooden card on the table and said with a smile. Li Zishuan glanced at Li Yuanchong beside him without leaving a trace, then said to Li Yuan, "Since retired emperor has such a refined interest, then this subject is naturally willing to accompany you." Li Yuan laughed heartily and said, "Haha, I heard that this bandit fighting game must have a prize to be interesting. Marquis Yong An's family is rich, so you definitely aren't someone who lacks money. Why don't we play a few rounds with 100 rounds as the base?" Li Zishuan couldn't help but be amused. He thought to himself that it was rare for him to go out, and he actually met someone who wanted to take the initiative to give him money. If he didn't agree to this kind of thing, then there was really something wrong with his brain. This subject has no objection. As long as retired emperor has fun. It should be as long as he loses happily, Li Zishuan silently added in his heart. Although he didn't know how Li Yuan's card skills were, he, as the founder of bandit fighting, was confident that his grasp of the rules and skills would definitely win against the two people on the field. Besides, with his powerful mental strength, his brain was simply a natural card holder. Facing him, this human cheat, what could Li Yuan and Li Yuancheng use to fight with him? Hehe. Imperial grandfather, Chang'e has come to pay respects to you. Brother Xiaoxian is also here? At this moment, Chang'e walked in from the outside, wrapped up tightly. When she saw Li Zixuan sitting in the courtyard, a trace of surprise appeared on her face at just the right moment. What kind of person was Li Yuan? How could he not see through the little scheme in her heart? However, his face still revealed a trace of benevolence. Hehe. Chang'e has come? Come in quickly. It's cold outside, don't catch a cold. It just so happens that your imperial grandfather wants to play 2 rounds of bandit fighting with the Marquis Yong-en. You can learn from the side. After you learn, come and play with imperial grandfather often. Then Chang'e will learn well from imperial grandfather. Chang'e responded crisply, then turned her head to glance at Li Zixuan. A complicated emotion flashed through her eyes and disappeared. Brother Xiaoxian, thank you for saving me that day. Otherwise, Chang'e. Chapter 1182. Call bandit. Don't call. Don't call. Super double. Taiji Palace, in the palace where Li Yuan was, 3 people were sitting around a table and happily playing bandit. Chang'e was at the side holding her chin and blinking her eyes at the changing game on the table. Of course, her little eyes would also glance at Li Zixuan from time to time. It was worth mentioning that there was already a pile of small notes with a red seal in front of Li Zixuan. This thing was something like a banknote that he made on the spot. One note was 100 strings of coins, and it was stamped with Li Yuan's private seal. Each person was given a banknote of 5,000 strings of coins, and they would settle the bill together after the game. After all, silver was not in circulation in this era. Their game was relatively big, and the base bet was 100 strings of coins. Sometimes, they would even raise it if they caught a bomb or something. Just 100 strings of coins could fill a cart. According to their way of playing, even if the room was full of coins, it would not be enough for them to play for half a day. Li Yuancheng, this unlucky child, was in pain and joy at the moment. He was happy because the fun of bandit fighting was far beyond his understanding, and he was completely addicted to it. Of course, he was in pain because he had lost at least 3,000 to 4,000 strings of coins. This was all his private money, and he was not like Li Tai and Li Chengqian who had shares in Strange Interest Pavilion or Strange Interest Culture. He could enjoy dividends of tens of thousands of strings of coins every year. It was not easy for him to get money usually, and these 3,000 to 4,000 strings of coins had already hurt him a little. But if he shrank back and stopped playing at this time, he would feel weak and would be looked down upon by Li Zixuan. Therefore, he was really in pain and joy as he gritted his teeth and persevered. Besides, he still had a trace of luck in his heart, and that was to recoup his losses and even win some money from Li Zixuan. Hey! 3 with a pair, I only have 1 card left. Li Zixuan casually threw out 5 cards, then crossed his legs and looked at Li Yuancheng with a smile that was not a smile. Although he did not care about money, anything that could make the enemy suffer was worth him being happy. This kid deliberately tricked him before. No matter what, he had to make him bleed a lot today. Li Yuancheng opened his mouth, and a sense of helplessness suddenly overwhelmed him. This was all part of Li Zixuan's plan. Now, the remaining cards on the field couldn't control the 3 circles of a pair of 10. I can't afford it. Li Yuancheng sighed helplessly and shook his head. Li Yuan also shook his head. Without any suspense, Li Zixuan won another round and earned 200 strings of cash. Speaking of which, there were probably not many people in the entire Tang dynasty who could earn money faster than him. 1 round only took 1 or 2 minutes, and if he was lucky, he could earn 100 or 200 strings of cash. His wealth was simply amazing. Haha! This bandit fight was really interesting. Marquis Yong-en, your card skills have also made us look at you in a new light. At the end of the round, Chang'e acted as the beautiful dealer and helped to shuffle the cards. Li Yuan laughed heartily at this time. Li Zixuan smiled slightly and said, Your Majesty, you flatter me. I just played more and am more familiar with it. In fact, after playing for so long, Li Yuan did not lose much money. Li Zixuan mainly focused his firepower on Li Yuancheng, so relatively speaking, Li Yuan could understand the fun in the card game more. Hee hee. Alright. It's getting late. Today's card game will end here. Chang'e, go back and rest. Li Yuan raised his head and looked at the sky, then said with a smile. Chang'e nodded. She had watched the card game from the side for the whole afternoon and also saw that Li Yuan had no malice towards Li Zishuan, so she had nothing to worry about at the moment. She got up and said goodbye. Then Imperial Grandfather, Brother Xiaoxian, Chang'e will go back first. Chang'e, take care. Li Zishuan nodded and watched Chang'e leave. Heh! Cixi, come over and calculate how much money should be given to whom for me? If you agree to bet, you must accept defeat. This cannot be sloppy. Li Yuan raised his eyes and looked at eunuch Chao standing beside him and instructed. Li Zishuan shook his head. Actually, there was no need for Chao Cixi to calculate. He already knew the result in his heart. After all, he was a master of mathematics in everyone's eyes. How could he not have this bit of ability? However, although he knew in his heart, he did not say anything to stop it. Chao Cixi responded, then called over 2 little eunuchs to help count together. After a moment, Chao Cixi cupped his hands and said carefully, Your Majesty, the result is out. His Highness King Lu lost a total of 4,400 strings of cash. You lost a total of 1,200 strings of cash. Only Marquis Yong, and won. A total of 5,600 strings of cash. Li Yuan did not get angry after hearing this. He pointed at Li Zishuan as if reproaching, but more like half-joking and said, Good, Marquis Yong'an. I did not expect that I called you here today to give you money in the end. How do you plan on thanking me? 5,000 strings of cash was definitely not a small amount. With the price of goods in the beginning of the Tang dynasty, if placed in a relatively poor small county, 5,600 strings of cash was basically a county's tax income for a year. Li Zishuan's heart moved and he replied, This subject thanks your majesty for the reward. May your majesty's dragon body be in good health. Haha, good. Li Yuan laughed loudly, then said to Li Yuanchang, Yuanchang, tomorrow send the money you lost along with my money to Yunshan. If you agree to bet, you must accept defeat. As a person, you cannot go back on your words. Do you understand? For some reason, Li Yuanchang seemed to be very honest today. In the entire process of the mahjong game, he did not deliberately create trouble for Li Zishuan like before, nor did he fan the flames at the side. At this moment, he nodded obediently and said, Father Emperor, don't worry. This subject's son will take care of these matters tomorrow. Li Yuan said again, And then you go back first. We still have some things to discuss with Marquis Yong'an. This subject's son will take his leave. Li Yuanchang cupped his fists and left. However, Li Zishuan's eyes flashed, secretly thinking that today's main topic had finally arrived. The afternoon mahjong game was just an appetizer. Marquis Yong'an, yesterday you saved Chang'e. We are very grateful in our hearts. We still have a request today. I wonder if you can agree to it? As expected, once Li Yuan opened his mouth, nothing good would come out of it. Li Zishuan cupped his fists and said, Your Majesty's words are too serious. This subject's ability is limited. Within the limits of my ability, if your Majesty has any request, this subject will definitely do my best to fulfill it. When Li Yuan heard that, he sighed helplessly and said, You really are a slippery fellow. Forget it. We won't beat around the bush with you either. You are very young, and your future is also limitless. We just want to ask you for a favor. I hope that after our 100 years, you can take care of Yuanchang a little. It can also be considered as lessening some of Erlang's sins. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, I reckon that in the entire imperial palace, only Li Yuan dares to say such words, right? He frowned and pondered for a long time. Then he said word by word, Your Majesty, this subject cannot make things difficult for Prince of Lu. However, there is a saying, when the heavens commit a sin, it can be forgiven. When one commits a sin, one cannot live. His Highness Prince of Lu's future life and death is not in this subject's hands, nor is it in your Majesty's hands. It is only in his own hands. Chapter 1183. Thinking about it carefully, Li Yuan had a good plan. Today, he first called Li Zishuan over to play cards, but there was another person at the table, Li Yuanchang. His goal was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. He wanted to use the card game to let Li Zixuan and Li Zixuan ease the relationship between each other, lose some money at the same time, and give some favors without leaving any trace. Finally, he would raise this request to Li Zixuan. The whole thing was one loop after another. Li Yuan's wishful thinking could be said to be well planned. Making this plan was nothing more than after hearing Li Zixuan's words yesterday, he realized the possible ending that Li Yuanchang might face in the future. As the saying goes, no one knows a son better than his father. Now in the entire Tang Empire, besides Empress Zhang's son, he was the only one who understood Li Er. He knew very well that with Li Er's style of doing things, when he rode the crane deity in the future, if Li Yuanchang still had the same temperament today, then it would definitely be an ending of brothers killing each other. That was why he said that his arrangement was to lessen Li Er's sins. But Li Zixuan would not fall for this old fellow's trick. Under Emperor Li Er's wise leadership, the Tang Empire would only become stronger and stronger. He had no need to help Li Yuanchang, this pile of mud. At that time, not only would it be a thankless task, he might even get himself into trouble. Not to mention that there was originally some unhappiness between him and Li Yuanchang. Li Yuan wanted to use this small favor from this afternoon to resolve the enmity between him and Li Yuanchang. That was undoubtedly a fool's dream. Li Yuan's gaze was like lightning, staring at Li Zixuan for a very long time. Then he muttered with a sigh, "The newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger. Young people are indeed full of vigor. Actually, I don't have any other requests. I just want to entrust Marquis Yong, and to save Yuanchang's life at the crucial moment. You don't need to care about anything else. It all depends on his luck." If it was in the past, if someone dared to reject him, the other party would definitely not have a good ending. But today, his power had fallen, and he was past his prime. His heart no longer had the heroic spirit and domineering spirit of the past. Deep in his heart, he only wished for the safety of his children. The Black Tortoise Gate incident 2 years ago had not only dyed the imperial palace red with blood, it had also extinguished his lofty ambitions, causing his heart to turn to ash. Because in this world, there was probably nothing more tragic than seeing one's own flesh and blood being torn apart. It was precisely because he had experienced it that he felt fear in his heart. Li Zixuan's words a few days ago had awakened him from his drunken stupor after losing the throne. There were some things that could not be solved by running away. Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "Please forgive me, retired emperor. There are some things that I can help with, but there are some things that I really can't help with." King Lu's life was in his own hands. If he really did something outrageous in the future, no one in the world would be able to save him. "It's already late. I have to leave the city as soon as possible. I'll take my leave." After he finished speaking, he bowed, and then slowly retreated towards the outside of the hall. Li Yuan stared at Li Zixuan's back and didn't make a sound to stop him. His expression changed indeterminately, and after a long time, he lightly sighed with emotion. Brothers fighting and killing each other. Could it be that this is the destiny that I, Li Yuan's son, can never walk out of? "Your Majesty, that's all." In the Sweet Dew Hall, Zhao Song recounted everything that Li Zixuan had experienced at Li Yuan's place in detail to Li Er. Obviously, Li Er had also planted spies at Li Yuan's place. "Hey, this kid actually came to the imperial palace to earn money today, and he even earned more than 5,000 strings of coins. He's really something." After listening to Zhao Song's narration, Li Er scolded with a pained expression. Li Yuan's life in his later years was extremely luxurious. That was all money that he, Li Er, had dug out from under his fingernails. Last year, when the Tang Empire's treasury was at its most difficult, Li Er did not reduce Li Yuan's expenses. Because even though he had seized the throne, Li Yuan was still his father after all. When it came to filial piety, Li Er never dared to be sloppy. Therefore, the money that Li Zixuan had won today could be said to be Li Er's money. Because most of Li Yuanchang's money was obtained from Li Yuan, therefore, in general, it was Li Er's loss. What else did Imperial Father say to Li Zixuan? Shaking his head, Li Er asked again. He valued Li Zixuan very much. Even though he was filial to Li Yuan, he still had a trace of vigilance in his heart. Now that Li Zixuan was getting closer to Li Yuan, it was inevitable that he would be wary. Zhao Song cupped his hands and answered, "Your Majesty, just now before the Marquis of Yong'an left, I spent half an hour alone with him. However, as for what they talked about, this old servant has no way of knowing." Li Er closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "All right. We already know, you can leave first." Zhao Song cupped his hands and left. The hall fell into silence. Spent half an hour alone with him? Imperial Father, what did you tell Li Zishuan about? Li Er sat on the dragon bed, his eyes flickering as he muttered softly. On the afternoon of the second day, Li Yuanchang indeed personally brought people to deliver dozens of carriages of copper coins to Li Zishuan. The mighty fleet of carriages looked very spectacular. Han Yushi and Madame Li found out last night that Li Zishuan had accompanied Li Yuan to fight the bandits in the Imperial Palace and won more than 5,000 strings of coins. Therefore today, the servants and accountants here were already waiting in formation, waiting for Li Yuanchang to deliver the money. Marquis of Yong'an, this is 5,600 strings of coins. Have someone count it. Li Yuanchang cupped his hands and said. His attitude had long since lost the rebellious attitude he had on New Year's Eve at the foot of the Cloud Mountain. "Haha. Then I'll have to trouble your highness." Li Zishuan returned the greeting with a smile, then said, "Your Highness King Lu keeps your word, delivering the money so quickly. This marquis deeply admires you. Come, quickly brew a cup of hot tea for His Highness to warm his body." Li Yuanchang's heart was both pained and angry, but he still concealed these negative emotions very well, not revealing the slightest abnormality on his face. "There's no need. I was originally willing to bet, so there's nothing to say. On the other hand, I had no intention of offending you on New Year's Eve. I truly shouldn't have. Today, I came to apologize. I hope that the Marquis of Yong'an can let bygones be bygones." Seeing Li Yuanchang's refined and courteous appearance, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel suspicious. If a person's temperament changed greatly in just a few days, then there were only two possibilities. Either his life suddenly changed and he had an epiphany, or he was forced by some external pressure to deliberately disguise himself. Based on his judgment, Li Yuanchang definitely belonged to the second situation. False feelings. This kid should have been taught a lesson by Li Yuan in private. Otherwise, why would he come to apologize today? Your Highness King Lu is thinking too much. I already don't remember what happened that night. Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered to show off his acting skills with this little brat. He still had a lot of things to do. Right now, he just wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. As long as Li Yuanchang didn't take the initiative to provoke him in the future, he definitely wouldn't take the initiative to find trouble with Li Yuanchang. Chapter 1184. San Bao, I will give you 2 bodyguards. Find a few reliable people in the residence and prepare well today. Tomorrow, you will leave for Bashu and help me find the vanadium mine. The reason why Li Zishuan didn't want to waste time with a brat like Li Yuanchang was because he had more important things to do. This more important thing was to continue building his industrial blueprint. Looking back at his actions in the first year of Zhongguan, other than the big event of Yanhuang College, he had only done some experimental experiments, such as voltaic batteries, telegraph machines, electric lamps, generators, and so on. Among them, some things had already been created, while some were still in the theoretical stage due to various practical reasons. But in general, these things had yet to be mass-produced. Therefore, Li Zishuan had set a few small goals for himself this year. First, the 3 acids and 2 bases needed for the foundation of the chemical industry must be mass-produced. Second, the hydropower station on the Ba River must be started. It could be completed, but it must be started this year. Third, the generator must be built successfully. Although the first-generation generator might be ugly, cumbersome, expensive, inefficient, and unstable, these weren't problems. The first-generation generator was just a transition. Once the first-generation generator was installed on a stone culvert or a small dam, it would be able to generate electricity. With electricity, it could be refined into copper, and this was the time to prepare for the second-generation generator. Once there was a stable and efficient second-generation generator, he could continue to develop technology. Fourth, he would start to focus on developing the metallurgy industry. In this year, he would send people out to search for all kinds of metal deposits. Then he would use the copper, iron, coal, and so on in his hands to produce crude copper, crude iron, and other metals. Then, he would use electricity to refine all kinds of metals and finally produce all kinds of alloy steel. Fifth, with the alloy steel and electricity, he could consider manufacturing the mother machine, the machine tool. At that time, Tang Dynasty's industrial foundation would undergo a qualitative leap. Then, all kinds of advanced technological products would become possible. Well, from the looks of it, the second year of Jianghu was definitely a full year for Li Zixuan. His schedule couldn't be more full. Young master, what does the vanadium mine look like? Sanbao frowned and asked. Before the new year, Sanbao, Ah Fu, and the rest had stayed in the workshop for a period of time because they were making fireworks. It could be said that they had gained experience at the basic level. Most importantly, Fu Bin could not leave the Xianxia mine. Otherwise, that lad would definitely be more experienced in finding ores. Li Zixuan took out a small booklet and handed it to Sanbao. I have recorded the appearance and characteristics of the vanadium ore here. Prepare well today. It would be best if you can set off tomorrow. Sanbao took the booklet and flipped it open. There were colorful illustrations with textures and lines, as well as some descriptive words. It was really quite detailed. He closed the booklet, scratched his head, and smiled. Hee. Young master, it's a good thing that I've been learning to read since last year. Otherwise, Sanbao wouldn't be able to understand a single word on this. Li Zixuan laughed and said, Haha, young master, I told you to study more when you had nothing better to do. It was still useful, right? Sanbao nodded and said, Yes. It was useful. This time, Sanbao will bring a dictionary to Sichuan. If I come across words that I don't know, I can look it up myself. Now, because of the widespread distribution of the Tang Dynasty dictionary, more and more people in the Tang Dynasty could read. According to Kong Ingda, Feng Xianling, and the rest, the number of people participating in the Tang Dynasty's imperial examination would increase by a lot in 3 to 5 years. Haha. You're worth teaching. Li Zixuan laughed heartily and said, Sanbao, this mind search is also a kind of experience for you. In the land of Sichuan, all kinds of forces are tangled and complicated. You all need to be careful on this trip and try not to provoke the local forces. Once you have ascertained the location of the vanadium mine, come back immediately. At that time, this young master will naturally ask His Majesty for an imperial edict and then open the mine legitimately. The ancient Sichuan referred to the modern Sichuan Basin and some of its neighboring areas. It was not only a geographical concept, but also a cultural one. The land of Sichuan was surrounded by mountains. To the north was the Qinling Mountains, to the northwest was the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, to the south was the Yungue Plateau, and to the east was the Yangtze River. It was very inconvenient to travel outside. In the north, only the Boxi and Ziwu roads were connected to Guangzhou and Guangdong. In the south, there were many valleys, and in the east, there were mountains. The east sewer was also very dangerous, and only the western plains were slightly more convenient. Hence, the land of Sichuan became a relatively isolated geographical unit far away from the mainland. Although the Bashu region had been incorporated into the political system of the central dynasty a long time ago, due to the geographical isolation and the distance from the political center, as well as the large number of Di, Chong, Man, and Liao clans living in Bashu and around the basin, the land of Bashu had actually become the edge of the dynasty. In this place, sometimes, the words of a clan leader might be more useful than those of Li Er. Since the Han dynasty, the Sichuan region had many separatist regimes and large-scale rebellions. Hence, it formed the impression that the people of Sichuan were chaotic. Especially the local powers represented by the Sichuan tribes, which were said to be strong. At the end of the Sui dynasty and the beginning of the Tang dynasty, the world was in turmoil. However, the land of Sichuan was relatively peaceful. However, that was only relative to the outside. Inside, there were many powers. Especially between the various tribes, the relationship between the powers was really complicated. In the future, if a vanadium mine was found in Sichuan, how to mine it peacefully would be a tough problem. Sanbao obviously understood the importance of this matter. At this moment, his face was not as happy as before. He nodded and cupped his hands. Young master, don't worry. I will be careful. Li Zixuan patted Sanbao's shoulder and encouraged him. Sanbao, do well. If you do well, I will be assured to give you more important missions. As for you, you will also be able to enjoy endless wealth. To his own employee, it was necessary to give him some chicken soup for the soul. As expected, Sanbao was instantly pumped up. He held his head high and said, Young master. Sanbao doesn't want wealth. As long as I can help you do your job, Sanbao is satisfied. Haha. Okay. Stop sucking up. Go and prepare. Li Zishuan laughed and said, Yes, young master. San Bao left. Li Zishuan was deep in thought. The metallurgy industry in Tang Dynasty was not very developed. The metals that had been mined were gold, silver, copper, and iron. This was definitely not enough. It seemed like he had to train a group of talents to search for ores all over the country. Chapter 1185. On the third day after the imperial edict was issued, Lantian County's county magistrate he personally came to Yunshan Villa to visit Li Zishuan. It wasn't a good time to have conflicts with Li Zishuan, but every year at the beginning of the year, whether it was the imperial court or the local government, they would be very busy, so Mr. He immediately came over when he was free. Greetings, Marquis. At the beginning of the new year, the government office was very busy. After knowing that the entire Lantian County would be in theft, I didn't come to visit immediately. I hope that Marquis will forgive me. County magistrate he was a middle-aged scholar who was close to 40 years old. He had a small beard on his chin and his body wasn't as fat as most officials. His moderate and serious image gave people a good impression. Li Zishuan's initial fief was within the borders of Lantian County, and he had met county magistrate he a few times. The imperial edict for the fief had already been issued 2 days ago, and county magistrate he only came to visit him today. Li Zishuan wasn't angry, and instead, he felt a bit of admiration. He didn't like those officials who only knew how to flatter. His subordinates only needed officials who could do things. Haha. County magistrate he is too polite. Official matters are more important. I'm grounded in Yunshan anyway, so I can't run away even if I want to. County magistrate he smiled and said, Haha, Marquis is joking. His Majesty grounded you in Yunshan not to punish you, but to give an explanation to others. Li Zishuan smiled and didn't say anything. He didn't dwell on this issue. He extended his hand and made an inviting gesture and said, There's a lot of wind in the hospital. County magistrate he, please come in and talk. Marquis, please. County magistrate he was obviously very sensible, so he modestly declined. Li Zishuan smiled and took the lead to walk in. After the two entered the house, Li Zishuan asked someone to brew a cup of hot tea for county magistrate he. After the hot tea was served, county magistrate he took out a gray package from behind him and opened it on the table. He then smiled at Li Zishuan and said, Marquis, this is the name list of all the citizens of Lantian County, as well as the tax revenue of Lantian County for the past 3 years, including agricultural tax and business tax. If you have the time you can take a look at it. If there are any problems, you can send someone to summon me at any time. After the entire Lantian County became Li Zishuan's fiefdom, not only were all the people and officials in the county under the jurisdiction of Li Zishuan, all the taxes collected every year in the county would all belong to Li Zishuan. It was not an exaggeration to call Li Zishuan the local tyrant of Lantian County. That was why county magistrate he handed over the household registration of all the people in Lantian County, as well as the annual revenue of the county government to Li Zishuan. This was because from today onwards, Li Zishuan would be the highest-ranking official of Lantian County. Li Zishuan did not look at the name list of the people. He opened the account book at the back and scanned through it. He could not help but frown. Lantian County alone collects about 100,000 dan of agricultural tax and 1,000 strings of business tax every year. County magistrate he's eyebrows twitched. He thought that Li Zishuan felt that the taxes collected were too little, so he hurriedly said, Marquis, the tax system used by Lantian County for the past 2 years was issued by the imperial court. In addition to the poor harvest, the people are already suffering. It is not easy to collect so much agricultural tax. I hope that Marquis will not increase the taxes on account of the people's suffering. Li Zishuan did not know whether to laugh or cry as he said, When did I say that I want to increase the taxes? I was just lamenting that Lantian County's agricultural tax is so high, but the business tax is so little. 100,000 dan of grain, according to the current market price, was only 5,000 strings of business tax. But the business tax was only 1,000 strings of business tax. Was this not a joke? In the modern era, even if it was a poor county, the business tax would not be collected so miserably. County magistrate he heaved a sigh of relief. He then looked at Li Zishuan with a strange gaze and replied, Marquis, Lantian County is adjacent to Chang'an. Merchants usually go to the east and west to do business. Although there are various shops in Lantian County, it is not easy to collect so much business tax in a year. Actually, What county magistrate he said was only one of the reasons. The reason why the business tax was lower than the agricultural tax was because of the business tax system of this era. China's ancient business tax started in the Western Zhou dynasty. It was first collected in the bazaar. It was related to the use of land in the bazaar and measurement equipment. It had nothing to do with the tax on goods. The mountain and lake tax was also collected. But in essence, it was a kind of rent for the use of the country's natural resources. During the spring and autumn period, the various vassal states collected business tax. But in the city tax, other than the occupation of land, registration and other things, the tax was based on a certain percentage of the trade volume. This was actually quite similar to the modern business tax. At the beginning of the spring and autumn period, the more developed countries started to have tariffs. In the later spring and autumn period, it became more common. Not only were there tariffs at the borders, there were also many checkpoints on the roads in the interior. The normal tax rate for customs and city tax was 2%. During the Warring States period, the business tax was collected as before. Only the state of Qin exempted foreign merchants from customs to attract them and used this to gain the support of the merchants from various countries. After the state of Qin was unified, customs were abolished throughout the country. The Han dynasty followed the state of Qin. During the northern and southern dynasties, the northern regime focused on land rent. During the time of Emperor Xiaowen of Northern Wei, business tax was not collected. In the later period of Northern Wei, city tax was collected. The shops were divided into 5 categories. There was also a city tax. Once one entered the city, one had to pay a coin. During the Sui dynasty and the early Tang dynasty, the country was unified. Once again, customs were abolished and only the city tax was collected. The tax rate was 30% and the tax rate was 1%. It was so low that it made one's hair stand on end. Just based on this tax rate, if the people of the modern era who made a living by doing business were to transmigrate to the early Tang dynasty, they would definitely be overjoyed. In this era, the imperial court and local government mainly relied on agricultural tax. The business tax was just a buy one get one free gift. Li Zishuan frowned and said, "County Magistrate He, in the next 2 days, I want you to organize a detailed document on the agricultural and business tax collection method, ratio, and scope of Lantian County. Send someone to deliver it to me." County Magistrate He was a bit confused, but he still nodded and said, "Okay. This official will go back in a while and organize people to draft the document overnight. It will be sent over tomorrow." Li Zishuan secretly praised this county magistrate He. Not only was he willing to do practical things and care about the people's livelihood, he was also very capable. If his loyalty was not bad, he could be a good assistant in the future. And county magistrate He must have a lot of doubts in your heart. This marquis will tell you clearly. Regarding the agricultural and business tax, this marquis feels that the business tax is too light and the agricultural tax is too heavy. In the next 3 years, the agricultural and business tax ratios of Lantian County must be reversed. This is my promise to the people of Lantian County. It is also my hope for all the officials of Lantian County. Li Zishuan looked at County Magistrate He with a burning gaze. His words did not stop until he was shocked to death. Chapter 1186. Yunshan Courtyard. Li Residence Main Hall. After County Magistrate He heard Li Zishuan's words, he couldn't help but jump in fright. Reversing the ratio of agricultural tax and business tax, this was something that no one had ever dared to think of since ancient times. China was an agrarian society in ancient times. Every dynasty emphasized agriculture and suppressed business. Of course, this suppression did not refer to levying more business tax, but the various restrictions on the status of merchants. The classes of scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants were divided into classes, directly nailing the merchants to the lowest level of society. However, although the Tang dynasty followed the previous dynasties and stipulated that merchants or ancestors who were merchants could not become officials, and also limited the color of their clothing, in real life, merchants could enter the palace and interact with high officials and nobles. There were even some who could pass the examination to become an official. Compared to the previous dynasties, the status of merchants in society was gradually increasing. Although the laws of the Tang dynasty prohibited the nobles and bureaucrats from competing with the people, but they could not resist the temptation of huge wealth. The nobles and bureaucrats all entered the business world and engaged in business operations. It was because of this that the ratio of business tax in the Tang dynasty was so low. This was because the nobles and bureaucrats who had already gained benefits would oppose the rulers competing with the people. Moreover, if the nobles and bureaucrats wanted to avoid paying taxes, it was simply too easy. This directly led to the annual business tax revenue of the imperial court not even being a tenth of the agricultural tax. Over time, the ruler's emphasis on business tax became lower and lower. This problem was not only present in the Tang dynasty, but also in many dynasties before and after the Tang dynasty. Therefore, when county magistrate he heard this, he was so shocked. Marquis, if you rashly change the ratio of business tax, I'm afraid that all the shops in Lantian County will move away. Moreover, the aristocrats in the city may all oppose it. When that time comes, I'm afraid that the business tax we receive will be even lower. County magistrate he had been an official for so many years. His experience in governance was much richer than Li Zixuan. He almost instantly thought of the consequences of increasing business tax. Li Zixuan smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Let's not talk about this first. In the future, this marquis will naturally have a way to make the merchants in the county voluntarily pay more tax. This marquis will first familiarize himself with the situation in Lantian County before saying anything else. Otherwise, it will really be just an armchair strategist." Hearing this, county magistrate he couldn't help but have a good impression of Li Zixuan. Actually, before he came, he was worried that Li Zixuan would act according to his wishes and arbitrarily implement government orders. If that was the case, he couldn't do anything about it. After all, Lantian County had completely become Li Zixuan's fief. As long as Li Zixuan didn't rebel, no one could control him. Now it seemed that although Li Zixuan had the intention of reform, he did not force the reform by force. That made him feel a little relieved. Regardless of whether it was in ancient times or modern times, a department was most afraid of a leader who didn't know anything and liked to give orders blindly. "Marquis, you're too modest." Over the next few days, this lowly official and the deputy magistrate of the Yamen will organize the situation of the various villages in Lantian County into a book. When the time comes, I will send it to you, Marquis. County magistrate he cupped his hands and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you." Thinking that he had become the king of Lantian County and could give orders, Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel slightly excited. In his previous life, he had played City Skyline and other similar city simulation games. He felt that being a mayor planning a city and giving his citizens a good life was a very satisfying thing. Now, he had directly become the king of a piece of land, controlling the life and death of tens of thousands of people. The excitement in his heart was something that couldn't be compared to in the game. Of course, after the excitement, he felt the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. He wanted to give his fief citizens a good life. He wanted Lantian County to become the richest county in the entire Tang dynasty, and even the entire world. County magistrate he hurriedly waved his hands, indicating that there was no need to stand on ceremony. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and said, "Right, Marquis. The location of your residence in the county has already been planned. The county Yamen will be recruiting craftsmen to help you renovate the residence. If you have any needs or requests, just send someone to inform this lowly official." Although Li Zixuan had residences in Chang'an and Yunshan, now that he had been granted the entire Lantian County, he had to buy a residence in the county. Firstly, it was to announce his identity as the owner of Lantian County. Secondly, it was to make it easier for the county Yamen officials to report to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan thought for a while and said, "There's no need for the county Yamen to provide manpower or money. This marquis will send someone to build it myself in a few days. There's no need for county magistrate he to worry about it." County magistrate he hurriedly said, "How can this be? Since marquis has been granted the title of Lantian County, renovating a residence for marquis is the responsibility of the Yamen. How can we let marquis spend money?" Li Zixuan waved his hands and said with a smile, "That's enough. This marquis doesn't lack that bit of money. If county magistrate he really feels apologetic, take the money that was originally given to this marquis to renovate the residence and give my brothers in the Yamen double their monthly salary. Just treat it as a token of my appreciation." Others would be strict with new officials, but Li Zixuan was giving everyone a piece of candy as soon as he took office. However, his candy wasn't that delicious. In the future, if he discovered that someone in the county Yamen wasn't doing their job well, he wouldn't hesitate to take it back by double. County magistrate he thought of Li Zixuan's current wealth and couldn't continue to persuade him. He could only cup his hands and say, "Then this lowly official will represent everyone in the yamen in thanking Marquis." County magistrate, he said his goodbyes after he finished explaining the matter, and did a preliminary handover of some affairs in Lontian County. He was very satisfied with the outcome of this negotiation. Li Zishuan did not make things difficult for him, and for the time being, he would not interfere with the county yamen's personnel structure and government decrees. Lontian County would also not be thrown into chaos because of a sudden arrival of a new master. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the 15th day of the first lunar month. The Lantern Festival, also known as the Lantern Festival, the Lesser First Lunar Month, the Lantern Festival, or the Lantern Festival. The 15th day of the first lunar month was the first full moon of the year. It was also the night when spring returned to the land. People celebrated it and also celebrated the continuation of the new year. Sima Qian created the Tai Chu calendar and listed the Lantern Festival as a major holiday. Since the Sui, Tang and Song dynasties, it had flourished. Fiery trees and silver flowers combine. The iron locks of the Star Bridge open. And Chen left with the horse, and Mingyu chased after the man. The roaming horsemen all trotted to the Li, and the song ended with the plum blossoms. Gold doesn't stop the night, and jade doesn't rush it. From the Tang people's 15th night of the first lunar month, one could roughly see how the Tang people celebrated the Lantern Festival. Actually, since the 14th night of the first lunar month, Chang'an City had already lifted the curfew. On the 14th, 15th, and 16th, the people in the city could go out to enjoy the lanterns for 3 consecutive nights. It was called night release. Therefore, in these rare 3 nights, from the nobles to the peddlers, everyone went out to enjoy the lanterns. As a result, the streets of Chang'an City were filled with people and carriages. It was very lively. As for Li Zishuan, because he was trapped in Yunshan, he naturally couldn't feel the liveliness in Chang'an City last night. However, early in the morning, someone rushed from Chang'an City to Yunshan. Chapter 1187. Changqian? Why are you here? That's right. Li Changqian came to Cloud Mountain near noon. Haha. Little Xian, I'm here today to ask for a favor. Li Changqian said with a chuckle after entering the main hall. Li Zishuan shook his head helplessly and said, "Ha! Changqian, just say what you want. I can't bear such words." Li Changqian grinned and said, "Cough, cough. Little Xian, it's actually nothing much. I'm here to ask if you're planning to set off fireworks at the academy tonight?" Li Zishuan was taken aback, then he said with some amusement, "Haha, Changqian, you want to bring a batch of fireworks back to Chang'an, right?" He would never believe that Li Changqian came all the way here just to ask such a boring question. The only possible explanation was that this fellow was here to ask for fireworks. Haha, this. To be honest, I want to make use of the Lantern Festival to set up a fireworks show in the palace this time to make father, mother, grandfather, and Changle happy. Li Changqian said with some embarrassment. Seriously speaking, this fireworks show was Li Zishuan's original patent. It felt a little strange for him to ask for it at this time. Li Zishuan did not care about this. He smiled and said, "Haha, I was wondering what it was, so it's fireworks. Changqian, why did you have to come personally for such a small matter? There will indeed be a small fireworks show at the academy tonight, but there are still extra fireworks in the warehouse. I'll get someone to send them to the palace later." Compared to New Year's Eve, Li Zishuan prepared plenty of fireworks this time. The day before yesterday, he even got someone to send an ox cart of fireworks to Old Cheng. Old Cheng had pre-ordered this long ago. Something would happen if he did not give it to him. Even so, he was still quite rich. He did not plan to sell this in the short term. It was good to give it to Li Changqian. "Haha, then I'll thank you," Li Changqian said with a smile and cupped his hands. "But Changqian, you have to take care of the fireworks and prohibit all sources of fire from getting close. Otherwise, this thing will cause a lot of damage." "No, I'll send a craftsman over to take care of the fireworks for you." The Imperial Palace was an important place. Once an explosion or fire occurred, the impact would be no small matter. Li Zishuan had no choice but to be cautious. "Yes, that's for the best. When the time comes, I will also send some people to watch over them carefully." Li Changqian nodded seriously and replied. Li Zishuan explained some other things to take note of. Seeing that it was already noon, Li Zishuan symbolically asked Li Chengqian to stay for lunch. Unexpectedly, Li Chengqian agreed without hesitation. It turned out that this guy was not only here to ask for fireworks, but also to freeload a meal. After all, the food here was even more delicious than the ones in the palace. At 5 in the afternoon, the sky gradually darkened, but Chang'an City was brightly lit. Since ancient times, the Lantern Festival was the last festival of all kinds of festivals during the Spring Festival. After this festival, everyone would settle down and do what they needed to do. Therefore, the people also attached great importance to this festival. Before the sky turned dark, every household and every neighborhood hung 2 lanterns in front of their doors. The eastern and western cities did not implement a curfew tonight, and all the big shops were operating as usual. Neat rows of lanterns were hung on both sides of the street. There were many types of lanterns, and each had its own characteristics. There were egrets twirling flowers, yellow dragons spitting water, golden mallards, silver swallows, transient light cave, star-gathering pavilion, and so on. It was dazzling. Such a beautiful display of lanterns naturally attracted all the people, from the emperor to the commoners. When the sky turned dark, the city was immediately filled with carriages and horses. No one cared about the people. The families of the kings and lords made merry on horseback, praising and competing with each other. The scholars all composed poems to record the event. After dinner, most of the commoners in Chang'an City brought their families out to shop. Some restaurants and shops took the opportunity to launch some promotional activities to attract a large number of rich people to spend money in their shops. They all wanted to make a lot of money tonight. Ahem, except for the men who would go out, the women also went out tonight. According to records, on the night of the Shangyuan festival, Chang'an City was as bright as day. The mountain shed was more than 100 feet high. After the divine dragon, there were many decorations. Scholars and women all went out at night, and the roads were blocked by carriages and horses. The Lantern Festival was also known as the Valentine's Day in ancient China. The beauties in ancient times were usually very honest. Basically, they lived a monotonous life of not going out of the house, not going out of the house. They were watched too strictly. However, it was different during the Lantern Festival. Not only could they go out of the house, but they could also go out at night. This made the ladies very excited. Therefore, many Tang poems left verses of beauties playing and looking at the lanterns during the Lantern Festival. There are many beauties on the river and bridge. There are many fragrant carriages on the road. The South Mo black silk ride, the East neighbor pink dress, and so on. As a result, the night of the Shangyuan festival was even more lively. Everywhere in Chang'an City could be seen children chasing each other, girls playing, and single men giggling. On Yunshan Mountain, the festive atmosphere was also quite strong. Although the number of lanterns was definitely not as many as those in Chang'an City, the variety was not inferior at all. The entire Yunshan Mountain was decorated and surrounded by lanterns. Looking up from the bottom of the mountain, it was as if there was a dreamy fairy palace on the mountain. Chimo, why don't you go back to Chang'an for the festival? Maybe you can bump into a lady on the street. If you two catch each other's eye, Uncle Chung will be very gratified. After Li Zishuan came to the brightly lit academy, he met Cheng Chimo, Li Tai, Sun Zifan, and the others who were fighting bandits on the lawn in front of Guanghua Building. He couldn't help but make fun of them. There was no other way. Cheng Chimo was the only leftover man among them. If he didn't make fun of him, who else could he make fun of? Ah, what lady? Pair of sharp A. Cheng Chimo didn't hear too clearly. He saw that Li Tai in addition to a pair of Ks and quickly threw out a pair of As. Can't afford it. Li Tai replied subconsciously. Lady. Pair of As. Can't afford it. On the other hand, Li Zishuan was dumbfounded and almost laughed out loud. Because the unintentional conversation between these two guys reminded him of some modern jokes. Cough, cough. He coughed twice and shook off the nonsensical thoughts in his mind. Then, he repeated the words just now to Cheng Chimo. Lady? Forget it. Those ladies from the noble families in Chang, and were all so weak that they couldn't even lift a finger. They were so weak that they couldn't even stand a gust of wind. Fighting bandits is more fun. Come, come, come. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, straight. Cheng Chimo curled his lips and complained. In the blink of an eye, he continued to join the battle. Chapter 1188. Yamacho. Will there be lanterns at the academy tonight? After the game, a piece of paper appeared on Xianxia's forehead. While the cards were being shuffled, Li Tai raised his head and asked Li Zixuan. Of course. Not only will there be lanterns, but there will also be riddles. The riddles will begin at 5:45 p.m. Li Zixuan nodded. Riddles? Are they going to write riddles on the lanterns for people to guess? Li Tai was puzzled. Although lanterns were popular in the Tang dynasty, riddles had not appeared yet. Riddles were riddles written on lanterns. They originated from China's folk and were later turned into riddles by scholars. They had a long history in China. During the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period, there were riddles. During the Qin and Han dynasties, riddles were written creations. During the Three Kingdoms period, riddles were popular. However, it was not until the Song dynasty that riddles officially appeared. People tied riddles to colorful lanterns for people to guess. Li Zixuan nodded and praised. That's right. The riddles are riddles written on lanterns. Every time you guess a lantern correctly, you will receive a small prize. After the riddles are over, you can take the lanterns and go to the teachers to receive your prize. In addition, the 3 students who correctly guess the most riddles will receive a special prize. All right. As for the detailed rules, Mr. Mo will tell you next time. Since the teachers at the academy were working on the 16th of the first month, those who lived far away had arrived at the academy earlier today. Otherwise, they would not be able to find anyone to help organize such a grand riddle-guessing event. What special prize? Xianxia's eyes lit up as he asked. Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and said unhappily, No matter what the prize is, what does it have to do with you? He did not believe that this idiot could get first place in the riddles. Feeling Li Zixuan's contempt, Xianxia said unhappily, F***ck. Yamacho, what do you mean by this? Although I'm not good at all subjects, I'm definitely better at guessing riddles than Qin K, okay? I've been playing with this since I was a child, and I'm tired of it. He didn't know if this idiot was bragging or not, but strangely, Li Tai didn't refute him. However, Li Zixuan definitely didn't believe this idiot. He curled his lips and said, Enough. Brat, keep bragging. You guys continue playing. I'm going to look for Mr. Mo. At 5:45 p.m., the riddle guessing competition began on time. There were 5 lantern matrices set up in 5 different places in the academy, which meant that tonight's riddle guessing activity was divided into 5 teams. The students could choose any team to participate in the riddle guessing activity. After all, there were quite a number of students in the academy at this time. If they were all placed together, it would seem very crowded. In every square array of lanterns, there were more than 10 teachers from the academy maintaining order and tallying the results. Li Zixuan was not bluffing when he said that the top 3 students with the best results would receive special rewards. He really had prepared 3 special rewards for tonight. 2 big ones and 2 small ones. Type a word. Li Tai stared at a piece of paper under the lantern and murmured. In fact, guessing riddles was not his strong point. This was because it was similar to brain teasers, which required a lot of imagination. Last year, when the Strange Taste Pavilion first opened, he, who had just finished reading Journey to the West, wanted to recruit Li Zixuan and write novels for him. At that time, Li Zixuan had set 10 questions and claimed that if he could answer one correctly, he could go back with him and write novels for him for free for 3 years. But who would have thought that he couldn't answer a single question correctly out of the 10 questions and was beaten black and blue? It was all because his imagination wasn't big enough. Hey! It's a Qin word. Haha. Isn't this too easy? As Li Tai frowned and pondered, Xianxia's voice suddenly came from beside him. This guy's arrogant laughter immediately attracted everyone's attention. Wang Ji, who was in the crowd, laughed and said, Yo! Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect someone to guess a lantern riddle right so quickly. And it's Xianxia. Haha. I'll give you 1 point. After that, he lowered his head and added 1 point to Xianxia in his little notebook. Xianxia laughed proudly and opened the next level. Noodles but no mouth, feet but no hands. You can eat rice and drink wine. Make a family of furniture. Hee hee. I've got it. Xianxia seemed to have the help of God tonight. As soon as he finished reading the next riddle, he immediately shouted, It's the table. Is it, Mr. Wang? Wang Ji was surprised. He thought that Xianxia's usual grades were not good. Why was he like a child prodigy when he guessed the riddle? The answer came out of his mouth easily, and his accuracy was surprisingly high. That's right. It's the table. Cheng Chumo. Add another point. The students were in an uproar. They all looked at Cheng Chumo in surprise. At the same time, they also sighed in their hearts that this riddle was very interesting. It was much more interesting than just guessing riddles. Chonyo, how can you guess so accurately? When did you become so good? Sun Zifen could not help but tug at Cheng Chumo's arm and wonder. Cheng Chumo said proudly, "Hee hee. What else could it be? It's because I'm a prodigy." Sun Zifen rolled his eyes and almost spat out last night's meal. F***ck. Stop bragging, Chumo. You call yourself a prodigy? Your grades are not even as high as mine in every exam. If you're a prodigy, then what am I? Tell me the truth. Don't talk nonsense. Cheng Chumo looked embarrassed. He scratched his head and said the truth. Hee hee. Actually, there are many riddles here that I've seen before. At that time, my favorite thing to do was to guess riddles. I used this to win a lot of money from Zhang Sun Chong. Zhang Sun Chong, who was guessing the riddles in another square of lanterns, could not help but sneeze. Cheng Chumo continued to break through all the obstacles, and his score continued to soar. Li Tai, who followed behind Cheng Chumo, had seen more and more of the lantern riddles. He also began to understand some of the rules, and the riddles he solved slowly increased. The rest of the students showed their magical powers and displayed their intelligence. They wanted to get more prizes. Some people even wanted to fight for the top 3 places to get the so-called special prize. The academy suddenly became a sea of joy. The festive atmosphere was not worse than some places in Chang'an City. After 2 hours, Li Zishuan announced the end of the lantern riddles. The students received their prizes from the teachers of the academy according to the number of lanterns they guessed. The prizes were not expensive. They were just some small wooden animal carvings sold in the Wonderful Taste Pavilion. Compared to that, the students were more curious about the special prize Li Zishuan mentioned. Under everyone's gaze, Li Zishuan finally said loudly, "Next, I'll announce the top 3 of this lantern riddles. First place, Cheng Chumo. Second place, Li Yan. Third place, Zhang Sun Chong. These 3 students will receive a copy of the Interesting Mathematical Questions collection, compiled by me." Crack. This was the sound of vomiting blood and heartbreak. Chapter 1189. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bam bam bam. After the riddles, it was time for the fireworks show. Several plates of fireworks were lit at the same time, and a spectacular scene of thousands of flowers blooming appeared in the sky. The fireworks on New Year's Eve had already left a very shocking impression on the students, so the students didn't make a big fuss like last time. However, the beauty of the fireworks had once again conquered them. At this moment, the students were all looking up at the colorful fireworks in the sky, dazzled and dazzled. At the same time, in Chang'an City, in the sky above the palace, a few bright flames suddenly appeared without any warning. Then, they exploded in the sky, and a few huge fireworks bloomed proudly in the night sky. They were colorful and extremely gorgeous. The ever-changing fireworks gracefully unfolded her smiling face in light yellow, silver, green, light purple, clear blue, and pink. It was too beautiful to behold. The petals fell like rain, falling one after another. People seemed to be able to touch them, but when they stretched out their hands, they couldn't touch anything. In an instant, whether they were shopping, looking at the lanterns, or flirting in Chang'an City, all of them turned their eyes to the direction of the palace in the north at the first moment. "It's fireworks! There are fireworks in the palace!" Someone suddenly exclaimed. On New Year's Eve, hundreds of thousands of people in Chang'an City went to the foot of Yun Mountain to watch the fireworks festival. Therefore, when the palace released the fireworks tonight, someone immediately recognized it. "Wow! These are fireworks! So beautiful!" The ladies who came out to the Lantern Festival tonight were seeing the legendary fireworks for the first time, and their hearts were instantly hooked. Since ancient times, beautiful things had always been a fatal attraction to women. "Huan Long, these fireworks are so beautiful. Can you personally set off a plate of fireworks for me in the future?" This kind of creature not only existed in modern times, but also in ancient times. However, at this time, there were actually many young ladies who were infatuated with fireworks. This made the infatuated men who wanted to take advantage of tonight's date suffer because they had already asked around and found out that fireworks were not sold anywhere. Wanru this. It's not that I don't want to, but these fireworks can't be bought at all. But how would the ladies who lived in the boudoir for a long time know about this? In their impression, what in the world couldn't be bought with money? Humph. What can't be bought? How could he not be able to buy it? The way I see it, you just can't bear to. I misjudged you. Let's not meet again. Hey. Wanru, listen to me. I didn't lie to you. Alas, it was supposed to be an exceptionally festive lantern festival or Valentine's Day. Who would have thought that because of the fireworks, it would become a parting day for these infatuated men and resentful women? Countless people would probably not be able to sleep tonight. Swish, swish, swish. Bang, bang, bang. The fireworks in the palace only lasted for about half an hour. As if it had been discussed beforehand, when the fireworks in the imperial palace finished, a few fireworks also appeared in the direction of Cheng's mansion. Those who didn't go to Yunshan to watch the fireworks show on New Year's Eve couldn't help but exclaim. Finally, they could see so many fireworks in Chang'an. After a night of fun, everyone went to bed very late into the night. For the students of Yunshan, the happiest thing on Xiangyuan night was not watching the fireworks, but guessing riddles. As soon as this new type of game was released, it received the approval of most people. Furthermore, almost every student had won something last night. Although a small prize was not worth much, it was still a symbol of honor. Moreover, from the looks of it, the small handicrafts made by Strange Interest Pavilion were very pleasing to the eye. It would be a good choice to use it as a small ornament. However, for Cheng Chimo, last night's memories weren't so wonderful. He had worked so hard to overcome all the obstacles and finally won first place. He thought that the mysterious prize Li Zishuan mentioned would be something about eating, drinking, and having fun. Who would have thought that it would be a collection of mathematical problems? Was this AF** king joke? This situation was like a kindergarten student drawing a lottery. A child won the special prize, but the prize was a chance to train for 2 months free of charge by a training organization. Was this a reward or a punishment? When Cheng Chimo received this special prize, he was so angry that he almost tore it apart. Fortunately, Li Tai arrived in time and repeatedly asked Cheng Chimo to transfer this special prize to him. Cheng Chimo didn't have any objections. What this idiot didn't know was that the thing that he thought was trash was a treasure to Li Tai. This was because there were a lot of mathematical problems in this book. Moreover, they were personally compiled by Li Zishuan. The way of solving the problems was exquisite and the way of thinking was tricky. For mathematics enthusiasts, this book could definitely be called the Holy Book of Mathematics. The next day, Yunshan, Yanhuang College. At 7 in the morning, when most of the students were still asleep, Li Zishuan had already arrived at Yanhuang College. He gathered all the teachers for the first teachers' meeting of the new semester. His main task in the morning was to commend the teachers and form teachers of the classes who had the best results in last year's final exams, as well as those who had made outstanding contributions to the college. For example, Mo Lingwei, who built the astronomical telescope, Wang Ji, who produced sulfuric acid in the laboratory, and so on. The commendation meeting lasted until noon. Li Zishuan announced the end of the meeting and told the teachers that there would be a teacher's title evaluation meeting in the afternoon. After the meeting, Li Zishuan walked out of the college and went home for dinner. Husband, it's cooked. The dishes are cooked. As soon as he walked to the door, Han Yushi ran over happily and pulled Li Zishuan's hand. The dishes are cooked? Li Zishuan was puzzled when he heard that. He subconsciously said, "Wife, why are you so happy that the dishes are cooked? Let's go in and eat." Speaking of which, he thought that the dishes for lunch were cooked. Unexpectedly, Han Yushi quickly shook her head and tried to explain to Li Zishuan in detail. "Husband, that's not what I meant. It's the greenhouse behind our courtyard. Most of the vegetables inside are already cooked. Especially the cucumbers, they've already grown so long." As Han Yushi spoke, she gestured with her hands. Li Zishuan finally understood what his wife meant. He couldn't help but be shocked and said, "Are they really all cooked? So fast. Let's go. Wife, let's go to the greenhouse to harvest the vegetables." In his previous life, he was the son of a farmer. In this life, he still had a special feeling for the land. Now that he had grown vegetables in the greenhouse, It could be said that he was bursting with a sense of accomplishment. Chapter 1190. Not bad, not bad. Let's have a plate of cucumber salad with vinegar and minced garlic for lunch. It's delicious. Li Zishuan followed Han Yushi to his own greenhouse. What he saw was a patch of green. There were mustard greens, spinach, shepherd's purse, leeks, onions, lentils, eggplants, and cucumber sprouts climbing on the rattan frame. Seeing so much green in the middle of winter, his mood immediately improved. Spinach was brought back by Xianxia from the western regions during the Han dynasty. Lentils were originally from India and were introduced during the Han and Jin dynasties. Eggplants were originally from Southeast Asia and India and were introduced to China during the Jin dynasty. Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty was especially fond of it and named it Kunlun purple melon. Although the variety of fruits and vegetables in the Tang dynasty was not as much as in modern times, it was definitely not a small number. Looking at the variety of vegetables in front of him, Li Zishuan was very satisfied. When they had hot pot before the new year, the vegetables in it were just bean sprouts and tofu. Now that the vegetables in the greenhouse had matured, they could finally have a good combination of meat and vegetables when eating hot pot later. Husband. Han Yushi nodded and went in to pick the cucumbers. Although it was cold in winter and inconvenient to eat cucumbers, for the Li family who had heating, let alone cucumbers, they could even eat watermelons. Wow! He was actually able to grow vegetables in winter. Xiao Xian, your greenhouse is really amazing. After knowing that some of the vegetables in the greenhouse had matured, Li Jingma, Mrs. Li, and the 3 members of the Yi family hurried over to take a look. When they saw the vibrant vegetables in the greenhouse, Yi Guozhong was shocked. To him, the trip to Chang'an last year was not in vain. Not only did he resolve the misunderstanding with his daughter for many years, but he also saw more new things than he had seen in the first half of his life. Sometimes, he could not help but sigh at how fast the times changed. Hee. My good grandson is so capable. He did all the things that others would not even dare to dream of. Mrs. Yi looked at Li Zishuan proudly and praised him. Yi Fashion personally went up to take a look at the vegetables in the field. He pursed his lips and didn't say anything. This old-fashioned brat still felt that Li Zishuan had violated the natural laws of spring planting and autumn harvesting. At noon, a hot pot was set up in the courtyard again. Lan'er, who used to have a special fondness for mutton rolls, only ate spinach, shepherd's purse today, especially the cabbage. The tender leaves were boiled in the hot pot for a moment, then dipped in the dipping sauce bowl, and put into the mouth to chew. It could be said to be fresh and juicy, perfectly neutralizing the saltiness of the dipping sauce. At the end, there was still the sweetness of the cabbage juice at the root of the tongue. It was simply an endless aftertaste. Brother. This dish is too delicious. How come Lan'er has never eaten such delicious spinach before? It wasn't that the world had changed too quickly, but that the Great Tang didn't have any vegetables in the past during the winter. Li Zishuan smiled indulgently and said, Har. Eat more if it's delicious. The cabbage in the greenhouse in our backyard is all yours. Lan'er smiled sweetly, and very contentedly dipped some cabbage leaves into the hot pot with her chopsticks. Old master, how do the cabbage and spinach taste? Mrs. Li suddenly asked. She looked at Li Jingma, who was also busy dipping the cabbage, and smiled meaningfully. Fragrant. Really fragrant. Fragrant and sweet. This cabbage is much better than the cabbage at the end of autumn. And this cucumber, crispy and refreshing, it's really top grade. I didn't expect to be able to eat cucumbers in the harsh winter. It's really delightful. Li Jingma, who was eating very happily, didn't notice that Mrs. Li's smile was a little strange. He sighed a lot and didn't expect to be mercilessly interrupted by Mrs. Li. If I remember correctly, when Xianxia wanted to build a greenhouse to grow vegetables, someone said that if vegetables could be grown in the greenhouse in winter, he wouldn't eat a single one even if he starved to death. The room suddenly fell into a strange silence. Everyone put down their chopsticks and looked at Li Jingma with sparkling eyes. Obviously, everyone remembered who had said those words at that time. Cough, cough. Eat quickly. Eat quickly. Today's food is so delicious. Don't waste it if it gets cold later. Li Jingma's face was red, and he glared at his wife, but Mrs. Li mercilessly glared back and secretly stepped on his foot. Mrs. Li now had her son and her family backing her up, so why would she be afraid of him? Father, We're eating hot pot. As long as the stove is on, the food won't get cold. Lana raised her head and corrected Li Jingma with a serious expression. Old Master Li almost vomited blood. He couldn't stay in this house anymore. His wife was mocking him, and even his daughter was against him. Lana, eat quickly, don't talk. Father, you should eat quickly too. That was just a joke back then. At the critical moment, Li Zishuan couldn't bear to see his father embarrassed, so he spoke up to help him out. Li Jingma was crying in his heart. His son was still the best to him. Ha ha. Come. One for each of you. Have a taste. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan brought a food to the conference room of the Academy's Guanghua building with a basket of freshly picked cucumbers. The conference room was already full. Li Zishuan smiled happily and instructed Ah Fu. Now that San Bao had gone to Sichuan to look for ores, Ah Fu was naturally promoted to Li Zishuan's #1 lackey. Cucumber. Yamacho, where did this cucumber come from? Yen Silu's eyes were about to pop out. He suddenly stood up and said in surprise. Could it be from the palace? That's too precious. Yamacho, you should take it back. Li Gang was very knowledgeable. He knew that the palace could get fresh cucumbers from the soup bureau in winter, so he said that. Hearing this, the gentlemen in the meeting room all declined. That's right. Yamacho. This cucumber is too precious. You should take it back. That's right. This is too precious. Li Zishuan waved his hand and laughed loudly. Haha. Gentlemen, you don't have to decline. These cucumbers were planted by my family, not by the soup bureau. It's not expensive. Everyone can have one cucumber. After eating, we'll continue the meeting. He planted it himself. When he said that, everyone in the room was even more shocked. How could he grow cucumbers in winter? Yen Silu said with a look of suspicion. Yamacho, are you joking? Although I heard that you have a hot spring in your courtyard, you can't grow so many cucumbers, right? Haha. Mr. Yen, who said that you can only grow vegetables next to a hot spring in winter? Everyone here will be the inheritors of engineering in the future. We engineering are good at doing things that seem impossible. Chapter 1191. Ka. In the conference room on the first floor of Guanghua building. The first Yanhuang College Teacher Title Evaluation Conference actually started with the crisp sound of cucumbers being eaten. Everyone was sitting in their chairs, enjoying the fresh cucumbers that were just plucked from the seedlings. They were tender and juicy, making people salivate. The conference room was also filled with the unique fragrance of cucumbers. For many people, this was not only a feast for their taste buds, but also a feast for their ears. Because the sound of so many people eating cucumbers was too pleasing to listen to. That crisp sound seemed to be able to stir people's nerves, making them unable to stop even if they wanted to. So much so that some people's faces were not only filled with enjoyment, but also a trace of intoxication. Li Zishuan expressed his understanding of this. In his previous life, there was a short video of watching others eat cucumbers for more than a minute on the internet that went viral on Weibo. Many people said that the sound was too crisp, and they were already deeply immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. Actually, this phenomenon was very normal, and it had a special term, ASMR. Its characteristic was visual, auditory, tactile, olfactory, or other sensory stimuli, causing a unique and pleasurable sensation in the brain, scalp, back, or other areas of the body. Scientific research showed that when people hear soft voices or objects make light sounds, the brain's amygdala would become very active, and the amygdala could stimulate a human sense of pleasure, ahem, you know. Ka. The teachers of the academy especially cherished the cucumbers in winter. However, no matter how much they cherished it, there was still a time when they finished it. Many of them even ate the cucumber's buttocks. Li Zishuan's mouth twitched as he watched. He thought to himself, if this was seen by outsiders, wouldn't it be too embarrassing for the academy's image? Cough. All right. Since everyone has finished eating, then this year's Teacher Title Evaluation Conference will officially begin. Seeing the 80 teachers in the room reluctantly throw the last bit of cucumber's buttocks into the trash can, Li Zishuan coughed twice and solemnly announced. The faces of the teachers of the academy turned solemn as they looked at Li Zishuan. Compared to the cucumber, they were more concerned about this. There are a total of 43 applicants for the position of lecturer, 25 applicants for the position of associate professor, and 7 applicants for the position of professor. Next, the acting Shan Zhongwen, Mr. Ji, and the head of the teaching office, Mr. Kong Gue, will announce the results of the evaluation. Due to the large number of participants and the complicated process, the professional title evaluation conference lasted until the sky turned dark. In the end, a total of 6 people were appointed as professors. They were Yen Silu, Wang Ji, Xiao Diyan, Su Hongji, Mo Huai, and Ma Zhou. The 6 of them were happy to have a residence on Cloud Mountain. They finally had the opportunity to enjoy the academicized architectural decoration and become neighbors with Li Zixuan. Of course, Mo Huai was an exception. He had rejected Li Zixuan's request to give him a residence. Firstly, Li Zixuan had previously given him Lu Shuren's mansion in Plum Village for free. Secondly, his daughter Mo Lingwei had been appointed as a special professor of the academy because of the astronomical telescope incident. She had already received a residence on Cloud Mountain. If he received another one, it would be somewhat inappropriate. From now on, Ma Zhou no longer had to rent a house. At least he had a home in Chang'an, and it was an exquisite mansion that was priceless. As for Wang Ji, he no longer had to live in the academy's teacher's dormitory. After class in the afternoon, he could also warm 2 pots of wine at home. It was worth mentioning that Yen Xiaoning was not appointed as a professor, but only as an associate professor. This was because the strict and old-fashioned people like Li Gang and Yen Silu believed that Yen Xiaoning did not have academic achievements like Mo Lingwei. Giving him the position of associate professor was already giving Li Zixuan face. Being a professor was definitely out of the question. As a result, the poor Yen Xiaoning was subconsciously suppressed by Mo Lingwei. There were a total of 20 associate professors in the academy. The rest were all promoted from teaching assistants to lecturers. Although this result was somewhat unsatisfactory for a small number of people, it was still a happy ending overall. The next day. In the morning, Han Lijing and Old Hu came to Cloud Mountain early in the morning to look for Li Zixuan. Father-in-law, Uncle Hu, come and sit. As the academy had officially started work, Li Zixuan did not sleep in today. He had already woken up at this time. Seeing Han Lijing and Old Hu coming together, he quickly greeted them. The 3 of them sat down in order. Han Yushi brought 2 cups of hot tea for Han Lijing and Hu Hanyun. Han Lijing took it, then looked at Li Zixuan and said, "Xiao Xian, I've already packed up yesterday. I plan to leave for Hedong Road today to buy all 3 estates and then start to treat the sewage." "Father, you're leaving so soon?" Han Yushi was a little reluctant. She looked at Han Lijing and couldn't help but ask. "Haha, Yushi. It's not early anymore. It's already the 17th day of the first month. If we don't leave now, the sewage at the mines will affect the people's spring planting," Han Lijing said with a smile. Then he said earnestly, "After your father leaves, you and little Xian will have to take care of Tai Dan. In any case, this kid is much more promising than before. I'm not worried about him. It's you. I hope that you and Xiao Xian can live a good life. I'll only be at ease if the 2 of you live well. Speaking of which, if I can become a grandfather this year, I'll be completely satisfied." Haha. Although Han Yushi also wanted to give Li Zixuan a boy or a girl, how could she say such words? She couldn't help but feel embarrassed. "Father. What are you saying? It's still early." "Ha ha ha. Good. I won't say it. This matter, you and Xiao Xian can do as you see fit." Han Lijing stroked his beard and comforted her. Since father-in-law has decided to leave today, this son-in-law will arrange for guards to pack up the money and escort father-in-law to Hedong Road. Once you've settled down there, this son-in-law will ask them to come back," Li Zixuan said with a serious face. That's good too. The money needed to buy a manor isn't a small amount. Xiao Xian, you can send some people to protect it." Han Lijing nodded, then patted Hu Hanyun's shoulder and said to Li Zixuan, "Xiao Xian, other than this, I have another matter. This time, I'm going to Hedong Road and I probably won't be back in a short period of time. So, I'm thinking that it's better to let Old Hu be the Han Manor's village chief. Otherwise, if I'm not around for a long time, I'll delay the Han Manor's affairs." Chapter 1192. No. Li Zhang, you can't say that. What capabilities do I, Old Hu, have to be the Li Zhang? Only you can be the Han family village's Li Zhang. If you let me be the Li Zhang, wouldn't you be harming the entire Han family village? In Cloud Mountain First Courtyard, after Hu Hanyun heard Han Lijing's words, he hurriedly said. Looking at him, he obviously didn't know beforehand. Han Lijing waved his hand and smiled. Old Hu, you don't have to be too humble. Last year when I wasn't at the Han family village, as the acting Li Zhang of the Han family village, you did everything very well. But the Han family village cannot continue to be without an official Li Zhang. Now that I am away for so long, Old Hu, you will have to take on more responsibilities in the future. This is also for the good of the Han family village. But Hu Hanyun still wanted to argue. Being a straightforward person, he subconsciously felt that this was snatching the rice bowl from Han Lijing, and it was very unethical. No buts. Apart from you, there's no one more suitable. Without waiting for Hu Hanyun to finish, Han Lijing directly interrupted. After saying that, he looked towards Li Zishuan and urged the latter to make a decision quickly. Little Xian, you should quickly consider this matter. I have to leave today, but the Han family village cannot be without a Li Zhang for too long. Li Zishuan frowned. He looked at his own wife's expression and realized that Han Yushi's face didn't have any special expression. He thought for a while and said, Father-in-law is right. How about this? After father-in-law has completely settled down at Hadong Road, I will hand over the Han family village's Li Zhang to Uncle Hu. What do you think? Now, the entire Lantian County was his fiefdom. So to decide on a village's Li Zhang was just a matter of a sentence to him. Hearing that, Han Lijing nodded and said, That's good too. After I have completely settled down there, I will get someone to send a letter back to you, little Xian. It's settled then, I will go back first. Little Xian, Yushi, take care. Father-in-law, be careful. Li Zishuan stood up and cupped his hands towards Han Lijing. He said, In a moment, this son-in-law will have the manor's guard send the money to the Han family manor. After that, I will go with father-in-law to Hadong Road. Yes. Han Lijing nodded and took his leave. Only Li Zishuan, his wife, and Hu Hanyun were left in the room. At this moment, Old Hu could not help but sigh. Sigh. Han Lijing had stayed in the Han family manor for so many years. If the manor head knew that he was leaving, he reckoned that he would not be willing to part with him for the time being. To be honest, I, Old Hu, am hoping that Li Zhang won't be able to buy the manor at Hadong. That way, Li Zhang will be able to come back and continue being Li Zhang for everyone. Li Zishuan sorted out his thoughts and said to Hu Hanyun, Uncle Hu, actually, what my father-in-law said is not without reason. It's not impossible for you to take the position of village chief of the Han family manor. Father-in-law still has other important matters to attend to in Hadong Road. So, from today onwards, you will have to take on all the responsibilities of the Han family manor. Hu Hanyun opened his mouth and after hesitating for a while, he could only say helplessly, Yes, young master. The main hall was silent for a moment. Hu Hanyun then remembered the purpose of his visit. So he said to Li Zishuan, Young master, a portion of the vegetables in the Han family manor sheds are already ripe. 2 days ago, the manor heads were discussing with me if we should take a batch to Chang'an City to sell. After all, these things can't be kept for long. Li Zishuan smiled and nodded. Yes. Then let's sell them. Before the new year, the manor heads had spent a lot of money to manage these sheds. It's time for them to reap the rewards. Old Hu chuckled and said embarrassedly, Young master, everything else is easy to discuss. It's just that the manor heads don't know how to set the price. After all, none of us have ever sold vegetables in the winter before. Li Zishuan instantly understood what Hu Hanyun meant. It was most likely that the manor heads felt that the vegetables in the winter were more valuable. However, as they were used to being honest, they were too embarrassed to ask for too high a price. So, they asked Old Hu to come over and ask for his opinion. After pondering for a moment, Li Zishuan opened his mouth and said, I can't tell you the exact price. Uncle Hu, go back and tell everyone that they can refer to the price of each vegetable in autumn and summer and multiply that price by 20 to 30 times. In modern times, the price of the same type of vegetables grown in the winter in greenhouses was generally twice as high as the price of the vegetables grown in the summer under natural conditions. Because the manor heads under him were the first batch of Tang dynasty farmers to grow vegetables out of season on a large scale, it wasn't excessive to ask for 20 to 30 times the price. In fact, even if he asked for 100 times the price, there would still be people who would buy it. According to historical records, The cucumbers in winter in the Tang dynasty were priceless treasures. Even after the Ming and Qing dynasties, the price of cucumbers in winter was still calculated by the roots. A single cucumber was worth tens of thousands of dollars. However, if he set the price like that, there would be a lot less people who would buy it. However, the 8 manor heads under him all grew vegetables in greenhouses. With such a huge amount, he had to set a price that was acceptable to the rich in Chang'an City. Although in the future, as more and more people knew about the technology of growing vegetables in greenhouses, the price would definitely decrease year by year. However, what did that matter? Anyway, it was fine as long as his manor heads could enjoy the first wave of huge profits. 20 to 30 times? Old Hu's eyes widened. He was tongue-tied and said, Young master, isn't this a little too greedy? What if we can't sell it? What should we do? Before he came, he had discussed with the manor heads. At most, the price of the vegetables in summer was 5 times the price. He didn't expect Li Zixuan to be so ruthless and ask for 20 to 30 times the price. Greedy? How is this greedy? Uncle Hu, don't worry. There will definitely be a lot of people buying at this price. You just have to listen to me. Li Zixuan waved his hand nonchalantly. Believe in the young master and you will be rich. This was already a principle that Li Zixuan's manor heads had long been engraved in their hearts. Old Hu was no exception. When he heard Li Zixuan's confidence, he immediately put away his previous doubts. That's fine. I will go and inform all the manor heads who have greenhouses. We are all young master's people. That means we are family. When we go to Chang'an City, we have to maintain the same price. Old Hu stood up and prepared to leave. Li Zixuan laughed in his heart. He didn't expect Old Hu to be so meticulous. He even came up with the idea of a uniform price. This way, it would be very good to avoid the vicious competition between the manor heads and the manor heads. Good. Uncle Hu, take care. If there's anything, you can come to Yun Mountain to find me. Li Zixuan also stood up and said. Old Hu nodded his head and left. Looks like there are many people in the fief. This year, they can directly become well off with the vegetables in the greenhouses. Looking at Hu Hanyun's back, Li Zixuan was happy in his heart. Chapter 1193. Shopkeeper Lu. Shopkeeper Lu? Do you want spinach, cucumber, or spinach? The next day, before dawn, many farmers had already entered the city with 2 baskets of fresh vegetables. Of course, there were also those who directly pulled ox carts into the city. With the help of the cement road, the speed of the ox carts was naturally very fast. Unsurprisingly, the farmers chose the Drunken Immortal restaurant as their first stop to sell their vegetables. In the past, when the bean sprouts were just grown, they also did this. Yo! Old Hu, come in quickly. The Drunken Immortal restaurant had just opened when shopkeeper Lu saw that Old Hu had brought dozens of farmers with him. Second Master Lu didn't come today, but his sons did. This. Old Hu, the vegetables in your shed have all grown? As one of the few elders under Li Zixuan, shopkeeper Lu knew that the farmers under Li Zixuan were secretly cultivating vegetables. Seeing so many fresh vegetables, shopkeeper Lu was first shocked, then he said in realization. Old Hu grinned and said, Yes. A portion of them have already grown. Everyone wants to bring some to Chang'an City and see if they can be sold. Easy to sell. Easy to sell. Of course they're easy to sell. Shopkeeper Lu hurriedly nodded. Speaking of which, when he saw those green spinach and cucumber, he couldn't help but salivate. Ding-san. Quick. Get a scale and weigh all these vegetables. Shopkeeper Lu didn't even ask about the price and directly called the servants over to weigh the vegetables. In any case, these vegetables were processed by the Drunken Immortal restaurant and sold at a sky-high price. As long as the prices of the farmers weren't too outrageous, the Drunken Immortal restaurant would definitely make a huge profit. After all the vegetables were weighed, Manager Lu asked, the weight of each of the vegetables is recorded here. Old Hu, tell me the price of each of the vegetables. I'll get the cashier to settle the bill for you right now. The Drunken Immortal restaurant was backed by Li Zixuan and could be said to be rich and overbearing. Shopkeeper Lu naturally wouldn't owe the farmers money. Hu Hanyun scratched his head and said somewhat embarrassedly, Shopkeeper Lu, you also know that these vegetables were all grown in the greenhouse, so in terms of cost, it's much more expensive than growing vegetables in the summer. He was afraid that Shopkeeper Lu would misunderstand, so he spoke in advance. Haha. No matter how unreasonable Lulu is, he still understands this. Old Hu, just name the price. Don't worry about it. No matter how high it is, the drunken immortal inn will still make a profit. Shopkeeper Lu laughed and waved his hand carelessly. Old Hu breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Let's discuss these dishes. Shopkeeper Lu, you just have to pay us 10 times the summer price." Li Zishuan had clearly said that it would be 20 to 30 times, but Hu Hanyun had said that it would be 10 times. This was also something they had discussed in private before they came. Anyway, 10 times the price was already very profitable for them. Just today's trip alone had allowed them to earn back the cost of the greenhouse. 10 times? Manager Lu frowned, shook his head and said, "Old Hu, you're deceiving me again. How precious were the vegetables in winter? How could they sell them for 10 times the price? No matter what, it had to be 20 times. Ding San, quickly call the bookkeeper over to settle the bill. Let's settle it at 20 times the price." Speaking of which, Shopkeeper Lu was also a person who had seen the world. Although Li Zishuan had never told him about the guiding price of the vegetables in the greenhouse, with his shrewd eyes, how could he not see that Hu Hanyun was deliberately lowering the price for the sake of the drunken immortal inn? You can't. Shopkeeper Lu. These vegetables aren't worth this price. That's right. Shopkeeper Lu. 10 times is too much. Old Hu and the others were shocked and shouted from behind, but Shopkeeper Lu went straight to the backyard without looking back. Master. There are people selling fresh cucumbers, spinach in the East Market. Chongren Square, Chow family's courtyard. A servant girl ran in excitedly and said, "What? Fresh cucumbers? How is that possible?" Chow Wendong stood up in shock and said in disbelief. This servant girl was in charge of buying fruits and vegetables in the Chow family's kitchen. Seeing that her master didn't believe her, she almost swore to the heavens. "Master, it's true. This servant saw it with my own eyes in the East Market. And there's more than one seller." Chow Wendong stared at the basket on the servant girl's arm and said in a bad mood, "You saw someone selling cucumbers and you didn't buy them? Do you know how hard it is to get a cucumber in winter? That's something that can't be bought with money." That servant girl was about to cry. "Master, that cucumber is too expensive. It's 30 times more expensive than summer cucumbers. This servant doesn't dare to buy it." Chow Wendong said resentfully, "What's so expensive about it? You call this expensive? Go quickly. Get someone to carry the money and go quickly. Buy as much as you can for this old man. Don't you know that your master likes to eat cucumbers the most?" "Yes, master. This servant will go right away." Chow Wendong's family wasn't the only one who knew the news. Chang'an City was a place where high officials and nobles gathered. With so many rich and powerful families, which family didn't have a servant in charge of purchasing vegetables? A large number of fresh fruits and vegetables suddenly appeared in the market in winter, which naturally attracted their attention. As a result, countless servants of rich families used ox carts to pull copper coins and hurriedly rushed to the East Market. After all, these fresh fruits and vegetables were in high demand. Everyone was afraid that they wouldn't be able to buy them if they were late. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" This servant heard from the steward of the imperial kitchen that there are cucumbers and vegetables in the East Market, and they are all freshly picked. In the imperial palace's west court, a palace maid hurriedly walked in and said to Empress Zhang's son, "Oh? There are actually fresh cucumbers in the market?" Empress Zhang's son frowned and said doubtfully, "Could it be that someone in the imperial kitchen sold cucumbers to civilian merchants without authorization and used this opportunity to make a huge profit?" Thinking of this possibility, Empress Jianghu's face became a little serious. The palace maid raised her head and replied, "Your Majesty, that's not it. The number of cucumbers in the East Market is more than the imperial kitchen. And those who sell cucumbers are farmers outside the city. Even if the imperial kitchen is willing to sell them cucumbers, they can't afford it." "Oh? That's even stranger. How can these farmers have the conditions to grow cucumbers in the harsh winter?" Empress Jianghu's mind was full of doubts. At this time, even if her imagination was rich, she couldn't think of the reason. This was mainly because the farmers under Li Zishuan were very tight-lipped. The greenhouse vegetables were only spread among the farmers, and it was difficult for outsiders to know. "Your Majesty, The cucumbers sold by the farmers are not only fresh and in large quantities, but also not cheap. This servant heard that 1 jean of cucumbers costs 600 coins. Ordinary people can't afford it. The palace maid said again. If it weren't for the fact that cucumbers in winter were too expensive, she would have bought some to satisfy her cravings. After all, after a winter, everyone wanted to eat some fresh vegetables. Chapter 1194. Have you heard? There are many fresh cucumbers, spinach, and lentils in the East Market. It's really rare. How is that possible? In the middle of winter, other than the tastemaker, where else would there be fresh vegetables? It's true. Brother Meng, if you don't believe me then forget it. Anyway, I have to hurry and buy a caddy of cucumbers. After a whole winter, I'm really craving for them. Hey, Brother Zhou, wait for me. I'll go and buy some too. Within Chang'an City, similar conversations were happening in every corner. Those who heard the news immediately rushed to the East Market. What? Cucumbers for 600 copper coins per caddy? In summer, the most expensive is only 20 copper coins. The crowd who came to watch the show couldn't help but be flabbergasted when they heard the price of the cucumbers. Che! You already said that it's summer. It's winter now. Have you seen cucumbers in winter? 600 copper coins is already very cheap. Immediately, someone who knew the industry refuted. Aren't these people from the Han village? No. There are also people from the Plum village and the Liujia village. Oh my god! Why do they have so many cucumbers and vegetables? Although the spectators couldn't afford it, there were still many who recognized the villagers who were busy selling vegetables and collecting money. No. Strictly speaking, they are all villagers under the Marquis of Yong'an. Could it be that the Marquis of Yong'an taught them to grow these vegetables? Someone thought of a very serious question and instantly attracted a round of exclamations. Oh my god! If that's really the case, then wouldn't the villagers under the Marquis of Yong'an have completely struck it rich this time? Sigh! Why don't I have the fate to become a villager under the Marquis of Yong'an? These people were lamenting the good luck of the Han village and the Plum village while lamenting that they couldn't be in their place. As for those farmers who came to sell their vegetables with baskets, they had already been surrounded by the servants of those rich families. They couldn't even win money. Hey! My master wants all the cucumbers you have here. Can you help me send them to my master's residence? A well-dressed manservant shouted at a villager. The farmer wiped his sweat and said with some embarrassment, Little brother, if it were any other time, I would definitely help you deliver it. But as you can see, I can't leave at all. The manservant rolled his eyes and said, Why can't you leave? Other than the cucumbers, bring the rest of the vegetables to the residence. My master wants them all. I definitely won't shortchange you. The villager thought about it, nodded and said, Heh, all right then. Little brother, please lead the way. No. What right do you have to buy all the vegetables by yourself? This big brother, don't go. My master is willing to pay twice the price to buy 10 caddies of cucumbers from you. Seeing that all of the farmer's vegetables were about to be snatched by this manservant, someone at the side was immediately unwilling to do it. Ahem. Get out of the way. Let this old man buy first. This old man will pay 3 times the price. In the morning, Hu Hanyun and the others sold a batch of vegetables to shopkeeper Lu at 20 times the original price. When the other farmers found out, they immediately raised the price of the vegetables to the rich people in Chang, and by 30 times. Their thoughts were extremely simple. In any case, the price they sold to the immortal indulgence in absolutely couldn't be higher than the price they sold to outsiders. In other words, the price they sold to outsiders absolutely couldn't be lower than the price they sold to the immortal indulgence in. Since he sold it to the drunken immortal restaurant at 20 times the original price, then if he sold it to someone else, he would sell it at 30 times the original price. At first, they were a little nervous, but later, they found that even if the price was 30 times higher, it would still be immediately sold out. Moreover, there was a large number of people willing to buy at a higher price. The farmers happily counted their money while secretly rejoicing in their hearts. Fortunately, they had asked Li Zishuan about the price yesterday. Otherwise, if they foolishly came to Chang'an to sell vegetables at 5 or 6 times the price, wouldn't they be cheated miserably by outsiders? The momentum of the East Market's popularity gave the farmers a very sensational publicity for their cucumbers and vegetables. At the same time, the The Immortal Indulgence Inn was busy advertising their vegetables and cucumbers. Cold cucumber salad, shepherd's purse fried lentils, vinegar spinach, chive scrambled eggs. Yo! Shopkeeper Lu, the Immortal Indulgence Inn is very capable. This old man heard that someone was selling cucumbers and vegetables in the East Market this morning. I didn't expect that you would have ready-made cucumbers and vegetables at noon. Sure enough, you didn't let me down. At noon, Feng Zhihua and a group of old customers came to the Immortal Indulgence Inn to eat, and saw that there were several new dishes on the menu in the hall on the first floor. After looking at them, Feng Zhihua couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. When he heard the news in the morning, he immediately sent someone to the East Market to buy vegetables, but who knew that he was still a step late and didn't get anything. After all, Chang'an City had a population of over 1 million, and there were countless rich people in it. Although there were many farmers who came to sell vegetables, there were still so many people who came to buy at the same time. Therefore, Feng Zhihua, who didn't get any fresh vegetables, wanted to come to the Immortal Indulgence Inn to try his luck. He didn't expect that he would really come across it. Since things had developed to this point, many people had already guessed that behind this group of farmers selling vegetables, it was very likely that Li Zishuan had taught them how to grow vegetables in winter. Feng Zhihua also thought so, otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to come to the Immortal Indulgence Inn to try his luck. Hee hee. Boss Feng, you flatter me. What do you want to eat today? Shopkeeper Lu smiled like a Maitreya Buddha as he greeted. Feng Zhihua asked for the opinions of a few friends who came with him, then smiled and said, I'll have to trouble Shopkeeper Lu to order all the new vegetables that were released today. To be honest, just thinking about these dishes makes this old man's mouth feel a little hungry. This winter, I'm really tired of eating meat and pickles. Although the price of each dish was indicated at the bottom of the menu, Feng Zhihua didn't look at the price from beginning to end. Now that he had status and wealth, he was indifferent to money. No matter how expensive these dishes were, as long as they were delicious and made people happy, it was fine. Shopkeeper Lu chuckled and said, Haha, good. Ding San. Quickly serve Boss Feng to a seat. The market price of these greenhouse vegetables was about 30 times the price of the same type of vegetables in summer. After the Immortal Indulgence Inn's vegetables had undergone secondary processing, the price naturally doubled or even more than the original price. For example, a plate of cucumber salad was actually sold as high as 3 strings of coins. A moment later, all the dishes were served. Kaka. Feng Zhihua picked up a piece of cucumber salad with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth to chew for a moment. Accompanied by a series of crunching sounds, the clear and sweet juice of the cucumber, mixed with the aroma of garlic and vinegar, instantly made all his taste buds active. He couldn't help but praise, crispy and juicy, sweet and refreshing. It's been a long time since I've eaten such a refreshing cucumber. Moreover, the chef of this Immortal Indulgence Inn is amazing. A plate of cucumber can actually make such a delicious dish. It's really not a wasted trip. Chapter 1195. The news of the Drunken Immortal restaurant releasing a large amount of fresh fruits and vegetables spread throughout Chang'an City in a very short time. Countless customers rushed over upon hearing the news. The Drunken Immortal restaurant, which usually had good business, was suddenly filled to the brim. Although the vegetables released by the Drunken Immortal restaurant were generally expensive, with a plate of cold cucumber costing 3 strings of cash and a plate of vinegar spinach costing 3 strings of cash, fresh vegetables in winter were exclusively provided by the royal family. It had always been difficult for the commoners to obtain them, so what if they were a little more expensive? And relatively speaking, this price was not outrageous at all. Those who were slightly wealthier were completely able to accept it. Thinking back to the grand occasion when the bean sprouts were first released, the diners standing outside the Drunken Immortal restaurant had a bright idea, and clamored for manager Lu to provide a takeout service. Thus, the grand occasion from 2 months ago reappeared. The street in front of the Drunken Immortal restaurant was packed with people. Some people carried the food they bought from the Drunken Immortal restaurant and directly ate in the carriages parked by the side of the road or in the shops next to it. In an instant, the fragrance spread everywhere. The people near the West City could even smell the fragrance of the vegetables in the air. Li Zishuan's farmers are selling cucumbers and vegetables in Chang'an City? In the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er, who had just finished his morning court session, heard Empress Zhang's son come over to say this piece of news. His heart stirred, and he subconsciously thought that the vegetables sold by the farmers might very well have come from Li Zishuan's hands. Your Majesty, I feel that these farmers should have grasped the techniques of growing vegetables in winter, and the person who taught them these techniques is the Marquis of Jianghu. This concubine also asked Steward Zhao just now. The vegetables sold by the farmers should mature in 1 to 2 months. And a month ago, the Marquis of Jianghu only had 8 farms. Now, the farmers who came to Chang'an City to sell vegetables almost all came from those 8 farms. Doesn't this mean that the Marquis of Jianghu taught the farmers the methods of growing vegetables in winter more than a month ago? Empress Jiangxuan's reason, although a little far-fetched, had her reasons. It was because Li Zishuan had only obtained the entire Lantian County this year that only the farmers from the original 8 farms knew how to grow vegetables in winter. Hearing this, Li Er nodded and said, "This kind of thing that no one else can do, it must be done by that kid without a doubt. In the whole world, only he has this ability. As for how he did it, I am very curious, Zhao Song." "Your Majesty." Zhao Song, who was standing at the side, quickly came over and cupped his hands. Li Er asked, "Those 8 farms must have planted a lot of vegetables. Do you know how they grow vegetables in winter?" Zhao Song's face darkened and he said carefully, "Your Majesty, in the past month or so, the manor under the Marquis of Jianghu did not have any big movements. This old servant did not pay attention to that side, so this old servant has failed in his duty, please punish me." This matter could not be blamed on Zhao Song. The main reason was that the villagers were too tight-lipped. Not only did they not tell outsiders, even when their relatives came, they were determined not to let them even half a step closer to the shed. This was a secret that the thousands of people in the 8 villages worked together to keep strictly. If anyone accidentally leaked this secret, they would become everyone's mortal enemy. At the very least, they would not be able to continue living in Lantian County. People who had experienced poverty, once they had the hope of living a good life, they would not easily destroy this prosperous state. The farmers knew that they were now farmers in Li Zishuan's fief. Just based on this identity, they were envied by countless people. They could not destroy this hard-won happiness. As for Zhao Song, he would definitely not send people to investigate the 8 farms that seemed peaceful on the surface for no reason. Naturally, it was even more impossible for him to know about the existence of the greenhouses. Li Er waved his hand and laughed. "Haha. You can't be blamed. It should be that the farmers under that kid were too tight-lipped. Who would have thought?" In more than a month, there was no news at all. From this, it can be seen that this kid is very good at governing the people. As the emperor of the human world, how could Li Er not know that it was easy for one person to keep a secret, but it was harder for 1,000 people to keep a secret? It was because of this that he could not help but be impressed by Li Zishuan's ability to control the people in his fief. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy." Zhao Song heaved a sigh of relief and bowed. Empress Jiangxuan's brows relaxed and said, "Your Majesty, I suddenly remembered that more than a month ago, the price of cloth in Chang'an City skyrocketed, but it was quickly suppressed. Most of the people who came to Chang'an City to buy cloth seemed to be farmers under the Marquis of Jianghu. I wonder if there is any connection between the two?" Hearing this, Li Er's eyes lit up. "Yes, I also remember. At that time, I was still wondering why the commoners bought so much coarse cloth. However, I was busy with official business and put this matter aside. Now that I think about it, the coarse cloth that the commoners bought back is definitely related to the vegetables that appeared in the Eastern market today. Since I have nothing to do in the afternoon, I will go to Lantian County to take a look." "Your Majesty, may I accompany you?" Empress Zhang's son also wanted to see how the farmers grew vegetables in winter, and ensure that the vegetables did not freeze to death. As a result, when Li Er's voice fell, she requested. Li Er shook his head and said, "Guanyin maid, it is freezing outside. You should not go to avoid a relapse. When I return, I will clearly tell you what I have seen and heard." A few days ago, Princess Chang'e had suffered a relapse due to the invasion of cold air. How could Li Er dare to let Empress Zhang's son go out in such cold weather? Li Er himself did not believe it. At this moment, he even faintly hoped that the plague of locusts would quickly arrive. This was because he knew that locusts were very beneficial to Empress Jiangxuan's illness. Unfortunately, there were no locusts in this season. Using the words of modern people, as long as the locusts came, old Li would definitely let his wife eat until she exploded. Then, "Many thanks to Your Majesty." Although Empress Zhang's son felt regretful, she was not the type of woman who was unreasonable and liked to pester endlessly. She nodded her head and softly replied, Your Majesty, His Imperial Highness, the Crown Prince, requests an audience. He says that he has prepared some new vegetables at the Drunken Immortal restaurant and wishes for Your Majesty and Her Imperial Highness to taste. At this moment, an attendant walked in through the yellow door and bowed in salute. Haha. It is likely to be vegetables from the Drunken Immortal restaurant. This is perfect. I can see the difference between the vegetables from the Drunken Immortal restaurant and those from the palace. Quickly let Xianxia in. Li Er and Empress Zhang's son looked at each other and then laughed heartily. Chapter 1196. Husband, you're back? Quickly go sit down and rest. In Wuxia village, a man walked into a dilapidated courtyard. A farmer woman quickly came out to greet him. While helping to take the man's shoulder pole from the ground, she quietly observed the latter's expression. Seeing that the man's face was full of joy, she couldn't help but ask, "Husband, the 2 baskets of vegetables we picked last night have all been sold out?" The man nodded. His voice carried excitement as he excitedly said, "Haha, they're all sold out. My child's mother, kill that old hen at noon and give it to Wuxia to nourish his body. In 2 days, I'll prepare some gifts and go to the village entrance to find old Mr. Sunday. I'll see if Wuxia can go to the village school this year." So this man was Lu Mang from Wuxia village. Previously, when Li Zishuan gave the villagers interest-free loans to build the greenhouses, he also went. For the past month, their family had been carefully looking after the 2 greenhouses behind their house. They were afraid that insects would grow in the vegetable fields or that the sprouts would freeze to death. Those 2 greenhouses were the hope of their entire family. If they could grow vegetables, then it would be fine. If they couldn't, then they would owe a huge debt and their son would have no hope of going to school for the rest of his life. Husband, Wuxia going to school will cost a lot of money. Do we have enough money? That woman heard this and said worriedly. Speaking of this, Lu Mang couldn't help but smile. Hee. Of course we have enough. Even if we don't have enough, we still have extra. My child's mother, you don't know how valuable these vegetables are. Especially cucumbers and spinach. Casually selling a caddy of them would be enough to cover the cost of the 2 greenhouses. The money we earn today would be enough for our entire family to eat for several years. Spinach and cucumbers had not been introduced to the Central Plains for very long. For a long time before that, they were even exclusive to the nobility. Naturally, their preciousness was not something that native vegetables like spinach and shepherd's purse could compare to. Therefore, among the vegetables grown by the villagers, the most expensive ones were cucumbers and spinach. A caddy of cucumbers was generally sold for more than 600 copper coins. A caddy of spinach was also around 500 to 600 copper coins. When Lu Mang said that casually selling a caddy of these 2 vegetables would cover the cost of the 2 greenhouses, he wasn't boasting. "Master, how much did you sell it for?" Hearing this, Lu Mang's wife's face was filled with excitement. Before this, their family was already unable to live anymore. She did not expect that hope would come so quickly. "I don't know how many there are in total. I didn't have time to count them. They're all in this basket." Although the top was covered with grass, the bottom was covered with copper coins. Judging by the weight of the coins, it should be more than 100 caddies. There was a master who didn't have that many copper coins with him, so he gave me 2 gold beans. It was definitely real gold. Our family is really rich this time. Lu Mang pointed at the bamboo basket and then carefully took out 2 soybean-sized pieces of gold from his bosom. They glittered under the sunlight. Although gold was not a circulating currency in the Tang dynasty, in large transactions, copper coins were often unable to meet the demand, so occasionally, people would use gold leaves or gold beans as currency. Under normal circumstances, people who received gold could take it to a nearby pawn shop and exchange it for copper coins. The 2 gold beans in Lu Mang's hand should be able to exchange for nearly 20 strings of coins. The woman looked at the gold beans in Lu Mang's hand with infatuation. She couldn't help but ask, "Master, can you let me see?" Lu Mang smiled and did not refuse. He handed the gold beans over. The woman took it and examined it for a while. She then used her teeth to gently bite it. After seeing some slight marks, she happily said, "Master, it's really gold. It's really gold." Lu Mang grinned and said with disdain, "Hey, you melon woman, these gold beans were given by Lord Chow. How can they be fake? Quickly go and cook." This woman probably forgot that when she received the gold beans, she secretly bit it with her teeth and secretly rejoiced for a long time.
Young master, I, old who, have asked around in the afternoon.
The vegetables that the farmers brought to Chang'an City have all been sold. Every household has earned at least 10 strings of money from this trip. Everyone is discussing how to return the money they borrowed from young master as soon as possible. In the afternoon, Hu Hanyun came to Yunshan to report to Li Zishuan. With Han Lijing gone, Li Zishuan's subordinates that were previously in charge of the surrounding villages were now under old Hu's management. Li Zishuan originally came to the academy in the afternoon to preside over the evaluation of the students' study plans for the next semester. Hearing that old Hu was coming, he had to take some time out to meet him.
Uncle Hu, the matter of money is not urgent.
Everyone can return it whenever they want. When the time comes, please help me keep it first. Right now, we need to make everyone pay attention to the safety of their vegetable fields. After all, with such a big commotion today, the news of our farms being able to grow vegetables in winter cannot be hidden. It is inevitable that people from other farms will covet it. Let every farm arrange for some people to keep watch at night to prevent others from entering the village to steal vegetables. Stealing Vegetables was an online game developed by an online company in his previous life that simulated the operation of a farm in real life. In the game, people could operate their own farms just like in real life. Planting vegetables, fertilizing, harvesting, etc. Of course, the biggest joy in this game was stealing vegetables. For a time, stealing vegetables became popular, causing this game to quickly become popular on the internet. However, the stealing vegetables that Li Zishuan was talking about was definitely not the same as on the internet. It was also not that he was making a fuss over nothing. It was because the price of vegetables had skyrocketed. As the saying goes, profit moves people's hearts. When other people saw that the vegetables grown by his farmers were so valuable, it was hard to guarantee that there would not be some thieves coming to steal vegetables. Old Hu's eyes widened and said excitedly, "Young master, you can rest assured. I will go and inform the village officials of each farm. If anyone dares to steal vegetables, they will not be able to return." Li Zishuan's eyebrows twitched and quickly said, "Uncle Hu, be careful. Don't kill anyone." In this era where people relied on the heavens to make a living, there were some people who came out to steal. It was probably because they were forced to make a living. Their crime did not warrant death. Moreover, if they really killed someone, the authorities would hold them accountable and it would be a troublesome matter.
Old Hu laughed and said, "Young master, old Hu knows what to do."
After saying that, Hu Hanyun said goodbye and left. Li Zishuan was about to leave. Li Gang and the rest were still waiting for him to attend a meeting. If he did not go over, the old man would probably get angry. Hu knew that just as he stood up, he heard footsteps outside the door.
Then came Li Er's energetic voice.
"Haha, you are trapped in Yunshan, but you can still control the situation. Not bad, not bad." Chapter 1197.
Greetings, Your Majesty.
Yanhuang Academy, Guanghua Tower. In a small meeting room, Li Zishuan clasped his hands and bowed to Li Er.
He had already guessed the purpose of Li Er's visit.
It must be for the vegetables in the greenhouse. After all, there was such a big commotion in Chang'an City today.
As the ruler of the empire, it was impossible for Li Er not to have received any news.
"Ha! You have done so many things behind my back. Aren't you going to explain to me?" Li Er walked in with his hands behind his back and sat on the sofa at the head of the table. He crossed his legs and looked at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan stared blankly at first, then felt a chill run down his spine. From Li Er's tone, why did it feel like a resentful housewife complaining that he had an affair outside? He quickly shook his head to get rid of the messy thoughts in his mind. Li Zishuan went forward and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, are you talking about the farmers growing vegetables?"
Li Er grunted and said unhappily, "If not, what else could it be?"
"You are asking the obvious again." Li Zishuan answered truthfully, "Your Majesty, this method of growing vegetables in winter was something that I came up with by chance. I saw that most of the farmers in my fief lived in poverty, so I imparted this method to them.
However, I didn't expect that the farmers would be so tight-lipped and have kept the secret until now."
Li Er thought to himself, "You are not the only one who didn't think of it. I didn't think of it either. I have to say, the farmers in your fief are quite united. As for growing vegetables in the winter, tell me how you did it." Li Er looked at Li Zishuan and said calmly. Li Zishuan thought for a while and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, there are 2 vegetable fields on Yunshan Mountain. Why don't you take a look at them personally? Li Er's eyes lit up. Oh, that's great. Lead the way then. Please wait a moment, Your Majesty. I will speak to Mr. Wenji and come immediately. This is where you grow vegetables. 15 minutes later, Li Zishuan brought Li Er to the large shed in the backyard of his courtyard. Li Er looked at the 2 long sheds in front of him and asked with a frown. Alas, Li Zishuan had never studied biology. Li Zishuan had no choice but to patiently explain, Your Majesty, the reason why the soup supervisor can grow vegetables in the winter is mainly because of the warm and humid climate near the hot spring, which is suitable for the growth of vegetables. I used this kind of coarse cloth soaked in tung oil to build these 2 houses in order to maintain the temperature and provide a suitable environment for the growth of vegetables. In this way, it is not difficult to grow vegetables in the winter. Li Er nodded in realization and said, Oh, so that's how it is. More than a month ago, countless people poured into Chang'an City and bought coarse cloth wantonly, causing the price of cloth in Chang'an City to soar. Presumably, this was the reason? Li Zishuan was not surprised that Li Er could think of this. He cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty is wise. More than a month ago, the people did go to Chang'an City to buy coarse cloth in order to build sheds. It was indeed so. Li Er could not help but secretly rejoice at his own brilliant foresight. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, Let's go. Follow me in to take a look. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Zishuan did not have any objections. He stepped forward and helped Li Er open the door to the greenhouse. He extended his hand and said, Your Majesty, please. Li Er nodded his head and walked in. Inside the greenhouse, when Li Er saw the tender green vegetables in the field, the shock on his face could no longer be concealed. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly felt a little thirsty and wanted to pick a cucumber to quench his thirst. But when he walked into the cucumber vine and saw the bare cucumber sprouts, his head was filled with question marks. Marquis Yong-en, did your house get burglarized recently? When Li Zishuan heard this, he was a little confused. But when he followed Li Er's gaze and looked at the cucumber vine, he suddenly understood and hurriedly replied, Your Majesty, it was not burglarized. It was just that the cucumbers on the seedlings were all plucked yesterday. Then, he explained to Li Er in a few words. Yesterday, during Yanhuang College's first teacher title evaluation conference, Li Zishuan treated each teacher of the college to a cucumber. Although 1 cucumber per person did not seem like much, there were many teachers in the college. In the blink of an eye, 40 to 50 caddies of cucumbers were gone just like that. His greenhouse was only so big. It would be strange if the cucumber vine was not bare. Teacher title evaluation conference? When Li Er heard this, his eyes flashed and he said lightly, Tell me the results of the evaluation in detail. Your Majesty, there were a total of 6 people who were evaluated as professors yesterday. They were respectively. As they walked out of the greenhouse, Li Zishuan explained the Academy's teacher title evaluation conference in detail to Li Er. After listening, Li Er nodded his head and said, Your teacher title evaluation conference was very interesting. You can continue to stay in the college in the future. Just as you said before, I also hope that Yanhuang College can truly become a place where only talents are valued. Only then can the college become a college that benefits the country and the people. Li Zishuan nodded his head and said, Your Majesty, rest assured. As long as I am here, I will definitely not let the college become a place for flattery. Establishing a heart for the world and establishing a life for the people is the foundation of Yanhuang College's existence. Haha, I still believe in your words. Li Er laughed lightly and turned around to look at the greenhouse behind him. Then he said thoughtfully, Marquis Yong-en, this method of growing vegetables in winter, can it be promoted to benefit more people? Different people, in different positions, would naturally think of different problems. As the king of Lantian County, Li Zishuan usually thought of the people in his fief. As for Li Er, as the emperor of the Tang Empire, he naturally thought of the people of the world. Now that the price of vegetables in Chang and was comparable to gold, Li Er felt that this method could be used to let the people of the Tang Empire live a good life. When that time came, the Tang Empire would be rich and the people would be strong. Li Zishuan frowned and thought for a while. Then he shook his head and said, Your Majesty, it is not that I am stingy,
But even if this method is promoted, it will not benefit all the people in the world. As the saying goes, the rarer something is, the more precious it is. Your Majesty, although the price of vegetables in Jianghu is very expensive now, it is only temporary. As more and more people know how to grow vegetables in winter, the price of vegetables will definitely drop greatly. When that time comes, those farmers who grow vegetables in winter will not only not be able to earn as much money as they do now, but also have the risk of losing money when the weather is very cold. The reason was very simple. The modern people clearly knew that vegetables in the greenhouse in winter were more expensive than in summer. Why didn't they all grow vegetables in the greenhouse? It was only because there were more people, and the profits were less. Chapter 1198. Cloud Mountain. After listening to Li Zishuan's analysis, Li Er felt that it made sense. However, it was because it made sense that he felt disappointed. Sigh. What a pity. After a moment of silence, Li Er sighed regretfully. Li Zishuan understood what Li Er was thinking. He was disappointed that the greenhouse vegetables could not benefit all the people in the world. He went forward and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, actually, if you think about it from another angle, there's nothing to be regretful about. In the future, this method of growing vegetables using cloth sheds will definitely be widely spread. When winter comes, ordinary people can also afford to eat fresh vegetables. Doesn't this also mean that the Tang Empire is getting stronger? Furthermore, I only said that the people who start growing vegetables in greenhouses will not be able to earn as much as they do now. However, overall they will still be able to earn. Every winter, there will be many empty fields among the people. The people can use them to grow vegetables and more or less subsidize their families, right? Therefore, on the whole, this thing can still be of benefit to many hundreds of people. Li Er thought carefully and realized that this was indeed the case. He could not help but feel happy again. From what you're saying, you still intend to spread this method of growing vegetables in winter in the future? Li Zishuan smiled. Your Majesty, actually, even if I don't say it, this method of growing vegetables will slowly spread out. There's no secret in this world that can be kept forever. Now, his farmers had sold a huge amount of vegetables in Jianghu City and caused a huge sensation. Naturally, more and more people would be attracted. It would definitely be more and more difficult to keep a secret in the future. In fact, according to Li Zishuan's intentions, it would be fine as long as his farmers could earn the first huge amount of profit from the birth of the greenhouse vegetables. He could even give the rest of the profits to the farmers of other farms. This was like eating fish. His people only needed to eat the head of the fish and leave the body and tail for others to eat. Haha, you're quite open-minded. Li Er didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so open-minded. When he came, he was still thinking about how to persuade Li Zishuan to hand over the method of growing vegetables in winter. He didn't expect that Li Zishuan had already thought of this without his persuasion. He couldn't help but point at Li Zishuan and sigh. Your Majesty, this subject is deeply indebted to the country, so it is only natural for this subject to do something for the people of the Great Tang. After Li Zishuan expressed his political position, he took the opportunity to say, Your Majesty, I plan to build a dam beside the Ba River in Mei Village to accumulate water from upstream. Please allow it, Your Majesty. Now that the entire Lantian County was his fief, this section of the Ba River was naturally under his control. In principle, there was no need to report to the court about the construction of the dam. He only needed to give Li Er a heads up. Building a dam? Why are you building a dam? Li Er was confused by Li Zishuan's words and couldn't help but ask. Li Zishuan was already prepared. He cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, this subject is building a dam to prepare for a rainy day. Previously, this subject told Your Majesty that in June this year, locusts will appear all over Guangzhou. As the saying goes, a drought and locusts are inseparable. After a drought, there will be locusts. Thus, this subject estimates that this year's drought will also be very serious. This subject wants to build a dam to accumulate water in advance for a rainy day. Li Er frowned. Previously, he had been thinking about how to prevent a plague of locusts but had forgotten that after a drought, there would be locusts. After Li Zishuan's reminder, his mood instantly became gloomy again. It's hard for you to be so meticulous. If there really is a drought this year, then I should make preparations in advance. However, will the dam you're building on the Ba River really work? Not to mention other places. Just Lantian County alone has millions of mu of fertile land. How much water do you need to accumulate to ensure that all the fields can be watered by a mere Ba river? Hearing this, Li Zishuan furrowed his brows and thought for a moment. He shook his head and said, Your Majesty is right. A single Ba river is indeed unable to solve the drought in all of Lantian County. However, this is the only method I can think of. I can only do it first and talk later. This subject still believes that nothing in the world is difficult. If one has the will, there will definitely be other methods before the drought arrives. Furthermore, other than building a dam to fight a drought, this subject also plans to build something on the dam and use this thing to create something new that the Tang Empire has never seen before. If it succeeds, the impact on the Tang Empire will be unprecedented. Li Er raised his eyebrows in surprise. Something that Li Zishuan was so serious about was definitely not ordinary. He asked, What new thing is it? Li Zishuan smiled mysteriously and said, It's electricity. You are electricity, you are light, you are the only legend. Asterisk cough cough asterisk for some reason, Li Zishuan suddenly thought of a song from his previous life. Electricity? The surprise on Li Er's face grew. He pondered for a moment and suddenly said, The telegraph machine you built previously, did it use electricity to send messages? Li Zishuan smiled and said, Your Majesty is wise. The telegraph machine needs electricity to work properly. Actually, there is electricity in this world, but that kind of electricity is too powerful and it is difficult for mortals to use it. Li Er was not a stupid person. On the contrary, he was very smart. Hearing Li Zishuan's words, he instantly thought of something and asked, Are you talking about thunder and lightning? Li Zishuan nodded and replied, Your Majesty, it is indeed thunder and lightning. In fact, the electricity that this subject created is the same thing as thunder and lightning. However, compared to thunder and lightning, its power is much weaker. However, it is just right for our daily use. In the future, if we want to popularize the telegraph machine on a large scale, we must have an endless supply of electricity to support it. That is why this subject said that as long as we can create a machine that can generate electricity, it will definitely have an unprecedented impact on our Tang Empire. Li Er's gaze became deep. Now, it seemed that the dam on the Ba River must be built. He said decisively, Since this dam is so important, then build it. And build it immediately. Build it as big as you can. I really want to see what the Tang Empire will look like with electricity. Li Zishuan heard this and was delighted. He rubbed his hands and laughed. Hee, thank you, Your Majesty. Then, Your Majesty, the money for the dam, what do you think? This guy wants money. Cough cough. I suddenly remembered that there are still important matters in the palace. You should build the dam as soon as possible. I will return to the palace first. Li Er's expression changed. He hurriedly waved his hand at Li Zishuan and then turned to leave without looking back. Seeing this, Li Zishuan was stunned. F***CK. F***CK. You are really a miser. You are so stingy. Li Zishuan only regained his senses after Li Er had walked away. He was dumbfounded. Chapter 1199. Emperor Li Er walked away slowly, leaving Li Zishuan alone in the wind in a mess. Actually, to Li Zishuan, even if the imperial court did not give him the money, he would still build the dam. The reason why he asked Li Er was just to test him. If old Li gave him the money, he would naturally make a killing. If not, he would not lose out either. But in the end, Li Er's stingy way of doing things made him a little stunned. He did not expect old Li to become even stingier now that he was rich. Indeed, the richer the person, the more stingy they were. But he was an exception. He was generous regardless of whether he had money or not. Since old Li did not give him the money, he would pay for it himself. After all, Lantian County was his fief. He would not lose out by building some public facilities for his fief. Not long after Li Er left, Chao Wendong, Lin Wenyuan, Feng Zhihua, and the other members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce all came to look for him. Marquis, we are here today to ask for fresh vegetables from Marquis's farm. Li Zishuan brought them to the main hall of the Cloud Mountain residence. After taking a seat, Chao Wendong directly stated the purpose of their visit. Obviously, not only did Li Zishuan guess that the fresh vegetables sold by the farmers today came from Li Zishuan, these merchants also more or less guessed that this matter had something to do with Li Zishuan. That was why they came to look for him. Li Zishuan did not deny it. He leaned back in his chair and smiled slightly. Oh,
You are also interested in these fresh vegetables? Chow Wendong coughed dryly and said embarrassedly, "Cough, cough. To be honest, Marquis, we all have restaurants, so we also want to sell some fresh vegetables recently. But Marquis, don't worry. After we buy the vegetables from the farmers, we will not provide them to the restaurants in Chong and City. We will sell them to the restaurants in other states and counties, so it will not affect the business of the Drunken Immortal restaurant." Chow Wendong had been in the business world for so many years, so he had a sense of propriety when he spoke and did things. After hearing what he said, the other people who came with him also nodded in agreement. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "Haha, everyone, there's no need to be like this. This Marquis is not that petty. There are over 1 million residents in Chang'an City, and the Drunken Immortal alone is unable to meet such a huge demand. So even if you have restaurants in Chang'an City, you should sell them. You don't have to worry about forcing the Drunken Immortal in out of business. Speaking of which, this Marquis is very confident in the culinary skills of the chefs in my restaurant." Today, the Drunken Immortal restaurant was just an insignificant property in Li Zishuan's hands. He no longer valued it as much as he did last year. Besides, he wasn't so overbearing as to allow only his family to open a restaurant in Chang'an City. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, and a trace of joy flashed in their eyes. They all stood up and cupped their fists. "Thank you, Marquis, for your understanding." Li Zishuan waved his hand and smiled. "Boss Chow, just now you said that you want to buy fresh vegetables from the farmers. What price do you plan to buy them at?" Compared to other things, this was the question that Li Zishuan was concerned about. Now, in the Tang Empire, there was no other place that could grow vegetables in greenhouses except for his. Although Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong also grew vegetables, they weren't ripe yet. So he was fully qualified and had the confidence to fight for more benefits for the farmers. Chow Wendong cupped his fists and said, "Marquis, we've discussed and decided to buy the vegetables at the price that the farmers sell them in Chang'an City today. This way, not only will they not make less money, but it will also save them a trip. What do you think?" Offering such a price didn't mean that Chow Wendong was crazy, or that he didn't want to make money. But they felt that the price that the farmers sold the vegetables in Chang'an City today was a little too cheap, and there was still room to raise it. Once they monopolized all the goods in the hands of these 8 villages, it would be even easier to raise the price. It could be seen that some capitalistic monopolies, whether in modern times or ancient times, existed. In this way, we can't let you suffer a loss. As for the so-called purchase price, I allow you to fluctuate according to the market demand. Because according to my speculation, the current high price of vegetables won't last long. In another half a month, all the vegetables in the Cheng and Qin families' farms would be ripe. At that time, the price of vegetables in Chang'an City would definitely drop. So Li Zishuan added such a rule for Chow Wendong and the others. Otherwise, this group of people would definitely suffer a loss in the end. They were all members of his Chamber of Commerce and could be considered as his own people. He didn't need to cheat them for such a small amount of money. Chow Wendong and the others were delighted. "Thank you very much, Marquis." Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "In a while, I will send someone to pass down the order. When the time comes, you can go directly to each farmer. They will assist you to buy vegetables or cucumbers from the farmers. But all of this depends on the farmer's willingness. If they want to sell it themselves and don't sell it to you, you can't force them." Of course. Chow Wendong and the others hurriedly responded. Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, "In my opinion, in order to ensure the freshness of the vegetables, you can wake up early every day and come here. Let the farmers who want to sell you vegetables help you pick the vegetables, and then use the carriages to transport them to Chang'an. Now that the official road between here and Chang'an City has been paved with cement, a round trip can save a lot of time and ensure the freshness of the vegetables to the greatest extent." Chow Wendong nodded happily and said, "Marquis idea is indeed a good idea. The freshness of the vegetables is the key. With this cement road, we can quickly transport the freshly picked vegetables to the restaurant and start selling them. In terms of freshness, there is naturally no problem." "That's great." The others also felt that Chow Wendong's words were reasonable and nodded in agreement. After chatting for a while, Chow Wendong and the others finally bid farewell and left. Li Zishuan hurriedly called Pang Feiji and told him that Chow Wendong and the others wanted to buy vegetables before spring. He also sent him to inform the farmers of the 8 big farmers to cooperate with Chow Wenzhong and the others. In fact, This was a good thing for the farmers. Because with Chao Wenzhong and the others in charge of buying the vegetables, not only could they save a few trips, but in terms of price, Chao Wendong and the others were professional businessmen. Their ability to control the price would definitely be better than the farmers. Chapter 1200. The next day. Chao Wendong, Lin Wenyuan, and the other members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce arrived at Li Zishuan's farmsteads early in the morning. Dozens of carriages were parked at the entrance of each farmstead. The farmers must have received the notice last night. Before dawn, they had already woken up to pick vegetables in their greenhouses. When Chao Wendong's group of carriages arrived, they immediately began to load the vegetables into the carriages. The money each household earned from selling vegetables was recorded in the ledger. In order to save time, Chao Wendong and the rest decided to collect the vegetables first, and then send someone to settle the bill in the afternoon. The farmers also knew that Chao Wendong and the rest were Li Zishuan's men, and were not worried that Chao Wendong and the rest would go back on their word. Every single one of them sent over all the vegetables they had picked in their greenhouses. As early as yesterday afternoon, Chao Wendong and the rest had calculated the total amount of vegetables they had to collect each day. They also informed the village leaders of the 8 farmsteads, and the number of vegetables each farmstead received was up to them to decide. Then, the village leaders of each farmstead would inform the farmers of the amount of vegetables they had to collect according to their village's allocation. Because there weren't any good methods of keeping fresh in this era, vegetables couldn't be kept for a long time. The best way was to pick them up and sell them immediately. Anyway, every kind of vegetable had a relatively long maturity period, so it wouldn't go bad even if it was left in the field. This way, they could also achieve a long-term result. Otherwise, if they collected this batch today, they would not be able to collect any more in the future. Even so, Chao Wendong and company's trip had made every household earn more than yesterday. Every household earned at least 20 strings of coins. If all the vegetables in the greenhouses were sold out in the future, the income of the farmers would definitely be more than 100 strings of coins. 100 strings of coins was an astronomical figure to the commoners. It was basically money they would not be able to earn in their entire lives. The farmers of the Han family farmstead, Plum Village, and the other farmsteads had relied on the vegetables in the greenhouses to enter the well-off class in one fell swoop. At the very least, these farmers who had enjoyed the benefits of the first batch of greenhouses would not have to worry about food and clothing in the future. Look, isn't that old Chao's carriage from Chang'an City? They're collecting vegetables in Plum Village. Wah! So the people of Plum Village really do know how to grow vegetables in winter? Of course. I guess Marquis taught them. They've made a fortune this time. Yesterday, I heard that they were selling vegetables in Chang'an City. Just cucumbers alone cost 600 copper coins per caddy. 600 copper coins per caddy. Then, wouldn't each household be able to earn at least 100 strings of coins? At the very least. TSK. It's a pity that our manor was only incorporated into Marquis's fief this year. Otherwise, we would definitely be able to make a fortune like them. Yes. What a pity. Hey, why are you guys being so jealous over there? Now that we are all farmers under Marquis, following behind Marquis, do we still have to worry about not being able to earn money and eat meat in the future? It was Zhong Lijing from the Yu family manor. He couldn't help but scold these people after hearing their envy. Chao Wendong and the rest naturally couldn't hide the fact that they were collecting vegetables in such a big way. When the farmers from the surrounding villages passed by and saw this scene, they were filled with envy. However, no one was jealous. Now that their farmsteads had become Li Zishuan's fief, although they didn't have the huge profits of the first batch of greenhouse vegetables, as long as Li Zishuan was there, they would definitely be able to live a good life in the future. This wasn't blind confidence in Li Zishuan, but the consensus that everyone in the world had for Li Zishuan. In the world, the person who was the best at creating wealth was definitely Li Zishuan. Uncle Zhong is right. As long as we follow behind Marquis and do whatever Marquis asks us to do, we will definitely not have to worry about food or clothes in the future. Everyone will even have the opportunity to read and write. Yu Deheng also happened to pass by today. He encouraged the villagers around him. Scholar, you said it well. Following behind Marquis will lead a good life. Yes. Following behind Marquis will lead a good life. What Li Zishuan didn't expect was that this group of farmers who had just joined his fief, after seeing the Han family manor and the other farmsteads making a lot of money, not only were they not jealous, but they were even more loyal to him. Head of the household, head of the household. How much did you sell today? Liujia Manor, Lu Mang's house. After the large group of people who came to collect vegetables left, Lu Mang's wife quickly came over and asked anxiously. Lu Mang grinned and his expression was full of pride. Hee hee. I just saw Lord Lin's account book. This time, we sold 35 strings of coins and 73 copper coins. Lord Lin said that he would bring the money to us in the afternoon and distribute it door to door. So much. Head of the household, did you see wrong? The farmer's wife opened her eyes wide and said in disbelief. In the past, when they were digging for food in the fields, they earned money 1 copper coin at a time. Now it had become 10 strings of coins, 10 strings of coins. This made it hard for her to get used to it. How could it be fake? Lu Mang stared and said. If you don't believe me, wait until Lord Lin sends the copper coins over in the afternoon and you will know. Let me think, how many baskets of coins do we need to fill with 30 strings of coins? Mother of my child, when the time comes, you must prepare a basket to hold the money. The woman responded and then sighed. She said with some regret, hi, I'm sorry. Head of the household, if we knew that these greenhouses were so profitable, we would have made a few more. This time, we would definitely be able to earn more. Actually, she wasn't the only one who had this thought. At this moment, who knows how many of the farmers in the 8 farmsteads were secretly beating their chest and stamping their feet. When Li Zishuan told them to make greenhouses, many of them were still worried about whether or not they would lose money. But now, looking back, they suddenly felt how stupid they were at that time. If they had completely believed in Li Zishuan and made a few more greenhouses, then the money they earned this time would definitely be enough to ensure that their entire family would not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. Go away. Don't be unsatisfied. Think about it. Even if you wanted to make a few more greenhouses, where would we have the extra money to buy cloth? Now that we have earned so much money, we should be satisfied and even more grateful. If it wasn't for Marquis, we probably wouldn't even be able to eat a hot meal right now. Following behind Marquis, we will definitely be able to live a better life in the future. Look at old Hu from the Han village. Not only is he now the village chief of the Han village, he also made 7 or 8 greenhouses this time. This time, he made the most greenhouses out of all the 8 farmsteads. His family will probably be able to earn thousands of strings of coins this time. But who told him to be an old man by Marquis's side? Not only does Marquis believe in him, he also believes in Marquis. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made so many greenhouses at once. Chapter 1201. In the afternoon, more than 100 ox-drawn carriages left Yanqing Gate in the east of Chong and City one after another and went straight to the Han Village, Plum Village, and other big villages in the east. Each ox-drawn carriage was piled with 4 or 5 red wooden chests. As the road was bumpy, the chests swayed and clanked, and the sound of something breaking inside could be heard. This huge convoy naturally attracted countless gazes along the way. Wow! There are so many ox carts. What are they carrying? What else could it be? It must be money. Didn't you hear the clanking sound when the cart shook? Some of the more experienced people had already seen through the contents of the large chest on the ox cart. Money. There are so many carts filled with money. How much money do they add up to? Humph. It's at least tens of thousands of strings of cash. TSK. You have no taste. What tens of thousands of strings of cash? It's at least close to 100,000 strings of cash. 100,000 strings of cash. Someone shouted. The passers-by heard it and could not help but hold their breath. Whose ox cart is this? 100,000 strings of cash. They actually spent so much money. What are they going to do? Hey! It looks like there's more than one family. The Chow family's cart is at the front. Behind them are the Lin families, Feng families, Liao families. I know. They're going to give money to the Plum Village, Han Manor, Lu Manor, and Wang Manor's manors. Give money? What money? Don't you know? This morning, Old Master Chow and the rest collected a lot of vegetables from the manors near the Han Manor. Today in Chang'an City, those old masters' restaurants are all releasing all kinds of vegetables. They must have collected them from the manors. They're probably going to settle the bill for the manors now. Whoa, settle the bill. Do they need so much money to settle the bill? Wah! Doesn't that mean that the farmers of those villages have really struck it rich this time? Sigh. That's right. It's not just those manors. If you ask me, Under Marquis's leadership in Lantian County, every family will have thousands of strings of cash in a few years. Ha! Let's not talk about it. A few days ago, there was even a matchmaker who wanted to matchmake for my daughter. The other party was from Lantian County. I have to hurry back and agree to this marriage. If my daughter marries over, she will definitely be able to enjoy life in the future. The commoners could see the bright future of Lantian County from the profits of these 8 villages. In an instant, all the villagers in Lantian County became the object of envy of the commoners around Chang'an. Those who had daughters were all wondering if they knew any young men in Lantian County so that their daughters could marry over. Who knew? They might be able to enjoy a good life in the future. After a long stretch of the cement road, the money delivery team finally arrived at the Han family manor, Plum Village, and a few other manors. At this time, Chao Wendong and the others couldn't help but admire Li Zishuan's foresight in building the road. With the cement road, their trip back and forth was more than twice as fast. 2 or 3 times. For businessmen, time was money. When the villagers heard the news, they all came to the village entrance to line up and wait. When they saw the servants moving boxes of money down, they were all stunned. For these farmers, it was likely that most of them had never seen so much money in their entire lives. Now, a considerable portion of this money was going to be theirs. This made the farmers feel like they were living in a dream. Han Xiaodong, 45 strings of coins and 300 copper coins. After all the copper coins were moved down from the carriages, under Old Hu's organization, 4 tables were set up at the village entrance. The commoners were divided into 4 groups and began to distribute money from house to house. Hey! Coming! Thank you, old Master Chao. Han Xiaodong eagerly took a step forward and thanked Chao Wendong who was beside him. Then, he stood in front of the table, holding a gunny sack and waiting to receive the money. Yes, it was a gunny sack. After all, there were so many copper coins. He couldn't possibly hold it all in his hands. Here. 45 strings of coins and 300 copper coins. Please count it in person. The middle-aged scholar opposite Han Xiaodong said after putting a few dozen strings of money into Han Xiaodong's gunny sack. Yes. Thank you. Han Xiaodong chuckled and lifted the gunny sack to the side and began to count. Speaking of which, with this sum of money, he would be able to renovate his house and get himself a wife. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Next, Nyoda Hai, 38 strings of coins and 700 copper coins. Hey! Coming! All the way until the sky turned dark, the money from selling vegetables was distributed to all the villagers. The workers who were in charge of counting the money were really counting the money until their hands cramped up. All the villagers had a bountiful harvest and were beaming with joy. As the evening approached, the smell of meat wafted from every house. Although it wasn't a festive season, the villagers still wanted to reward themselves after earning so much money. After experiencing this, the 8 villages under Li Zishuan could be considered to have become rich overnight. For example, Old Hu's family had 7 or 8 greenhouses. His family's wealth was even greater than many of the rich merchants in Chang'an City. Logically speaking, with their current wealth, most of them could buy a house in Chang'an City. However, no one thought of doing so. In their opinion, being a citizen of Li Zishuan's fief was much better than being a citizen of Chang'an City. Hey! Green Sparrow! Have you heard? These 2 days, the villagers at the foot of the mountain are busy selling vegetables. TSK. Shall we go down the mountain tomorrow to buy some cucumbers to eat? In Yanhuang College, Sun Zifen, who had just finished eating in the cafeteria, patted Li Tai's arm and laughed. Li Tai rolled his eyes and said with a sly smile, Heh. Why do we need to go down the mountain to buy some? If I remember correctly, Yamacho should also have cucumbers at home, right? Last time when the academy teachers had a meeting, Yamacho brought 2 baskets of cucumbers. Let's go to his house tomorrow and take 2. Yamacho won't ask us for money, right? Sun Zifen couldn't help but be very interested when he heard this. He nodded vigorously and said, Ha. It's settled then. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to Yamacho's house. Little Ku, are you going? Li Tai was a little excited to find a partner. After all, other people's cucumbers would undoubtedly be more delicious. So he looked at Li Tai and asked. Now that school was about to start, most of the students had come to stay at the academy in advance. Li Ku was among them. He came after the Lantern Festival. Green Sparrow, is this okay? Li Ku frowned. He still respected Li Zixuan very much.
Li Tai laughed and said, "Hey,
What's wrong with this?
Yamacho is not a stingy person. Tomorrow, we can ask Yamacho how our exam results were last semester."
Li Ku was finally convinced. Let's go together tomorrow. Chapter 1202.
The next morning, Li Zixuan had just woken up and was about to have breakfast when Li Tai, Li Ku, Cheng Chumo, Sun Zifan, Yuqi Baolin, and Qin Huayu arrived. It turned out that all the students from Dormitory 01 were here, and they even brought Li Ku with them.
Heh, why are all of you here so early today? Are you here to scrounge for food? Li Zixuan was overjoyed and immediately laughed.
Speaking of which, the courtyard was only a few steps away from Yanhuang College. In the past, Li Tai, Cheng Chumo, and the others often came over to scrounge for food. After so many times, Li Zixuan had gotten used to it. However, it was the first time that so many people had come today.
Hee.
Yamacho, don't make it sound so bad.
What's scrounging for food? We're here for something important.
Li Tai licked his lips and laughed. If that's the case, then I won't get anyone to add more bowls and chopsticks for you.
Find a place to sit yourselves.
If there's anything, wait until I'm done eating.
Li Zixuan said casually and then started eating, ignoring the students. Li Tai was speechless and secretly regretted why he had pretended to be good just now. Fine. Now he could only watch Li Zixuan eat from the side, right? Speaking of which, they hadn't eaten in the morning.
Now that they were standing at the side and watching Li Zixuan eat, it was really a kind of torture.
Han Yushi couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh when she saw Li Tai's choked look. She turned to Li Zixuan and said, "Hubby, don't tease Qin Ke and the others. It's so early now. They definitely haven't eaten yet. I'll get someone to add more bowls and chopsticks for them." With that, she got up and went to instruct the servants. Master's wife was still more reliable than Master at critical moments. Li Tai was so touched that he cried, "Thank you, Master's wife." A moment later. "Yes. This cucumber salad tastes really good." "Yes. The stir-fried spinach is pretty good too. Green Sparrow, have a taste. Master's wife's craftsmanship is amazing." "Oh, how could these lentils be made so fragrant? What's in there?"
Once they were on the table, Li Tai, Cheng Chumo, and Sun Zifan, these three chatterboxes, couldn't stop talking. After looking around, only Yuqi Baolin was more honest. This child didn't have the time to comment at all. He only focused on stuffing the food on his plate into his mouth. Han Yushi saw that the dishes on the table were about to be eaten up, so she quickly went to the kitchen to cook a few more dishes at the last minute. Only then was she able to let these people eat their fill. Burp. After breakfast, Li Tai lay on the old-fashioned wooden armchair in Li Zixuan's house. He rubbed his stomach contentedly and burped. This was the happiest time of his life because to him, there was nothing happier than just having a full meal. He had already secretly made up his mind to look for a princess consort in the future. Other conditions could be worse, but the other party had to have outstanding culinary skills like Han Yushi. In Li Tai's eyes, Li Zixuan's current state was a proper winner in life. "Yamacho, have the final exam results from last year been tabulated?" Unlike Li Tai who didn't care about his image, Li Ka still cared about his image very much. Even after eating, he sat upright and still. At this moment, seeing that all the plates on the table had been removed, he asked respectfully. Li Zixuan replied, "It's out, but if you want to ask me about the results today, then I think you should wait for another 2 days. After 2 days, all of your results should be posted." In fact, last year's final exam papers had been marked long before the holidays, but everyone's results hadn't been tabulated yet. A few days ago, the teachers of the academy started school first, partly because they wanted to tabulate the students' results in advance. "Oh." Li Zixuan nodded somewhat disappointedly. Unlike Li Tai and Sun Zifan who had been learning new mathematics from Li Zixuan at the School of Mathematics since the beginning of last year, he only started learning from Li Zixuan in the second half of last year. He really wanted to know the results of his studies in the past 6 months. After all, he had been crowned with the hat of a master of both literature and martial arts since he was a child. Sometimes, honor was also a kind of pressure that made people worried about their gains and losses. He was in such a state now. "Oh. In that case, we'll take our leave." Oh, by the way, Yamacho, these 2 days, the farmers at the village at the foot of the mountain have been selling cucumbers and vegetables.
I heard that you also have a greenhouse that can grow vegetables in the winter. Can we go in and take a look?
Li Tai stood up and was about to take his leave when he suddenly seemed to have inadvertently thought of something and added, "Don't worry."
Sun Zifen, Li Ku, and the others looked at Li Zishuan nervously. Li Zishuan didn't know about the little fatty's dark thoughts. He nodded casually and said, "Qing Ke, if you want to take a look, then go ahead. The greenhouse is behind the courtyard. I still have something to do at the academy, so I'll take my leave first."
Yes, yes, yes.
Take care, Yamacho. When the little fatty heard this, he became even more excited. He couldn't wait for Li Zishuan to leave right away. Li Zishuan looked at Li Tai with a baffled expression. Then he said goodbye to his wife and left the room. He had to go to the academy in the morning to discuss the construction of the dam on the Ba River with Mo Huai. As the head of the Mo family, Mo Huai's achievements in engineering were definitely not below Li Zishuan's. With such a great master in the academy, Li Zishuan naturally had to humbly ask for advice. After Li Zishuan left, Li Tai gave a look and whispered, "What are you waiting for? Go pick the cucumbers." After saying this, he took advantage of the time when Han Yushi and the maidservants of the Li residence went to the kitchen to take the lead and walked towards the greenhouse behind Li Zishuan's courtyard. A moment later. Damn. It turns out that this greenhouse can really grow vegetables in the winter. Yamacho is really too talented to be able to think of this method. After seeing the green vegetables in the greenhouse, Sun Zifen suddenly exclaimed. This was because he had never seen such a scene in the winter before. Li Tai curled his lips. It wasn't like he had never been to the soup kitchen. Vegetables in the winter were not rare to him. What made him feel strange was Li Zishuan's method of growing vegetables in the greenhouse. Quickly pick the cucumbers and leave. Don't let Yamacho catch us by surprise. Li Tai called out, and the group immediately walked to the cucumber rack. However, when they got closer, they were stunned. Damn! Where are the big cucumbers? Why are there only small cucumbers the size of a thumb left? Chung Chumo widened his eyes and wailed. The cucumbers in his family's greenhouse were far from fully grown, so he wanted to take a few cucumbers.
However, now it seemed that they were destined to return empty-handed.
Chapter 1203. Yamacho, the Ba River's riverbed is nearly 1,000 feet long. How can it be easy to cut it in the middle and build a dam? In the meeting room on the first floor of Guanghua Building in Yanhuang College, Mo Zhong looked at a large map on the table and gestured with his hands as he spoke in a deep voice. Other than him, Li Zishuan, Mo Lingwei, Yan Xiaoning, and a follower of the school of Mo called Mo Chue were also in the room. It was said that he was a disciple that Mo Huai had focused on nurturing, and was likely to be the next generation of the Mo family. Among the members of the Mo family, besides Mo Huai, Mo Lingwei was the most talented. However, Mo Lingwei was a girl and Mo Huai couldn't bear for his daughter to shoulder too much. Therefore, he had never counted Mo Lingwei as one of the candidates for the next generation of the Mo family. Other than Mo Lingwei, the most talented person should be Mo Chue. He was about 25 or 26 years old and already had a family. He taught physics at Yanhuang College. Last semester, before the college opened, all the teachers were tested. In that test, Mo Chue's results were close behind Mo Huai's, which showed how talented he was. It was just that the Mo family had Mo Huai and Mo Lingwei, this pair of amazing father and daughter, which overshadowed his brilliance. Otherwise, he would definitely become a figure of the Mo family. At this moment, everyone in the meeting room was staring at a map on the table, frowning and deep in thought. Li Zishuan spoke in an unquestionable tone. There's nothing impossible in this world. The Ba River is only 1,000 feet wide. It's not impossible to build a dam on the riverbed. What we need to do now is to find a solution, not discuss whether it's feasible or not. This dam must be built this year. Because of the summer drought and also because he wanted to develop the Tang Empire's electricity industry. Li Zishuan added silently in his heart. Moreover, 1,000 feet wide riverbed wasn't very wide for him. It was only 300 meters wide. The modern Three Gorges Dam had a total width of 2,300 meters. Although modern construction machinery was much more advanced than ancient times, Li Zishuan felt that a 300-meter-tall dam could definitely be built with a little thought. Feeling the determination in Li Zishuan's tone, everyone in the room frowned deeply.
Those who were familiar with Li Zixuan knew that as long as he decided on something, he would definitely do it. Even 10 bulls could not pull him back. Now it seemed that Li Zixuan was determined to build this dam, so they could only think of a way to complete it. But the width of the riverbed is so big, and the current of the Ba River is so fast. If we throw stones down, they will certainly be washed away in a short while. How can we cut the river in half and build a dam? Mo Huai pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Li Zixuan recalled the construction process of a famous dam in his previous life. After a while, he pointed at the blueprint in front of him and gestured while slowly opening his mouth. First, we have to build a diversion canal to split the Ba River's water flow in the middle. Only then can we start the construction of the entire water project. After cutting off the Ba River's water flow, we will divide it from the north to the south. Then, we will build a channel in the middle. After the channel is completed, we will fill the two sides with large amounts of stones until there are enough stones to cover the water surface. Then, the water in this channel will flow to the other side. Then, we will use the same method to build a channel on the other side. In the beginning, we will use pine wood to strengthen the foundation of the dam. First, we will use vertical pine wood to drive piles on top of the sand and stones. Then, we will lay them flat and vertically like building a house. Then, we will build a stone dam. Later, we will use cement pillars wrapped in steel rods to nail into the riverbed as the foundation of the dam. Once we have the foundation, the next step is to add stones to the dam. In order to build this dam, Li Zixuan was going all out. He took out his trump card, which was reinforced concrete. In ancient times, when building dams, wooden piles and sand were usually used as the main body of the dam. However, the Ba River's riverbed was too wide, and the water flow was relatively rapid. If wooden piles and sand were used, the dam would definitely burst after a long time. So, he could only use the more solid reinforced concrete. Anyway, he had a mine at home, and the production of steel in the workshop was gradually increasing. For the time being, he didn't lack iron. Moreover, if this dam was completed, it would give a huge boost to the industrial foundation of Lantian County. So, even if he had to invest a large amount of capital, Li Zixuan was willing to do it. Cement stone pillars wrapped in steel rods? Mo Huai muttered. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Cement is a hard material. If steel is mixed into it, after it is formed, it will definitely be very tough. Moreover, it will be able to withstand the violent impact of the river for many years. It is indeed a good material for building dams. But, won't the consumption of steel be too large? The rest of the people also looked at Li Zixuan. Obviously, they had also thought of this problem. However, Li Zixuan was still determined. No matter how large the consumption is, we must build this dam. Even if we don't have enough iron, I will think of another way. Mo Huai was speechless. This was the first time he had seen Li Zixuan so stubborn about something. Of course, this also showed how important this dam was. Yamacho, I wonder if the imperial court will provide support for building this dam? Yan Xiaoning suddenly asked. Now that he was a teacher at Yanhuang College, of course, he couldn't directly call Li Zixuan by his name in the academy. He had to follow the others and call Li Zixuan Yamacho. Li Zixuan's mouth twitched, and his face darkened. Currently, the imperial court's finances are tight. Although His Majesty wants to support us, he can't take out the extra money to support us building the dam. We have to rely on ourselves for everything. Hearing this, Yan Xiaoning was speechless. Since the imperial court sent a fleet to the south to trade last year, the imperial court's tight finances had been greatly relieved. Others might not know, but how could he not know? Therefore, when Li Zixuan said that the imperial court's finances were tight, he understood what he meant. Old Li was unwilling to pay. Ahem. Don't worry about the money, I will take care of it myself. The most important thing now is to determine the construction plan as soon as possible. Mr. Mo is experienced, so I think Mr. Mo will be in charge this time. Xiaoning, you will assist. What do you think? Li Zixuan coughed and said, I have no problem. Yan Xiaoning loved challenges the most in his life. The construction of the Yanhuang Academy last year was the biggest challenge he had ever faced in his life. Of course, he had also handed in a perfect answer sheet. Now, this complicated dam project made him eager to give it a try. Mo Huai pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, I will do my best, but this way, I won't have time to take care of the Academy's physics team this semester. I hope Yamacho can let Mo Chue take over my position temporarily. Chapter 1204. In Li Zixuan's plan, Yanhuang College was not just a place to teach or study. The college had the important mission of revitalizing the industrial base of the Great Tang Empire. In the future, Li Zixuan would let some teachers or students from the college take the lead and participate in some major projects. The dam on the Ba River was only the first project Yanhuang College had undertaken. As engineering developed rapidly in the future, the college would have to take the lead in more and more projects. He wanted to make the college similar to the top universities in modern times, forming a perfect closed loop of production, learning, and research. Mr. M.O., in your opinion, how much will it cost to build this dam? In the meeting room, after confirming the candidate to preside over the construction of the dam, Li Zixuan turned to M.O. Huai and asked. M.O. Huai thought for a moment and shook his head. It's hard to estimate at the moment. But I'm sure that the cost of building this dam will be much higher than building the cement road last year. I'll think about the dam's construction plan and estimate the cost when the time comes. Li Zixuan nodded and said, Then I'll have to trouble you, Mr. M.O. No problem, no problem. M.O. Huai waved his hand. Putting aside his identity as a teacher of the college, as the son of the M.O. family, he was very passionate about this kind of project. Although the task given by Li Zixuan seemed difficult, it was also a difficult challenge for M.O. Huai. He was very willing to accept this challenge. In this aspect, he was somewhat similar to Yan Xiaoning. Yamacho, what should I do? Ever since M.O. Lingwei came to the meeting room, she hadn't said a word for a long time. At this moment, she saw that Li Zixuan had assigned everyone's tasks except for her. She couldn't help but frown and say unhappily. Li Zixuan immediately broke out in a sweat. He did not expect that he had forgotten about this tigress. This woman was so ruthless that he could not afford to offend her. At this moment, he thought of a plan and quickly said, Ahem! Ink Girl, it's indeed inappropriate for a girl like you to participate in the construction of the dam, but M.O. Lingwei hated it when people thought that women were weak. When she heard this, her eyes immediately widened and she was about to explode in anger. Fortunately, she heard the twist at the end of the sentence and her anger subsided. She wanted to hear what Li Zixuan had to say next. When Li Zixuan saw the girl's reaction, he found it funny and continued. However, I still have a very important matter that I want to hand over to the Ink Girl. Its importance is no less than the dam on the Ba River. M.O. Lingwei's eyes lit up, and her expression quickly turned to one of excitement. Yamacho, what kind of mission is it? Looking at her competitive appearance, Li Zixuan felt a little speechless. He thought to himself, why is this like coaxing a child? Last year, I made the telegraph machine. Ink Girl should already know the general principle behind it. The reason why I want to build this dam this year, other than to store water to prevent drought, is to use this dam to generate electricity. The most important thing is the generator. I have already drawn the blueprint for the generator, but having the blueprint does not mean that it can be built successfully. There are still many technical difficulties. Therefore, I am giving this mission to you, Ink Girl. If you succeed, Tang Dynasty will have a new thing because of you. This thing will also bring about earth-shattering changes to Tang Dynasty. M.O. Lingwei was taken aback. From Li Zixuan's words, she could feel the unparalleled importance of this generator. However, she still did not understand what this generator was, so she asked, what is it? Yamacho, what is a generator? What does this generator have to do with the dam? Li Zixuan thought for a moment with his hands behind his back. After a while he said, in this world, all things are energy conserved. We can usually obtain energy from food by eating. The energy we obtain is usually used to walk, talk, think, or perform other activities. For example, when I push this chair, I use my own energy to generate kinetic energy for the chair. The energy I use is equal to the kinetic energy generated by the chair and the heat generated by the friction between the chair and the ground. This is the principle of energy conservation. As for the relationship between the dam and the generator, I built the dam mainly to raise the distance between the river and the riverbed to create a potential difference. When the river flows from a high place to a low place, the kinetic energy of the river will cause the generator to move. The generator will then convert this kinetic energy into electricity, and we will be able to obtain the electricity we need. Conservation of all things energy? Before M.O. Lingwei could say anything, M.O. Huai could not help but exclaim. Back then, the Mo family's divine ancestor also said that all things in the world are born from something, and something is born from nothing. However, something cannot be created from nothing. Could this be what you mean, Yamacho? Although Li Zixuan had previously said that he was not the reincarnation of the Mo family's divine ancestor, Mo Huai could not help but think so sometimes. After all, Li Zixuan's knowledge was too advanced. Li Zixuan said in surprise, I didn't expect the Mo family's divine ancestor to have such knowledge back then. This junior is really impressed. Mo Lingwei said proudly, Humph. Of course. There is nothing the divine ancestor doesn't know. However, Yamacho, you have to give me the blueprint as soon as possible. I will take it back and study it carefully. Li Zixuan nodded and said, Okay. I will get someone to send the blueprint to Ink Girl in the afternoon. I hope you can understand it as soon as possible. In fact, he was laughing in his heart. This generator was not like an astronomical telescope. Its internal structure was very complicated. Although the Mo family was good at engineering, they definitely did not know anything about electricity. He hoped that when Mo Lingwei saw the blueprint, she would not come looking for him with a big head. Yes. Mo Lingwei did not know about Li Zixuan's sinister intentions. She nodded happily and replied, It will take a long time to complete the dam. During this time, I suggest that Ink Girl study the Academy's physics textbooks for the first and second semester. It will be very helpful for you to build the generator. Li Zixuan thought about it and gave Mo Lingwei a suggestion out of goodwill. This was because the Academy's second volume of physics textbooks had already started to explain electricity. If Mo Lingwei studied it carefully, she would encounter much less resistance when building the generator. Then I will ask my father for 2 textbooks. Chapter 1205. In the afternoon, Iron Egg left the academy and planned to go to the Lin family to continue teaching Lin how new mathematics. However, Li Tai found out and insisted on going with him. During this period of time after the New Year, other than the Lunar New Year's Eve and the Lantern Festival, Iron Egg would go to the Lin family every day to help Lin Hao with his mathematics problems. After all, he had received such a generous salary from the Lin family. If he were to slack off every day, he would feel guilty. On New Year's Eve, Lin Hao and his father, Lin Wenyuan, went to Yunshan together. It was then that Li Tai found out that Iron Egg had become someone else's mathematics teacher. He felt that the position of a teacher was quite new to him. After all, he had never been anyone's teacher since he was young. Today, when he saw that Iron Egg was going to the Lin family to teach, he excitedly wanted to go with him. When they arrived at the entrance of the Lin family, Li Tai looked at the luxurious entrance of the Lin family. He turned to Iron Egg and asked, Tai Dan, you were the teacher of this kid from the Lin family last year? Iron Egg nodded and replied, Yes, that's right. Although the young master of the Lin family is a loner, he has a good heart and is a very interesting person. When Li Tai heard this, he couldn't help but be interested in Lin Hao, whom he had never met before. He smiled and said, Oh. After hearing what Iron Egg said, I really want to meet this Lin Hao. Iron Egg thought to himself. Li Tai was a little fatty before the military training, and now Lin Hao was also a little fatty. Could it be that fat people would appreciate each other? If Li Tai knew what Bruiser was thinking, he would definitely spit out a mouthful of blood. He hated it the most when people called him fat. Lin Wenyuan had told the servants in the mansion that Iron Egg's power in the mansion was second only to him. No matter what Iron Egg wanted to do, the servants were not allowed to stop him. If Iron Egg wanted to enter the mansion, he naturally did not need to report anything. Hence, the two of them casually entered the Lin clan's main gate and walked towards the backyard where Lin Hao was. Hey, 2 against 2. This young master only has 1 card left. Ah? Young master, you won again? Hee. Quick. Pay up. Let me do the math for you. There are a total of 2 bombs. I've doubled the bet before. Our base bet is 1 copper coin, so in total, it's 16 copper coins. Yes. Each of you has to pay me 16 copper coins. As soon as they entered the backyard, Iron Egg and Li Tai heard a noise coming from the wing room. Li Tai glanced at Iron Egg suspiciously. Iron Egg hurriedly said with some embarrassment, A few days ago, I accidentally mentioned the bandit fight of the academy in front of the young master of the Lin clan. He thought it was very interesting, so he begged me to tell him the rules. Later,
he found a craftsman to make a deck of cards. I guess he's playing it now. Oh, I didn't expect that the bandit fight of the academy would spread here. By the way, will the bandit fight be popular in Chang'an in a few days? Li Tai thought it was interesting, so he could not help but smile slightly. Maybe. Iron Egg shook his head and walked towards the wing room in the backyard. Han Xiao is here. When they came to the door of the wing room, a little maid guarding outside the door hurriedly saluted. But instead of saying that she was saluting, it was better to say that she was reporting to Lin Hao in the room. Sure enough, the wing room that was full of laughter immediately quieted down, accompanied by a rustling sound. After a while, Lin Hao's voice came from inside. Ah? Han Xiao is here. Come in. Come in. Iron Egg and Li Tai looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Then they pushed the door and entered. They saw Lin Hao sitting at the desk with a book in his hand, as if he had been doing his homework just now. At this moment when he saw Iron Egg coming in, he hurriedly got up and saluted. Greetings, sir. This is... He noticed Li Tai beside Iron Egg. Young Master Lin, this is my classmate at the academy, and also my best friend. His name is Xianxia. His attainments in mathematics are even better than mine. In every exam of the academy, he is always at the top. Today, he had nothing to do on Yunshan Mountain, so he wanted to come over and have a look. On the way here, Li Tai had told Iron Egg not to reveal his identity as the Prince of Wei to Lin Hao, so Iron Egg said this. Mr. Han, your friend is so amazing? Lin Hao exclaimed, then he cupped his hands towards Li Tai and said, Brother, you are amazing. You can still stand out in Yanhuang College, where talents gather. I admire you, I admire you. Flattery was the only thing that could not be ignored. It was reasonable to say that Li Tai had received a lot of compliments from others, but those who had complimented him in the past were mostly his subordinates, and there were only a few types of compliments. After listening to them for a while, it became meaningless. Now that he heard Lin Hao's heartfelt compliments, he felt a burst of pride in his heart, and laughed. Haha, that was just luck, just luck. Young Master Lin also plays bandit fighting? After saying this, Li Tai walked to the table and seemed to have inadvertently found the wooden sign hidden under the book. He said with a face of surprise. This? Lin Hao stole a glance at Iron Egg, and his face was full of embarrassment. After thinking about it, he quickly said, Ahem. Sometimes when I'm too tired from reading, I occasionally play a few rounds. Excuse me, excuse me. Haha. Understood. Understood. Coincidentally, I also like to play bandit fighting. Young Master Lin, why don't the three of us play a few rounds? Li Tai laughed and said, Okay, not good. I still want to learn mathematics from Mr. Han. Lin Hao subconsciously agreed, but quickly changed his words. Li Tai gave Iron Egg a look, and Iron Egg could only helplessly say, learning should be balanced between work and rest. Proper relaxation will make learning twice the result with half the effort. Since Xianxia wants to play cards, why don't young Master Lin sit down and play a few rounds? When Lin Hao heard this, he was a little confused. After a while, he reacted and quickly said, Okay. Then let's play 2 rounds. But after a quarter of an hour, Li Tai's mood was not so good, because he found that Lin Hao was really too deceitful. For example, Iron Egg, I'm a bandit. Lin Hao, without thinking, super double. Well, seeing that his teammate was so awesome, Li Tai thought that Lin Hao's cards were very good, so he also shouted, super double. But the result? In the end, Iron Egg only used half a cup of tea's time to throw out all the cards in his hand. The 2 peasants were beaten to the point that they could not fight back. The previous super double naturally became a super double. But it was not like this every time. When he did not believe in Lin Hao and did not super double, they won. It was like a game of hide and seek, and Li Tai was going crazy. Damn. Lin Hao. Your cards are so bad. How can you super double? Finally, after another super double, Li Tai finally exploded. Chapter 1206. In the backyard of the Lin mansion. Hearing Li Tai's angry roar, Lin Hao couldn't help but shrink his neck, but he still said matter-of-factly, Xianxia, didn't you realize that when you shout, super double, it brings you several times more happiness? Li Tai suddenly choked.
He opened his mouth but no words came out. He thought to himself, damn, this kid seems to make a lot of sense. Every time I shout, super double, I feel a little excited. Haha. Did I hit the nail on the head? Qingke, come, let's continue. Lose a few more coins, but you can get several times more happiness. Why not? Seeing Li Tai's expression, Lin Hao felt that he had finally met someone who was like-minded with him, and he immediately laughed proudly. Li Tai was speechless, but he didn't know how to refute at the moment. Under Lin Hao's warm invitation, he quickly rejoined the battle. Robber. Super double. Super double. In the following period of time, the room was filled with roars and cheers. Li Tai and Lin Hao became more and more excited as they played, but Iron Egg became more and more frightened as he played. The two people opposite him were beasts of burden. They kept super double, which made him a little scared every time he called out, robber. Although his family was relatively wealthy now, he was used to living in poverty, so he often spent money carefully. With Li Tai and Lin Hao's super double, he would feel a little pain every time he lost. That was all money. But fortunately, his luck was not bad, or it could be said that Li Tai and Lin Hao's purpose of playing cards was not to win money, but to get several times more happiness. After half an hour of playing cards, Iron Egg actually won more than 2 rounds. One must know that their starting bet was only 1 coin. Haha, awesome, awesome. An hour later, Li Tai, who had lost the money, had a happy look on his face. He stood up and patted Lin Hao on the shoulder. He laughed loudly and said, Lin Hao, you're really interesting. If you can get into Yanhuang College this year, I'll take care of you in the future. I guarantee that no one will dare to bully you in the academy. Little Fatty's tone and actions were just like a modern youth. Iron Egg, who was sitting next to him, was speechless when he saw this scene. His initial idea was right. Sure enough, Fatty and Fatty really appreciated each other. In just a few rounds of card games, these two people who had never met before had become like old friends who had known each other for many years. NN. Then I'll thank you in advance. Being patted on the shoulder, Lin Hao was not angry. Perhaps it had something to do with Li Tai's aura. He smiled and cupped his hands. Qingke, when you come to Chang'an City in the future, I'll take you to eat the best food and drink the best wine. Iron Egg's mouth twitched. He thought to himself that this student of his had no idea that Li Tai, who was standing next to him, was also a super rich person. His net worth was even more than his father, Lin Yuan. Haha. Well said, well said. Little Hao, I recognize you as my brother. Later, I'll ask Iron Egg to give you my mathematics notes from last year. I still have some of the mathematics questions from last year. Do your best. I'll be waiting for you at Yanhuang College. After a few rounds of card games, these two little fatties had become brothers. Their relationship could not be better. Li Tai even gave away his study notes. In the blink of an eye, it was the 25th of the first lunar month. The cold winter was coming to an end. Everything was beginning to recover. Some of the trees on the roadside and in the forest had sprouted little buds. Last winter, there was not a single snowfall in Chang'an City. Many old farmers were worried sick. Spring returned to the earth and the sun rose from the east. Today was the first day of classes at Yanhuang College. For most students, they had an extraordinary winter break. They also had an extraordinary New Year's Eve and Lantern Festival. Perhaps this winter break, Spring Festival, and Lantern Festival would become memories that they would cherish for the rest of their lives. Early in the morning before dawn, a huge honor roll made of red cloth appeared in front of Yanhuang College's Guanghua building. When the students got up and went to the cafeteria for breakfast and returned to Guanghua building to prepare for class, they immediately noticed the huge red cloth. Since they had experienced the entrance exam last year, they immediately understood what it was and hurried to take a look. The news of the final results ranking was outspread throughout the entire college in a very short time. Wow! The results are out. Let's go take a look. I hope they're in the top 50. Damn! Look, who's in first place? Jia Jiayin is in first place in the entire college with 485 points. Oh my god! His total score is only 500 points. That means he only got 15 points deducted. Isn't that too amazing? Look at the second place. Damn. The second place is actually Li Ku. 480 points.
The third place is Li Tai. 478 points. How did Li Tai become the third place? The fourth place is Li Yan. 477 points. The fifth place is Di Jixuan. 475 points. Hey, did you guys notice? This time, the students from Class 1 didn't do as well as Class 2. Finally, someone discovered a clue about the ranking. During the entrance exam last year, the students of Class 1 had an absolute advantage and suppressed the entire academy. Among the top 3 students, 2 of them were from Class 1. Among the top 5, 3 of them were from Class 1. Among the top 10, 7 of them were from Class 1. The tyrannical strength of Class 1 made the other classes of the academy feel a sense of despair. But now, among the top 5 students, only 1 was from Class 1, while the other 4 were from Class 2. This time, Class 1, which was under Li Zishuan's direct command, was completely crushed by Class 2. Hey, it's true. In the past, the top 5 in the college were mostly from Class 1, but now there's only 1 left. Hee. This is going to be a good show. Wasn't there going to be a good show to watch? The students from Class 1 who were at the top of the honor roll were all gnashing their teeth. As the saying goes, an army of indignant soldiers is bound to win. If these students were to really go all out and study hard, the students from Class 2 might not be able to handle them next time. Hey! If you ask me, since the second class can defeat the first class, then why can't the third class pull the second class down? Class 3, work harder this semester. Let's pull Class 2 down. Okay, pull them down. Class 4, did you hear that? We have to work harder too. We can't fall behind. Class 2's counterattack not only made the other classes realize that Class 1 students were not invincible, but it also made them realize that everyone could be defeated. Since Class 2 could pull Class 1 down, why can't we pull you down as well?